Okay, let's see if we connect to studio, and we're gonna do that infinite call and see who comes on. Let's see if we can find the infinite call, and click it here. Now, first thing I do is I drop down the menu and do audio, and it calls everyone. Let's see who responds. There we are, dear Aristides. Okay, so I didn't have a chance to talk to you before we started live stream. We are now live, and I want to
Okay.
thank you so very much for your contribution. I will please remind me to thank several other people who made contributions while I was gone, including two lovely ladies. But yours is, of course, the foundation contribution. That
Yeah.
yeah,
The lovely ladies in your thumbnail.
oh, that's my escort for the Pride weekend. Yes, my son
Oh,
hired her, and yes, yes. Well, the other one's not a lady. That's me. And for those of you out there who say, "No, Doug, that's a bitch." Well, where are her tits, people? Obviously, I'm the bitch without tits. So, but the one with them, that's yes, the escort.
I'm sorry. I said that like half a second after looking at it.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Don't worry, no offense taken. I assure you, that's no. I'm just having fun with the usual idiots out there, the people who are. Oh, T Tank Berry's with us. T Tank Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brother." He says, "Aristides is crystal." Okay, so good, good. The only reason I didn't trip off that was because I had just tested the Microsoft Teams and my microphone a few minutes before we started transmission. I came home and the first thing I did was, well, there was a number of things I did. I didn't have no time for a nap. So God knows how long I'm going to last. I don't think I'm going to last too long tonight. But the Aristides, I wanted to practice with them on the Teams in case anything glitched while I was gone, in case there were any developments in the software. Everything, however, appears to have run smoothly because I tested it out just a few moments ago with Brendan, and hopefully he'll join us soon as well. And so he at least, responded in that regard, so we could hammer out any technical difficulties, including, finally blocking. Oh God, what's his name? Oh, we never knew his name. Nemo Albano, which simply means nobody known person. And his name that he gave to us never made any sense anyway. It's a pedophile name. It's just like three first names, or what might as well be three first names. Larry Michael Smith. Wait, that's what he said his name was, which it definitely is. That's definitely a lie. That's definitely Larry Michael Smith. It doesn't make any sense. So all that being said, we had taken him off of the group call, and I will explain to everyone if it arises organically my the reason why I just couldn't stand him anymore. And it bears going into. It really does. Just as a had taken him off of the okay, good. So I can hear myself on live. Let's mute that. Put that back on live. And everybody, we will turn this over to our dear friend Aristides now for the blurb. And don't forget as well, Aristides, what are some things? Oh, you can actually, don't forget to add or emphasize, and I'm sure you do this already, what Nemo always did, remind people, of course, to download the episodes and re-upload them on their own
Yeah.
channels. And
Yeah.
yeah, and take
That's not. Yeah. That's not for everybody because it's they're
yeah,
large
understood.
episodes. But yeah, it is doable. You can get free software to do that if you have the computer enough storage space to do it. 4K downloader is a good one, I believe. And yeah, you can download them and do that. So please consider that if you're tech savvy. Should I just keep going here?
Please, yeah,
Okay.
doing great.
So you just are getting to the program window here. Should do what I just did, and that's hit the thumbs up upvote. Important to get those in right away. These things do affect the so-called algorithm, and so do the downvotes that are placed. You can't see them; they're hidden by YouTube. It's typical these days, I think, for everything. But they are done. People work against Douglas, possibly with bots in numbers. it may be sorted eventually, but in the meantime, it's harder for him to appear in searches or suggestions, or like on the sidebar, you know, how it'll suggest other things for you. It knocks you down and all that. So it's hard for him to find new people, which he should. So please do that. Please make sure you're subscribed. There's a button nearby for that. Right next to that little bell icon, notification bell. Turn that on. It will pop up a little notification on your device, as it did mine, and that's what I clicked on, and got me right to the program. So please do all those things. Even if you subscribed before, please check that. It may come undone for whatever reason. And you do need an account for these things, so please make one if you have not. It can't be that hard. Once you've done that, actually, on your main account, you can create channels, and each of those channels can also do its own upvoting. So see, I just switched, and I'm placing another upvote. I'm just one person. You could do the same thing. That is easy. That's much easier than downloading episodes. So please consider that. And also, as far as upvotes, after the program is live, YouTube will enable comments below the program window. That's different than the live chat, which may replay. Douglas will always put a pinned comment there with his crucial information, and please upload that too, which I'm actually doing now. I should have, since I did finish the other episode. I just forgot to scroll down, so I did that. And any other positive comments for similar reasons. So they stay, and you know, in case they get downvoted, they might disappear, or YouTube might disappear them. So please do that. And we're going to get the PayPal link in the into the chat there. And I think Douglas is okay for now, but he always, you know, needs to get ahead, so he's not behind at the end of the month. So please consider contributing there. What else? You could also copy the cutting and pasting here. Okay. Oh, and to find on PayPal, if you can't find the link for whatever reason, or you're just listening to audio, you can go to PayPal and search for Douglas just in the search bar. You might be able to just search by first and last name, but if not, his handle there is Douglas D. Dietrich, all in word. So easy to find there, and I think you can also send a payment there without having an account with a credit card. I believe there's a way to do that. So please consider that. And also, finally, you can grab the YouTube link out of the browser bar, save that. That stays the same after the live. So if you record it or share it or post it now, it will still bring people to the program later on. And they stay that way. I mean, what was it? I clicked, on one from a couple of years ago, just the other day, and boom, right there. So, good things to, if you want to note that, and some, crucial information, whatever. Oh, and you can, when it's not live, it's just a replaying on the PC at least. It's easy to wherever you're at in the program, you can just right click, and it'll have an option for copy link at current time. So it just includes the timestamp right where you're listening. So if you're like, ooh, so-and-so needs to hear this, you can just kind of right click and get the link, and that'll bring them right there. Not quite sure how that works on the phone, because I usually don't listen or try to do that on the phone. There must be a way. It's just the functionality is, to me, never as good as having a mouse and all that, but there must be a way. So know that you can do that. And I think that's it.
Okay, I
What
mean,
else?
it's all I can think of, and yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing great, and John Doe is also sending us an image, and so this is a JPEG. It should have uploaded. Let's press the enter button and see if it works. And see if the image loads. There we are. So I just wanted to share the photograph in case you were curious, Aristides and Brendan. That is actually the full photograph, which of course I could not fit into shall we say, the online broadcasting software only takes partial bits of the photograph because of the formatting. But anyone can tell this is me by the boots, if nothing else, because people who have personally met me, they know me by, well, as Brendan will testify, we had that one guy, who was the guy who was obsessing him on boots? The dude was, he called himself Hepcat or Truthcat, Truthcat, he called himself, that idiot. I always forget his name. Stephen
The
D.
guy
Kelly.
that was with Terry Joyce.
Stephen D. Kelly.
Yeah, that guy.
Stephen D. Kelly, yes. So you can see by my boots, that's me.
That was still the funniest happenstance I've ever seen.
Tell people
when
about
it came to Revolution Radio.
Eh,
Oh, it was like they had the time slot right across from Doug on Saturdays. So one time I went to listen to Douglas, and instead of pressing Studio B or something?
yeah, that's
It was
Studio,
like Studio
A and B.
A.
Was that so fucking stupid? It was so stupid. Go on, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, his own channel. He had his own channel competing against itself.
Yeah, exactly. Two different time slots. Yeah, so stupid. But, anyways, so I went to their show instead of yours, and they were so salty that you had more viewers. They were like, oh, this is the place to be, not on Studio B with that other guy, Douglas, and then it like triggered them out because all their viewers went to your show because you were always like, going full,
Ballistic.
going full
Nuclear.
Hitler. Yeah, and everyone loved that. Everyone hated their boring ass show.
Yeah.
So I like happened to click on it, and because they were talking about you, I just kind of sat there to see what was happening, and they were like, yeah, I met that guy. He's advocating white genocide, and then, or that's what she said, and then he said, and then instead of for him going into some like philosophical shit like she wanted, he was like, yeah, and those boots, man, what's up with those boots, and he was describing them like, oh yeah, and those laces, and and it was like platform boots with these like silver tipped laces. Like he was like licking them and shit. Like he saw them up close. It was really weird.
Yeah.
It was really fucking bizarre. And yeah, to this day I thought it was hilarious. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like to an average person it would just be like, this guy's insane. He's talking about someone's boots.
Even Lena Shea said that. She said, he has a man crush on you or a boy crush. However she framed it, it was basically that he obviously fetishized my appearance because he kept talking about how feminine I looked because of the boots. He kept saying that the boots accentuated my femininity.
Yeah. He said, oh, it makes you look like you're a stripper or something. It was just something absurd. But he was like describing them in detail, like in straight up detail.
Oh,
like you were dominatrix. He was like, he's a wannabe dominatrix.
Yeah. That's his fantasy.
But that's what he wanted. He wanted you to smash his balls or something.
Yes.
Like he was literally like talking about the color of the shoelaces, and I was like, okay, this is getting weird. So I finally clicked off, of whatever they were talking about. But they were on some tangent, like, yeah, he's advocating white genocide, which you've never said before.
Yeah, thank you. Everybody takes it as such, and they keep spreading that bullshit. It's incredible to me. And people believe it. It's just you say something.
And this was the days before it was cool. Now everyone says that.
Yeah.
They want to delete every white person, because we're not the minority or majority. Like I don't know how that just equals that. No one's ever said that, as far as I could tell.
Yes, thank you.
Even like Malcolm X was like just didn't care that much.
He just wanted separation. He said, by any means necessary, but that doesn't mean genocide. But then again, he paid dearly just for what he said. Paid for it with his life, ultimately. But But thank you, Brendan. And I do want everyone to know Sammy Romero has joined us.
Did they? Just curious. Did they actually blur the Hakenkreuz? Because that's some talk about censorship.
No, I had an explanation there.
Okay. What is it?
It's I think you may have just posted the little a little thumbnail instead, and it it's blown up.
Oh, okay, good.
If you might have grabbed just the thumbnail instead of the
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
I was gonna say if Teams is getting that, then we can't use them.
Not that.
But
no pun intended.
Thank you, Aristides. I appreciate that profoundly because but believe me, The
But I
Hawking
think
Cruise. Yeah.
that was an Ari like actually an Ariaki like doodle from
Yes.
the creator himself. So I gotta go back and find it, see if
Yes.
I can get it.
Yeah, but the Hakenkreuz or the swastika usually is blurred by YouTube and other services. It's horrible, or they
Right.
force you to blur it, or they won't let you publish it. Before we go to Sammy, actually, we should ask Sammy first how much time we are gifted with you tonight, Sammy. Please, Sammy, if you're able to speak right now, yeah, let us know how much time do you have with us for
Uh,
amongst your
hey, Doug.
responsibilities. Good to speak to you.
Hey,
How are
Daniel.
you? Yeah,
I'm doing okay. I sent Brendan a message yesterday.
excellent.
Greetings.
I was actually in neck of the woods yesterday.
Oh wow, great.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I didn't see your message though. Something got next.
All of our messages are intercepted. So you just remember
No, it's
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Just
But
just hit up your local NSA agent. They'll probably,
ask them to
Yeah,
fucking
there you
return
go.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, their forwarding is like a week late because I get shit that says Doug is trying to call you, and I go to Teams and it says 6 days ago. And so when Doug's out of town, I'm like sitting there saying like, "Do you need something? Are you dead yet? Like, is something going on?" And he's like, "Why do you keep doing that?" I'm like, "Because I'm getting these 8 days later and shit." So
Oh
there you
well.
go. There you go.
So, dear Sammy, first off, well, I remember the other day I was thinking about it when you said we're in this tribulation without a rapture, and yet when I reflect upon it, we are in the midst of a kind of a rapture. When I think about good people like your sister dying, it's not that that means that you or the rest of us staying here are bad, but let's just put it this way: she was just too good to be here among us. And there's many cases like that. I'm sure you will agree. So there is a kind of a
Right.
rapture going on. It's just we don't see it because
Right.
it's going on at a kind of a slow enough pace where maybe in the future when we look back on it we'll say, "Damn, that was a lot of good people gone at once." But yeah,
Right.
yeah. So how are you otherwise? And how are the how is the resonance? In whatever you're comfortable sharing concerning any of her residues still in the vicinity of your abode, so to speak. Still get the feeling of her.
Well, definitely. She's there's just always moments. I'm sure you can relate, or anybody really, Team Dietrich, when you lose a loved one has transitioned on, and obviously right now I've been busy, with the funeral business, but even then, you know, there's always moments where you know I talk to my other siblings, and we mentioned her, and it's really, they're not here physically, but um, definitely, some of my siblings, especially, well, my twin, he definitely dreams about her almost every week. He has conversations with her, and very much like I'm doing with, you know, with you right now and
Yeah.
the listeners.
Yes.
Um,
That's so
so,
important. That's really important.
well, yes, and you know, obviously, me working in the funeral business, you even seeing people, that are passed on, but their physical remains are still here. I see them, and they're s- and they're not quite gone. And when I say about that is, um, I
Oh, you know
I
they can
at
still
least my
sense you. You know
of
they can still
course,
sense you. And
of
by the way,
course,
I hope you like the way that I credit you when I credit you in the text of the show after it's published in the
right.
timestamps. I list you as a thanatologist, which is a
Oh, thank
scientist of
you.
the dead, someone who works with them. It's beyond just someone who deals with the bodies. You're actually dealing with them in spirit as well. So please continue.
Well, and it's really just respect. You have to respect and have a certain awareness of what you're doing, and I'm not trying to you know sound like I'm special. It's not even that case. It's just to a certain degree, you're not alone. Definitely when you work around them, but even in the facility my sister has, it's very much
it's always full. I'll put it to you that way. Um,
Yeah.
you get different different people walk in and out. Obviously, not just living, but that passed on. And as she always relates to me, she's never alone. Uh, where she's traveled to other countries in Latin America, um, certain people tell her, you have a lot of people that accompany you. Um, so in a lot of ways, it gives me understanding when you always talk about even some of the people that you've been associated with. Obviously, there's an obvious person that you were associated in your past
Yes.
that not quite, that person, that individual is always lingering, and it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, you worked alongside that person. Obviously, I'm mentioning Colonel Kino,
Yes.
and it's not always in this form of, at least when I'm talking to him, when I'm talking about right now, it's just people's presence that you've been involved with are somehow always around. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's how life is. Um, uh, and you see proof of it, and even with your parents. So I have to kind of switch it to something more positive. Your
Okay.
parents, you always talk about your mother and the man that raised you and guided you.
Yes.
Uh, your 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 father,
Yes.
uh, he's always around too. Um, and it gives me a sense of clarity, or I would say understanding, that these people in your past and people that you were raised with are always with you. Um, and I have to relate. I have to sometimes put that in context, at least for myself, because as human beings, we want to understand things, and we want to, we do the self reflection, and we have our moments of, a struggle. Uh, and I say that because even right now, currently, I have a very close loved one that is dealing with mental health. And when I say about mental health, it's
The first thing I want to
somebody.
say when you said that was, "Aren't we all?" But go.
Well, we all are. We all are in our own way. Unfortunately, the person that I'm talking to, I have to make time to talk to you about this person.
Yeah.
But it's mostly someone that grew up very, you know, it's a very similar background to mine. It's just, you know, there's slight differences, but you know, when you move, when you transition from adolescence and teenager to a young adult, and then the first actual problem you start realizing, and a lot of these times, these problems in your life, at first you don't think they're problems, and 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 the way I can relate to this person that I'm talking about is really finding out people backstab you,
Mhm.
people lie to you, people that you have had a relationship, and then you mix in religion with that,
Oh
or
God,
you mix
it's
in a
toxic.
faith.
It's yeah, it's
It is
toxic.
it's very toxic because you start understanding. And when I talked to this person, I said, well, you're getting your dosage of relationships. You're dealing with human beings, and you know it's better that you know this now than you're in denial. And this, when I talk about this, and when I talk about this person, it really hit that person really hard because um, it's just growing pains.
Yeah.
And it's a part of life. We all go through this. We all been backstabbed, lied to, um, you know, the whole nine. And it's part of you understanding that you're gonna have struggle in life. You're going to uh, you're gonna have these questions, but you're really dealing with human beings. And as human beings, we're sick. We are
Yes.
we have our iniquities and our the things that that make us unperfect, quote unquote. But it's really just understanding that you have to take things for face value in a lot of ways. You have to be comfortable with whatever people present themselves. You believe them. You have to, because in a lot of ways it's tiring to try to you can forgive people. You can forgive them in a sense of forgiving yourself. At least me, I like to project love. I'm not perfect, but the way I can project love is to love myself first, right?
Of course.
That way I can share that, and I can project that. And that's one of the things that I try to talk to him, this loved one of mine.
Yeah.
And it registered, but he was going through it. It was very much like talking to someone who is entrapped in themselves.
Yeah.
What I mean by entrapped is almost not coming into terms with growing up, and really it's an internal battle, and it got to the point where we had to turn him into a mental hospital,
Right.
and he's doing
Or
better. And
the best way to phrase that is, of course, that we had to help him seek help, or we had to
Right.
help him. I forgot the term for it, but yes, but you said it the most direct way, so we all get it. Yes, that's probably, maybe you
Right.
said it the best way. So go on, yeah.
and it's also, and it's also teaching me that and giving me a lot of patience. It's the type of patience I wouldn't want to. I mean, I'm not asking God to give me patience, but it does, because it challenges you, to also keep your sanity, because you want to help this person, and in a lot of ways, they have to help themselves, and
In the end, that's
one
what
of
it
the
comes
things,
down to. Yes.
right?
Go- Yeah.
And one of the things that was relayed to me when I found out that this person found help was he got tired. He would he would be pretty much wandering the streets because
Oh, that's so awful.
his lack of you know his how do I say it? His lack of just accepting things,
Right.
when and really you victimize your own self. And I have to say that because I'm no different. I can't say I have not been in the shoes, and it's not to that point. It's just, at least with how I can understand that or try to understand it, you victimize your own self, and you create you create this mire that unfortunately, it's, if you're not careful and you give into it so much, it can lead to a path where you you end up in the street. And one of the things that was relayed to me about this loved one is he would get beat up.
Oh,
He would get jumped. He would take his ass whoopings. And it's really about being young. It's about being angry.
do you know what that
and-
reminds me of? It reminds me of the film The Joker, the iteration of the Joker where he's on that edge where he's getting beaten up in the streets. But please continue. Yeah.
Well, and really, I wasn't surprised, but one of the things that I had to talk to him about was, as I just did a service yesterday. Okay, there's this firefighter. Okay, in this Catholic church. Okay,
Yes.
in the Catholic, I'm not familiar with the Catholic Church. Like I said, I didn't grow up Catholic,
Right.
but one of the things that I had to notice was it's less emotional.
Yes.
Okay, the Catholic Church does not really deal with emotion,
Yeah.
and what I mean by that is, at least how I connect with God is it is emotion. I have to center myself. I have to get into to accept the presence of God, and get in that vulnerability. The problem is, and this is how, and all this is really internally. It's me understanding myself while I'm in this Catholic church. It's great. I'm not. It's great, and it's a great thing to do. But I think in a lot of ways, if we try to justify that when we do that, everything's okay and, everything's going great. But there's another side of that coin where when we do connect with God, at least, and I'm talking in my paradigm of, any listeners that are wondering, this is my paradigm. It's like almost loving, it's like being in a relationship is what I'm trying to say. Being in a relationship with a woman, it's a double-edged sword, because when we go through trials, we want to blame God and we want to get angry, and that's really immature. But especially, and I'm trying to relate to him. He's young,
Right.
and he's going through his lumps as an adult, young adult. But one of the things I had to remind him is you have a real relationship with the Creator. It's not going to be, it's not going to be roses. You're going to go through your pain, and you're going to get the result of dealing with human beings. And human beings are dangerous in a lot of ways, and it's not always, a knife or a gun. It's your trust being, violated. There's a lot of things I can go into with him, and I won't. It's not appropriate. But I don't really need to. I think I've said enough. But young adults, especially kids coming out of, growing into their mid-20s and in their early 20s, they're wide-eyed. They definitely, especially if they're sheltered, whether it's economically or even religious. All these different demographics as far as kids that are privileged and be sheltered, unlike you, Doug. You're pretty messed up. You really are. But I've always told you, it's a miracle you're not in a mental institution. It's a miracle. Your life is built on miracles. And it's definitely, a lot of it's because it's your destiny.
I appreciate that. I think you're very gracious, and believe me, I think it's very healthy to question one's sanity. I do it all the time. Certainly, I
Right.
did all the while I was growing up. There's less of a need for it now because I don't care anymore. But
Well,
when you mentioned the youngness, the youth of this individual, one of the things that I do want to emphasize is, for those of you who feel that was tangential when Sammy was speaking about his interpretation of God and his experience in the church, it's important to remember that Sammy grew up in a very intense, very evangelical church background. And this is a kind of community where everyone is judged by everyone else. And this is unfortunately something which is taken advantage of by certain people in the community who tend to rise, for lack of a better term, tend to rise to power. And the ones who tend to rise to power tend to be people who want to you take advantage, basically, of people's desire for an intimate relationship with God. And they turn that into an intimate relationship with themselves, either through their control of the community. When somebody is young and they're growing up in a community like that, what Sammy is basically expressing is that when he was dealing through his profession with the environment of the Catholic Church, he is beginning to notice that the Catholic Church is essentially has a different level of corruption. If it is to have any corruption, it's hierarchical and institutional in nature, but it's not something that you're going to experience personally in general. So what you get in the Church of the Catholics is more of a feeling of this distance and peace, because the church is the middleman between yourself and God. You don't need that intense relationship in Catholicism, because the church is there to do that for you. And because the church does that for you, you at least are relieved of that intense burden. Now, some people say, well, that's what I want, is this more emotional commitment. But then there's a price you pay for that, which is evident in what happened with this young individual that Sammy is alluding to. This young individual has counted on his concept of God and the community around him manifesting that sense of God's spirit, but it didn't pan out that way for him. And the betrayal of elements in that community caused his disconfirmation process, as it's called in theology. His betrayal and his it caused essentially such a fracture in his connection with reality that he essentially lost that grounding in reality, and he
Right.
and this is why he wound up wandering the streets and taking those beatings. Is that was what was grounding him, which is horrific. That's horrific, of course, and that's
Right.
his own personal kind of
Of course.
trials of Job. It's like his book of Job kind of experience. But
Right.
continue.
Right.
Yeah, I hope that adds some
Well,
context just in what we
yeah.
can do
Thank
right
you.
now. Yeah.
Thank you. It does. It really does. It's just a lot of people, in a lot of ways, and this is one thing I was kind of telling this individual, this loved one that I have is, you know, you start realizing you you allow people in your life. You give them authority, quote unquote, but you can also take it away. Um, and when you're dealing with an adult relationship, you're dealing with an adult friendship, you have boundaries. Everybody knows that everybody's full of shit.
Yes.
When I say
Yes, it's true. Yes.
when I say that it's we all got our shit. I know Doug has his own shit. Um, do I understand that. There's people that Doug talks to that I don't really care for. I'll kick the door down. It is what it is. But that's none of my business too. I'm not going to make conflict with Doug, and because then I'm not. You're not. I'm not understanding the adult world. The adult world is what it is. The world doesn't give a shit about you. The world doesn't give a crap about your views. There's people being abducted right now that are never going to be seen. Um,
And by the way,
and the world doesn't care.
Sammy's not just alluding to child disappearances. He's alluding to ICE mass deportations and everything else. I mean,
Absolutely.
right now the state itself is taking children away from their mothers. It's taking mothers away from their families. This is unspeakable. I mean, we live in horrific times, and people are trying to just continue living like nothing's happening, but they're going to be less and less able to do that because their services are provided by these people who are being assaulted en masse. But continue, please.
I mean, that's absolutely. And the really cold reality is it's really nothing new. It's just, hold on 1 second.
Sure, take your time. And
It's really nothing new. It's just right now. It's outside, out of the currents, out of privacy, out of secrecy. But it's really been an open secret. But definitely, when it comes to what I've been talking about, is teaching me a lot in kind of, you have to, in a lot of ways, you have to accept how things are, because if not, it's going to overwhelm you. It's going to overtake you. And there have been times that I feel angry. I feel angry in the sense of what's going on around me, but it's designed that way. And the reason why I say that is because change. This is how change happens, and eventually it's going to happen. And in a lot of ways, you can't react emotionally. Is really what I'm trying to say. You have to approach it in a healthy way, because it's not worth it. And especially understanding who you are, you have to have knowledge of self. There's a lot of things I can't do. I'm not privileged to take that route. I'm not. I think this is where a lot of people, especially when you mentioned ICE, a lot of people are self-deporting.
yes.
My sister was letting me know that the Mexican consulate, as well the Canadian consulate, even Europe as well, their consulates are starting. They're getting full as far as requests for citizenship.
Oh yeah.
And she was letting me know that um, this is going to have blowback, because when you have, there was already been divesting in the U.S. was already happening,
Yeah.
even going back 30-35 years.
Yeah.
And it's just the realization that the quote unquote American lie, I mean, I'm sorry, American dream,
the American promotional
it's
ad,
really,
yeah, at the American
right,
promotional ad campaign. Come on, yeah.
that's the psyop of, the land of opportunity. Um, it's pretty much, it's always been broken, but you know a lot of it, what helped this nation is people believing in that lie. And obviously, if you believe in something, it has its effects. Obviously, you've talked about quantum mechanics and magic. Well,
Absolutely.
yes,
The power of
it's
faith.
definite.
That's the power of faith.
Right.
Go on.
It's helped this nation um pretty much function by accident,
Yes.
along with politics. And I know I've talked, I kind of go in this tangent every time I talk, but it's really definitely has made me realize that there's other ways, and it's going to continue to happen. And obviously, the world is still going, the society's functioning, but there's going to be people that are still saying, it doesn't affect me, I don't care. But
They won't be
you know
saying that for much
it,
longer because
right,
society
time
is not
time
functioning.
is
It's functioning
right,
less and
time,
less. But go on. Yes.
of course, time is going to tell, obviously. um and you know how, and you said it perfectly. Our current president is overreaching, and he's going to continue to overreach, and it's going to get bad. There's only more dark clouds and more storms ahead, because, and it's really more of getting involved in conflicts, getting involved in quagmires that we really have no business in. Even in the past that we did, it's not to this insanity. You can only start so many fires where you end up engulfing your own self. And you know to a certain point where, yes, there are this loyalties that are, the MAGA people, but you can only be so loyal to the point where you're on fire. You're gonna have to say, you know, you know, piss on me. Can you take a piss on me because I'm on fire? But I'm still wearing your hat, and I'm still waving my China-made American flag. I'm driving my four-wheel truck, and but I'm still loyal, right? I'm not trying to point to one demographic, but use your imagination.
It's simple. 1+1 = 2 people. There's only a certain kind of
I'm
crowd
not
that
saying.
goes in this direction. Yes.
I don't know. I'm not racist. I don't see color, right? That's no such thing as that. But
Well,
a lot of the times,
yeah, but go ahead. Yeah, I was
ahead.
just going to say it's unfortunately it's not our choice. The people that we're dealing with, the color is all they see, and that includes the colors that are on their side are only
Of
there
course,
as kind of like their color coding to show that they're colorblind, but of course they
they're the
really
worst
are.
ones.
Yeah, they're the worst ones. Yes, it's
They're
just
they're the worst ones.
yeah.
They're the ones that I definitely um, are disgusted by. They're they're pretty much the human toilets,
Yes,
um,
they really are.
to put it that way.
Yes.
And it's it is what it is. But this is just another insight into humanity is very ugly. Okay, obviously you've seen the worst of humanity, and this is obviously nothing compared to. But even when I'm doing my job, and we're preparing this viewing, we're getting hands on with making this person presentable and making them look dapper. But, it's part of the presenting is sending someone off to their last, ride as far as the surface world. Um, that faith in that family seeing their loved one presented in, in that attire, it's only temporary, because and I'm trying to use it as a metaphor, you can only leave human remains out for so long, and they become toxic. They become, dangerous.
Yes.
It's exactly what's going on right now. And I was talking to my wife about this, where there's going to be a breaking point, because and it's going to be very much severe, because the lack of denial, the lack of just people being, the Bible did talk about, people's love, going wax cold, like cold wax.
Yes.
And I have to say this because it's always a privilege that, that really don't care. And I could even say to myself, I felt like that I want privilege and it doesn't affect me, and I've had to correct myself where, no, you're wrong. It does, because I see the result of it. And, it's going to be a very hard fall. And in a lot of ways, with knowing this presidency, it's everything done in panic. Everything's done and you're trying to put a Band-Aid on on a gaping wound.
Yes.
And it's just part of the times that we're living in.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it's temporary. Everybody knows that, but the ramifications and the consequences to the times that we're living in are going to be with us, obviously, far longer. We can go into geopolitics and what does that mean, and obviously I listened to what your take on what's going on with the Iran situation, and you're right. What we did as far as the strike with Iran is we gave them the excuse to start their nuclear program, and to really be honest, I really do believe they already had their nuclear program already. It was just dormant, and they've had the resources, because
they would have been fools not to. They would have been fools not to. But
obviously, and it's not even us, but it's really Israel. They would be fools not to do it, and they do. They definitely do, because obviously, an apartheid nation like Israel, which is pretty much our mini-me in that area, and they're probably far even more crazy. They had to. So this is going to ramp up, conflict in that area. Not that there never was, but we're very much living in dangerous times. We can wake up tomorrow and, nuclear, things can get nuclear. It's just
though what's on our side is, just so everybody is comforted, you can go nuclear, but it's going to be strictly regional, because the delivery mechanisms are so extraordinarily complex. Right. Nobody's maintaining those in such a way that they work. But go on, yes.
Absolutely. When I say nuclear, it's not always, the United States. It's just, the United States lies. We lie to ourselves. This nation is very much in denial that we're the world police, we're Team America, world police, and everybody's on board. We love that lie, we very much built our identity on lies, and lies and bodies and and the innocence of people. We stand on that very much, this nation. And when we see our fuck ups, this nation's not very good at accepting it. If you look back in time, whether it's the Revolutionary War, where we were traitors to the crown, we did not listen to the Royal Proclamation, in going back and then going forward, to World War II. We got involved in that, obviously World War One as well. But in World War One and World War Two are pretty much just a continuation of each other.
True.
Um, to two of the conflicts in Southeast Asia. A lot of this is just built on our denial to really accept and evolve. And fast forward to today, if something like that really would happen, which I really do believe it has, we don't. That's very much even more damaging as if it was done to us, because our image, even though our image is already in the shitter, it's been in the shitter.
Yes.
You know, when the truth is, when we get slapped with that truth, we cannot handle it. We always want to believe, this nation is hero. We're the heroes, and we're not. And this country panics, and
Yes.
and a lot of it is, I have to correlate to what my loved one is going through. This nation has been wandering as far as really understanding that we're a very sick nation, and
To put it mildly,
you see
yeah. Let's go on.
well, you see the cycle of us trying to revise history, where the Trump administration wants to ban anything involving not honoring our nation. And,
Oh God, I get so sick.
and it's
so fucking.
and they don't and it's back to what you talked about. It's us not looking at the world and understanding we've been a laughing stock for wherever 300 years we've been in existence, for almost 400 years, I guess.
Yes.
But this nation's so young, and it still is pretty much a toddler in the grand scheme of quote unquote great empires. We really don't have an identity besides these Masons that came over from Europe, these that wanted to, these deities that wanted to be God and wanted to, have everything for themselves.
Yes.
That
term is
still permeates
deists.
the
The
nation.
deists, where they thought they could attain godhood themselves. Yes, continue. Yeah.
That very much still permeates this country, and it's extremely outdated, and it's just sickening. But back to what I'm trying to get back on track is, an event like that will definitely be an embarrassment. It'll be a new low, and this is where I think
well, it would generate the kind of crisis of faith that your loved one is experiencing, except on a mass scale, where you would have a true disconfirmation process in their faith in being the world's policeman, essentially. Just to add some further context to what Sammy was saying, when the founding fathers turned against the crown, it's not just the royal proclamation, but it also needs to be emphasized that the British were entering a phase where they were beginning to phase out slavery. And the founding fathers didn't want that either. And the founding fathers insisted on a continuity of slavery. And that's why the British offered freedom to the blacks who would fight on the side of the crown against their own masters. And that's what led to the horror of the founding fathers and their ridiculous, oh God, what do we call it? The national anthem. I mean, it sounds like a funeral dirge, and yet people will be extremely outraged when something happens with the national anthem, like some poor girl sings it while she's drunk, or Roseanne Barr tries to project some humor into it. Not that she did that with any grace or taste, but nevertheless, people react as if people should die over things like that. But if you were to read the initial lyrics of the national anthem, it's very anti-black, and it states that all the escaped slaves will be tracked down and killed. And how dare they turn against their masters? I mean, those words are in the national anthem. That they wonder why blacks didn't want to kneel to that while it's playing on the playing field, and people would take this umbrage at it. Well, because it's a racist fucking song by a bunch of slave-owning bastards who think of human beings as chattel property. So when you compound all of this together, and the 400 years that Samuel Romero is alerting to goes back to the Colombian Holocaust, where you have, of course, all of the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere impacted by the Colombian invasion. Even though we had the Norse and the Vikinger that we know of definitively visited long before Columbus, they did not commit genocide. But Columbus committed himself to total genocide and set the tone for a genocidal conquistador invasion thereafter. It became the policy because it was normalized, institutionalized by Cristoforo Valbo Corlambuenos, who was, of course, Jewish, violently Jewish, fanatically Jewish, and wanted to do this to clear the land for Jews to resettle. This is a war that started then that's been going on unceasingly for 400 years, to the point where you have someone like Beyoncé. For those of you who don't know, Beyoncé has just conducted her tour recently, and they're trying to whitewash her by saying, oh, she handled some kind of situation on a plane with grace and good humor. And, well, I don't know why they're trying to emphasize that when she started her tour by wearing a t-shirt that was supposed to be celebrating the Black Buffalo Soldiers, because she's doing a Cowboy Carter tour and earned this award in Western music. And yet she's wearing a t-shirt saying, oh, these Black Buffalo Soldiers put down the enemies of peace and freedom. And the t-shirt listed who those enemies were. Native American Indians and Mexican revolutionaries. And it's like, oh my fucking God. Really? Really? You're going to celebrate the fact that a bunch of black house niggers picked up guns, fought for the white man to exterminate the original inhabitants, and the Mexicanos fighting against an invasion that was stealing all of their territory, which comprises basically everything in the western United States. And this is something to celebrate, and you're presenting these as the enemies of peace and freedom? This is outrageous. And it goes to show that, well, she certainly at this point identifies as MAGA white for all intents and purposes. This is the insanity that we're dealing with. This is the repercussions of the 400-year war that's never ended that Sammy is referring to. So when he says this, and people are confused, what is he talking about? This is what he's talking about. And it's ongoing now. When the propagandists are still carrying that war on today and rationalizing it by taking the victims of American genocide and territorial aggrandizement, and yet the Americans present themselves as the guardians of peace and freedom. This is the outrage. This is the outrage. But continue, Sarah. Yes.
Right. And, one of the things that's just very shocking to me. It's not shocking. It's just, you're at disbelief because, when they talk about, what is that? They're trying to take out, the slavery and civil rights. I forget that subject, what they say. When they're trying to eliminate it.
Continue. You talk about the 14th Amendment, or what's going on with the educational program with the slavery awareness? 1849 program. I think it's 1849 or something. I forget. I'd have to look up the exact year. I hang my head in embarrassment.
No, and I do too. It's just anything involving, civil rights, slavery, anything involving the actual truth. They want to eliminate out of schools.
Yes,
I forget the term they use. I think it's colored appropriation, some bullshit like that. I forget.
We might as well just call it real. They're trying to eliminate real history. Just say that. They're trying to eliminate real history.
They especially states like Florida and all the inbreeding states, all the states that are notoriously that. Well, I can't really say much. I live in a very similar area too. That's neither.
I like the way one of your neighbors gave you oranges.
Oh yeah.
Have a basket of oranges.
Right. Right. That was hilarious. But it's definitely it they don't want to, they feel threatened because we're being painted in this light that we're a bunch of savages, and it's the truth. It's definitely the truth. It's just the shame. We feel that it's offensive. They try to put it in that term, and it's just sickening. But as far as Beyonce, yes, I understand. It's just, I think to a certain point, I think she's a little on the spectrum too, because she's an entertainer, and honestly, I wouldn't call her an Einstein. Um, she does what she does, but obviously she has her handlers and she has her agenda, and she's gonna push whatever agenda that lines her pocketbooks. Obviously, she's an entertainer that's bought, and we and then to a certain extent, it's very much what Hollywood and entertainment is. It's bought, it's packaged to where it suits whoever's in control, and obviously you see that. But you know, I didn't mean to get on this tangent or this subject, but what this transmission does, it definitely creates a lot of roots that really dive into history, all the critical missions, really, to say it best. There's a lot of things that have been omitted through history, but definitely, there is a bright side of things, and the bright side is change. As painful as we might think it is, it's still change, and that's definitely good.
Yes,
Um,
and that's I think that's where we have to take heart in the horrible things they're doing right now, like trying to revoke the 14th Amendment, which the Supreme Court is trying to help the president do. We are
right.
at the point now where it's going to force that change. So they are forcing the very change they're trying to revert. In other words, they're trying to turn back time. They're trying to turn back time.
Right.
They're trying to take us all back to before the American Civil War, to the time of the Founding Fathers, where we're living in basically a sense of religious servitude, while the Founding Fathers, or the men on top, continue to amass wealth and property and privilege and well, it just can't work because our system, our economy, the economics of the world, the human species can no longer tolerate that. Certainly not here, and as a result, it will result in the eviction of these very people. They will wind up being the source of their own deportation
Right.
by
Right.
forcing the issue.
Well, in a lot of ways, a lot of cities in Southern California have, especially with Hispanic populations, have not celebrating Fourth of July. Their celebrations are being canceled,
Yeah, yeah.
and a
And
lot of it is
good,
because
good. Yeah, that's
it's a good thing. It's just people's safety. Don't people don't feel safe. People are not spending money. People are in hiding. And some people don't care either.
yeah.
And
Let's
this is
just put it
where
this way: you can always make the joke that there's nobody left to celebrate. But go on.
well,
Yeah,
no, but in a lot of ways too, though, some people want to be deported. They don't really care. People also refuse to call themselves victims, and people just don't care too. You also have an element of that. You're not going to give a shit anyways. Especially if you have nothing to lose. You know, people are going to take out those loans and not give a shit. They're going to leave this country with money, and they're going to try to bankrupt this money too. That's also another result. And I'm sure the government knows about it. In a lot of ways, you give people no no choice, or no choice in a sense, but no options really. People are going to take drastic measures, and
absolutely.
people that have no choice, or they're victimized, they're dangerous as well,
Yes,
and it's only going to get that way. And I keep saying this because it's building up,
yes.
and obviously we're going to see that, and things are going to go away how are they going to go? But you know, um,
Probably some
but anyways,
major,
that's just my two
yeah,
cents.
some major defeat overseas will result in major unrest at home, and it will become self-evident that the military is incapable of waging a war overseas because it's being deployed against its citizens at home and against people who are essentially the backbone of our economy. And
Right.
at that point, things become self-evident that drastic change is needed. So it's
Well,
including, yeah. But go on, yeah.
in my opinion, though, Doug, I know the military, it is what it is, but I always wondered, the generals, are they pretty much staying out of it, or are they pretty much subservient to Donald Trump, or
They've surrendered. They've surrendered
okay,
to Donald Trump. Those that haven't are resigning. But you saw it when he was over at that military base and politicizing the troops by telling them the Democrats are the enemy, the media is the enemy, and they're all cheering. And he got them to catcall and howl and boo
right,
certain individuals. I mean, this is unacceptable. It is something that the commanding officer of the base was required by his oath to step in and ask the president to step off the stage because he would have the right to do that, the same as the commander of a ship or a submarine. If the president were on it and trying to start a mutiny, the captain would be in his right to have the president put in custody.
right.
But the commanding officer didn't do that, and none of the generals stepped in to reprimand him. So it's self-evident. The military is
Right.
subservient to Trump. But go on, yes, yeah.
Okay, and I was just, and this is me really. A lot of times, I ask these things because even I have my own. I can be gullible in a lot of ways, but it kind of tells me that it's worse than I thought.
Yes.
Uh, because there's no one, there's someone behind the wheel that is insane.
Yes.
Um, and I have to tell the American public listening, what's going on in Southern California. It's going to happen to, you know, uh, regular
Well, it's already happened in
Americans.
Washington, D.C. They were running
Right.
tanks over streets that weren't even meant to take that weight. And now
Absolutely.
they have to spend millions of dollars to fix the streets in Washington, D.C. after tanks tore them up. It's like he did that to the Capitol. So it's going to happen in every city. Yes, they're going to roll those tanks everywhere. He's already deploying the Marines in Los Angeles, so this is where he's going to be sending the troops. So
Right.
it's yeah, especially in California, and but
No, of course.
that's
Of
what's going to
course.
bite him in the ass because we're the economy. But go on. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you very much said it well. I did like your take on the history behind his conflict with California. Um, and it makes a lot of sense. He's not doing that in shithole Indiana or Vermont or any other shithole uh,
Shithole state. Yeah.
states.
Yeah.
I mean, they're shitholes.
Yes, it's true.
You
It's
know,
true. I can't understand
they
why Amy even stays there. It might even be better to be homeless than where she's at. But go on.
um I mean, I'm sure she has her reasons, and I'm sure she's surviving, but a lot of these states rely on California, and we it's very much backwards, and I think it's going to be too late when the public starts realizing that um they're in trouble. They're in trouble because they're people start becoming cold. Okay, people start becoming cold. People start um their morale just drops, and you know even if even the soldiers, I have family that's right now in Los Angeles that are in the military. They're wondering, why am I sleeping on the ground? I'm in Los Angeles, you know and that's the cool part about it. Los Angeles is such a huge city that there's so much to do there, even with what's going on. It's almost lame. Imagine being a soldier, okay, and you're on Sunset, okay. You're All these clubs are around you. There's sporting events happening. You're not Iraq. You're not in Beirut. You're not in this fucking foreign nation. You're in a fucking military uniform eating MREs in the middle of Los Angeles. Just imagine you, Doug. I mean, you'd probably go to a strip club.
Yes.
And probably go, you'd probably go MIA, missing in action. But
who wouldn't?
You have to understand. I mean, yes, they're getting paid, but the military's hated right now. People are looking at you like, what are you doing? Yeah. What are you doing here? Like, it's imagine, wearing a cheesy tuxedo at some social event, and people are looking at you like, are you used to some type of military? And they have M16s, Doug. They're armed to the T. So to me, at least if I'm a soldier, there's nothing worse than you're too prepared and nothing's happening. Like there's law and order. It's not complete chaos is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, they're overgunned. They're overgunned, and they're just their presence itself is the provocation towards anything that might happen. It really is their fault that it does happen when it does. But go on.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if I'm a soldier, my morale is going to drop because I'm wasting my time.
Yes.
At least to me, in obviously, this is just and maybe this is why I'm not a soldier. I think too much.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to be, armed to the T in Los Angeles because I just feel like a lame.
Yes. Yes.
I really would, because you really have the second largest police presence in LAPD.
Yes.
There.
LAPD is its own fucking army, and
right.
so let's just put it this way: the horror of the situation, beyond what you're saying, is that what they're doing is unconstitutional. And one of the things that I pointed out the other day was you were saying there might be something the United Nations can do. No, it's not the United Nations, it's the International Criminal Court that you're thinking of. So it would take the International Criminal Court at The Hague. So this is the same criminal court that passed out a warrant for the arrest of Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu that hopefully will eventually do so against Donald Trump for all the reasons that we've been articulating. And for those of you who think, Donald Trump can't be compared to Benjamin Netanyahu or Vladimir Putin, believe me, he's working on it. and what he's doing already, when you say that, anyone who does say that just is the wrong skin color to appreciate what Donald Trump is doing to persecuted minorities so far, in particular, those of Latin American origin. And in which, they're not only being targeted, but they're being dehumanized. And even those that are arrested and deported and then brought back, they lie about them to rationalize how they deported them. I mean, there are people who they're claiming have MS-13 tattoos that are not MS-13 tattoos. They'll just say that, and they say this with impunity. They just say this. They don't care. They'll just lie. So the horror. This is. So hopefully the International Court of Justice does something. But as for the United Nations, what we need, of course, is for everyone to withdraw from the United Nations and then reunite under a new reunited nations without America and Russia on the Security Council, or Communist China, obviously. So, I mean, that's three power blocks we just don't need on the fucking Security Council. Replace. Okay, but continue, Sam. Yes.
It's very interesting you say that, because of Canada, I forget. I think it wasn't the prime. Might have been the prime minister. I could be wrong. But he had a press conference, and he was talking about Kristi Noem.
Yes.
Our so-called,
it's Homeland Security or something, isn't she? I keep forgetting.
Lab secretary. There you go.
Yeah.
The United States lab secretary.
Yeah.
What Canada's doing is they actually are looking into joining the EU.
Yes, excellent. Yes.
Which is very much a bad thing. a bad thing. It's a good thing for them. It's a bad thing for us.
Yes.
And it's very much what you talked about in the past, where um, very much Europe it's coming back full circle, where everything is going to revert back to Europe in a lot of ways,
Yes.
or what quote unquote civilization,
Yes.
Western civilization.
Yes.
And this is a lot of the times that we're living in, where if Canada is making these drastic changes, it's because things are realigning to where, in my opinion, very much the Third Reich is very much needed.
Yes.
And this is very, at least to me, this is it kind of reassures me and gives you a lot of validation in what you talked about, where it shows the Third Reich's diplomacy as far as including the world in its decisions.
Yes.
What I mean by that is their ability to create, through the Havar Agreement, Israel, to create avenues in Antarctica, to create even how can I say is even the Nuremberg race laws, to put all these things into place where in history it cannot be denied.
Yes.
And obviously, they try to suppress it, but back to what Canada's doing, this is going to have a lot. It's going to just add on top to the blowback, where nations are making their own pacts with other nations, and they're freezing out the United States.
Yes.
And we what it looks like is we can become a hermit kingdom. And I'm not saying we're that to that point. Obviously, we have our resources, but you have someone at the helm who very much is unhinged, who is insane,
Yes.
and we're being isolated, and it's happening. I mean, it's obviously happening as far as the Latinos. It's pretty much direct, but it's almost like slowly bleeding out to the rest of America. And
Oh
as
well,
far as
if he removes the 14th Amendment, then blacks are no longer U.S. citizens. I mean, so yes, continue.
Well, they're not human.
Yeah.
They're what, 3/4 of a human being?
Yes, by the old
I mean,
laws, yeah, that's what it was.
The good news is it's Justice Roberts wouldn't be eligible to be Supreme Court. They could probably start with him, and then Justice Sotomayor. They can probably move next to her. It's sad. It's sad to say that. It's funny. It is, but that is the level of backwardness this country is built on. And imagine being a judge that that's the possibility. And I know it's gone through their head where your melanin in your skin is going to be your downfall. In other words, office really does not really mean anything now.
Yes.
Okay, the respect of office. Alex Padilla pretty much got mugged by ICE.
Yeah.
And pretty much got assaulted, and he's a senator.
Yeah.
That is very symbolic of what's going on. You're a senator in this country, and there's no respect.
Outrageous. There's no words. Go on.
That's very much, maybe to me it seems like he's very delusional in not having security. I would have had security with me, but I think a lot of it tells me too in politics. I think a lot of them can't really believe what's going on.
That's quite true.
They don't believe.
Yeah.
They don't believe what mistakes they've made, and I know it's getting to them where they should have blocked a lot of. They should have known this was going to happen, and really they were misled by traitors.
Yes.
The Democrats were led by traitors.
It's so true. It is so true. And unfortunately, so many of them, there's two qualifying factors in describing the Democrat leadership. They're extraordinarily old, and they're overwhelmingly Jewish. So, yes, go on.
No, of course. And stupid.
Yes.
And they really are.
That's factor number three. Factor number three.
There's a stupid party. There's a stupid party. They're bipartisan by default. Really, they open their rectum, and bend over.
Yes,
That's really all they
disgusting.
do.
It's so true. It is so
I
true.
hate to put it that way, but it's and then their version of retaliating is writing a letter.
Yes.
Chuck Schumer says, I'm going to write a letter.
I
And
mean, really? Yeah,
all,
really? Trump
yeah,
can't read. Trump can't read, Chuck. Yeah.
no, he can't read, he can't spell, he's pretty much, you're talking to an insane man that is very much just stupid.
Yes.
So, you know, it's fun. It's fun saying all these things, and it's depressing too at times because it's like, maybe I should self-deport. And people thinking, well, why don't you? And that's not
just
actually a bad idea.
Tell them it's because I'm needed here, and that's the important thing. It's honestly, don't think that Brendan and I don't fantasize about he would love to go probably to England. I would love to go to Taiwan if the Dietrich Artelek wouldn't zap me the moment I stepped on the beach. But in terms of
or Tokyo,
or
Tokyo, or
Japan,
Japan,
yeah.
you have plenty of you have your quarter Japanese, so I mean that would be paradise as well. You'll blend in as well, and it's just
true,
obviously
true.
Because honestly, to me, Japan seems like Narnia to me. It seems like a land of
it's true.
There's sushi rolls everywhere.
Yes.
Doug would not blend
sake.
into Japan at all. By the
Yeah,
way.
that's true. That's true. But Brent's right. The thing I'm afraid about with
The only way you could do it is if you pulled the artist stick and just said,
yes, it's
Yeah.
true. It's true.
What's your name? Your name is Kasabe, right? Something like that.
Kazube. Yes. Yeah. Kazubei. Yeah. Kazube.
Would you be like an Amish? Would you be like the version of Amish in Japan? Is that what it'd be?
It's the thing that would scare me about Japan is that it would not be the Japan of my mother. It would not be the Japan that I love. It's the Japan I love has changed radically. Now, in all fairness, the Japanese do think in lockstep. They do think as a collective. So that will change. That will change. It will have to change because they need to change to survive. So that will change, and it will become the Japan that I love again, probably sooner than anyone expects, meaning that they'll have to just, for those of you who don't know, we've always talked about them being militarized. They've been militarized forever. They never demilitarized. There was no demilitarization of Japan, and anybody who thinks that's just American lies. But
oh, come on, the Japanese, if you had money for ramen, you would change your tune real quick.
Yeah.
You'd be over there gorging yourself and shit.
Yes.
And if you said you were a Geji, what does it say? Gejikutsu? Gejitsuka.
Gaijutsuka or Gaijutsu.
So if you just said I'm a vampire artist, then people would be like giving you blood. You'd be happy as Lord.
It's true. It is true. That is true.
I've always thought of Japan like in the sense of their view of the states as the kid you beat up and you drop their pants and they're walking around with their shitty underwear, but they're walking around saying I beat you while walking around in their shitty underwear with their pants down. What are you gonna do? You let them just talk and say, yeah, you did beat me. Even though you're walking around in your underwear that are shitty. I've always thought they do know that subconsciously they know the truth, but it's like it's so old and it's so outdated to them.
Yeah.
They really don't care, and I don't blame them.
Oh yeah, they're so beyond it. It's so true. You're absolutely right. Yeah, most of them don't know about the war at all. It's like they really just don't know it even happened to the younger generation. It's so true. Yeah, but go on. Yeah.
When your way of life is so advanced, and it's just you're in this country that is just rich.
Yeah.
To the point of when you talked about the crime rate there, it's really done by foreigners.
Yeah.
And it's mind-boggling. Yeah. And it's one of the things where it really does make me sad in the sense of, man, if only we could have just actually be civilized. And it's not even winning. It's just being a civilized nation.
Yes.
So, it's very much to me Narnia, in the sense that it's a country that I will, before, God willing, I'm going to visit Japan. That's one of my countries on my bucket list.
That would be
Probably,
wonderful. Yeah.
probably more than even seeing the Aztec ruins in Mexico. Because, to me, I just think it'll be a great way to compare, a winner rather than, the kid that got beat up and, walk around in his underwear.
Where we're at now. Yes, we're all stranded here on the
Yeah.
darkest of all continents. Yes. Oh, no, I love that analogy. By the way, how comfortable are you sharing with? Did I? Now, you had some familiarity with some of this technology, and I want to make certain that I communicate it correctly because I was trying to talk to my dentist the other day, and I was telling her, oh, I understand there was a friend of mine who went down south of the border and had some dental treatments done, and it sounded to me almost as if they were doing certain things with the root of his tooth that helped him grow new tissue or something of that nature, where it would make, I was trying to tell her about some of the work that was done down there.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe you and I should talk about this privately, but I was just,
Right.
I don't think I described
Well,
it very well. She made it, she said, I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, well, I probably did. I'm not communicating it correctly. But yeah, it sounded like what you're familiar with is more advanced than what they even have in the United States. And that's my impression. Is that not the case?
look, here's the one thing Americans don't understand, okay? And this is actually on the bright side, okay? So this is why I'm telling you, I'm tempted, okay? I really am. TJ is very much a metropolis, okay? TJ's is very much a metropolis. When I mean TJ, it's Tijuana, okay? It's very much a city, Doug, okay?
Yeah.
There's skyscrapers now. It's not a bunch of shacks and strip joints and bars. There is that area, but outside of it, there's a lot of tourism. There's a lot of Asians that live there. There's a lot of people in San Diego go there daily. Okay, when you live in San Diego, you're gonna go to TJ at least once a week.
Right.
Especially anybody in business, anybody that deals with banking, anything to do with the economy. You're gonna go to TJ because there's a big client base there. The restaurants are great. Is there military police? Is there cartels? Yes, but it's almost like Vegas, where you're not going to go back in the 60s and 50s, even the 70s. You're not going to go to the Stardust and try to, act a fool, and because the mob's going to take you to that room and tune you up.
Yes.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with TJ. If you go to a brothel there and you decide to smoke weed, they're gonna kill you. So there's rules there. Obviously, their drug enforcement's actually really tough, really they've modernized a lot. And as far as dental work, what was related to me is they get your plasma. What they do is they extract your plasma, and they actually make an implant with your plasma.
Holy shit.
So it can mate better with your bone. So what it does, it regenerates your bone to that implant, and it starts fortifying that implant.
God damn, that's incredible. See, I was trying to tell her that, and she just thought,
Right.
she just thought I was, she just thought I didn't even know what I was talking about, which I didn't in terms of my ability to communicate it. But
No.
that's incredible. That is so fucking advanced. They don't have that here.
Right.
They don't have that here. They got nothing like that here.
Right. This is why I wanted to ask you that. I don't know if sugar daddy or I find it weird to call him sugar daddy, but it is what it is.
It's just his to hide his identity. That's all. It's just
Right. I'm surprised that they haven't told you about this. They use your own plasma to regenerate your bone, and this is where you can have implants be more effective.
Yeah.
So they're using your own plasma in a sense.
That's incredible.
But it's it's very much very modern. Okay,
To
it's
say
kind
the
of like
least.
saying, you know,
That's beyond modern. That's
certain,
bleeding edge. That's
certain,
bleeding edge technology.
right. But a lot of what people don't understand is when you are not as prejudiced as the United States is, and when you allow countries to have influence in your educational system, technology, when you share technology with the world, you get innovation. And this is where the United States has not been doing. We're still stuck in, you know, we're still stuck in this just backwards mind.
Thank you.
And, you know, and this is the future, really. And I say that because this is where great empires either fall or they have to adjust. And this is what I think where you're trying to get into is
Yes.
my sister actually was telling me that she went to Spain, right?
Yeah.
And my sister works a lot with the consulates.
Yeah.
And you know, when you deal in that type of level, and obviously the funeral business is when you really get into the funeral business, it's a lot to do with relationships. Okay. A lot to do with diplomacy with other funeral homes because you're dealing with people,
Yes.
right?
Absolutely.
And especially in the land community where everybody buries, you're gonna run into a lot of people of different walks, and it's almost like even people from different cultures. My sister was telling me that she had to bury someone from Ethiopia.
Wow.
She had to bury somebody from Norway, Norwegians, and she had to go to their consulate because there's a lot of people want to be buried in their homeland.
Of course.
So, you know, you start learning about other cultures, and you know, you start understanding how, you know, our views are very just backwards.
Yeah.
And I say this, you know, this is where, you know, the United States really, it just, and I think a lot of it too is social media. You know, we need to ban, you know, news like Fox News and
Absolutely.
just these bigoted outlets because they're just hurting the psyche. It really is a mind war. Michael
Yes.
Kino did his very much best to just disrupt and just, you know, it's very much that psyop really is with us. Okay, it's the mind that really just, like I said, I have to go back to my loved one. You're your own worst enemy because you allow things to enter your mind,
Yes.
and you just it actually really integrated a lot of what we could. We actually did integrate people from the UN as far as countries have influence in our country, as far as technology sharing,
Yes.
which, you know, we do share. The problem is it's with the Russians
Yes.
or it's the Israelis, which
Yes.
Israelis don't give a shit about us.
Yeah.
You know, I had a family relative that went to Israel because obviously he's a Christian, right? He's a, you know, one of these outright Christians, and he was bragging that he went to Israel. I'm like, what are you doing there? What are you talking about? I'm like, you do realize they spit on you. They don't give a shit. They spit on real Jews, let alone
True.
You're really a dog to them.
Yes.
You're just a dog that is up their ass. You know,
Yes.
like you're not respected.
It's true.
You know, you that's one of the things that, you know, they don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that, you know, they're not respected, but it's right in your face. You know, they're killing Christians in the Gaza Strip. There's actual
Yes.
Christians that live there.
Yes.
So, you know,
And Lebanon,
when you
of
start,
course. Yes.
right,
Continue.
when you start getting in these subjects, people lose their mind. They go in denial. They get defensive, and you see the insanity. You see the psyop they have that you're literally breaking my world, and I'm not going to accept it. I can't accept it. No, you're lying.
Jesus.
There it is.
Yeah.
So if people really do dissolve, like the witch from Wizard of Oz,
Yes.
they melt. They melt. When it's so apropos because I have to mention Peter Moon. Anytime you actually counter Peter Moon with actual logic,
Yes.
you told him, hey, you might not want to summon this because
Yes.
you're going to die
Yes.
or you're going to go crazy. It's probably not wise to take those spell books because it's going to come back to you. And, you know, it's amazing how you and Brendan tracked that storm.
That
to his residence.
Yes.
Literally, it stopped at Long Island.
Yes.
Well, it's because it followed you back. You summoned something you couldn't banish.
Yes.
And it's like, hell, you can watch a Harry Potter movie and you could have learned that,
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's one of these things where, I have to view the world how it is right now, and it is what it is, you have to keep your sanity. Definitely, that's one of the things me is I have to, you can't stay in one mindset like that, because it does, Doug. It's overwhelming, and it f's with you,
Yes.
very much. And it's not even worth it. It's really not even worth it.
Yeah.
You have to be aware, though.
Yeah, no, I thank you profoundly for that. I'd like you to share this with your loved one who's going through all of the pain and the grief right now. Is that it's important to compare his situation to a man who's had a career. And the biggest problem with the overwhelming majority of men in particular is that men get very mono-fixated on their identity being completely fused with some sort of function. Often either historically as a warrior, or more modern, progressive civilization has reinvented man to identify themselves as a provider, which means that they're all locked up and wrapped up in their career. So the majority of men identify with their sense of career identity, and then when they lose their job, well, the majority of them get suicidal. And so in his case, it's not a career, but it was his faith. His faith in his religious community was such that, in a sense, that was functioning for him the way a career would function for your average working man. And then when they lose that, then their sense of identity is lost as well. So what he really lost, at least transitionally, was his identity, which he needs to reformulate. So I'll talk to you privately about that. We should be able to get some private time in this week to talk about that, but that's a good start. Does that make sense? Is that cool?
No, and that does make sense, but really it's reality. Reality really, they show their true colors. Okay. People, and the thing about it is relationships is about conflict, in a sense of relationships have to go to a test. Okay. And what I told, when I mentioned you about you having people that I definitely don't care about, or not things I care about, I just don't really interact with, it's because I don't take it personally that you interact with these individuals.
Right.
Even in the past, even with Peter Moon, I didn't really care. Peter Moon did not like me. Okay. He was very much, he didn't care about me. Not that he had nothing against me, but it's almost like,
it was horrific. It was horrific. Just to describe to our listeners, Peter Moon, whenever I would bring up Sammy Romero, Peter Moon's response would be something like, "Oh, he's one of the good ones." Like, it's so beyond offensive.
It's hilarious. I mean, I don't care. It probably did me good not to pick a fight with him. Yes. But it's also, I don't care. I don't put energy into that. I frankly don't care. But when I did question about, Dr. Louis Anderson being an Evanescer, he didn't want to believe it. And I mentioned to you prior, I believe when I did question to you about that, he wasn't there. But obviously when you told him that, he made that stupid poem, like, you can be Evanescer. And, but the reason why I had but the reason why I had to question it is because I kind of had to put you on the spot. Like, didn't Doug's dad even mention that he saw him, in the rainbow? What do you call it?
It was Project
Eldridge?
Project Rainbow, and it was the USS Eldridge, and the popular conception of that, or the way the public knows about it, is they use the term Philadelphia Experiment, which was, of course, not the formal title. But go on, yes.
Right, or Operation Castle Bravo. Bravo in
Castle Bravo was where my dad encountered him. Yes, personally. Yes.
Right.
Yes, he learned about him. He learned about him first during the Philadelphia Experiment incident. But yes, that's where he encountered him, was Castle Bravo. But yes, continue. Yeah, and you'll remember later on, Peter Moon then Peter Moon was forced to then begin to acknowledge that Dr. David Lewis Anderson was an FNSer, always by saying, "Oh, I'll neither confirm nor deny that." And that attitude. He finally had to. In the end, but continue. Yeah, you get the point. What I'm saying.
My point is this. Okay.
Not to defend Peter at all. I'm just saying he was forced to adapt.
No, of course. But my point is, I have to kind of test people as far as their interpretation of your information.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
Because, just like I had to meet you, okay? The reason why I meet you in person, because I want to know if you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Okay?
Understood.
Yes, you have purple eyes. Yes, you have purple eyes.
Yes.
Do you look like you're, Adolf Hitler? Yes, you do look like him. Except, your eyes are slightly slanted, but you're quarter Japanese, so, not quite. You're the Caucasian version of Asians.
Yes.
But no, you are who you say you are, okay? But at the same time, I'm not gonna be, and you showed me a lot, okay? I see my experience with you. It was the hottest day of the year. The Golden State Warriors won the NBA title, so there was a bunch of, and that's what actually made it more safer, in my opinion. Okay?
It's true. It did.
There's a bunch of people walking around in jerseys. You had a crowd everywhere. So if something to me, it made it more harder to pull a stunt, whoever the opposition was.
Yes,
it made it kind of hard for them because there was a lot of people walking around San Francisco in basketball jerseys and pier going to the pier and Fisherman's Wharf. So it was a very much a day where I guess I was meant to meet you because it was long. Yeah. It was extremely hot, but definitely when I went to Presidio, yeah, it's the real deal. That place it's filled with death. It's filled with pain. I wouldn't want to be there at night, because it's beautiful. It's a beautiful park, but like I said, even the trees where they're aligned, it's like they stare at you. Yeah. But it's not just trees. It's just the ambiance. It's the vibe. It's whatever was done there. It still lingers there. Okay. Yes. Whatever spells were cast there, they're still there. The vibe is still there. And, if the people in the know about it, Letterman Army Medical Center, it's there. Obviously, it's, the Star Wars of Lucasfilm. This is where, they're centered at, but it makes a lot of sense because George Lucas was involved in all this.
That's true.
As far as his background, all the movies, I just saw Raiders of the Lost Ark. There's so much bullshit as far as the Third Reich. It's so much saturated with a lot of misinformation about the Third Reich, yes. Which it's very much, it gives him a Kino-ish as far as influence too.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was an advisor to that, because
very much so. I mean, remember his old website showed Aquino dressed as Indiana Jones. He simply photoshopped his own head onto his body. Yes, go on.
Right, but it in a lot of ways, Aquino took a lot from you in a sense of influence. It gives me a lot of realization that you had a lot of influence in his life. Okay.
Yes.
Many people don't understand who Colonel Aquino was in the sense of his narcissism, okay? Even hearing him speak, okay? And yes, I imitate him, but I imitate him because, yes, he's a creep. Yes, he's obviously someone I wouldn't want to be around, but he's also very charismatic. And I can see you hanging around with him. Not, I'm not saying you were his best friend as far as, actually liking him, but when you work with someone, like I did, I worked with, the airline that I worked with, I worked alongside, Chinese people and especially from the mainline. Yeah. You grow a liking to them. They're like, they grow on you. So yeah. I can.
Well, in a working situation, you force yourself to see the positive aspects of who you're working with simply to preserve your own sanity, if nothing else.
Of course. Of course, I mean you ate a brain taco. That's that's definitely. I can see you eating a brain taco, and I'm being facetious, obviously, but the ganglia paste, whatever. But
yes.
what I'm trying to say is it all lines up. It definitely all lines up, but in a lot of ways, he took a lot from he learned from you and implemented in his own sick way to his own persona. And 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 all this comes to me because people pillow talk to their significant other. So even his significant other attacking you when you talked about Lilith, and we're talking about the spiritual. I don't want to massacre it.
Yes, well, we could say the archetypal Lilith, yeah, as opposed to the person.
Right.
Yes.
Right, the archetypal. But when you got attacked by his significant other, his partner, it was out of left field,
yes.
And you did what you did as far as deconstruct, and it was almost like admission of guilt,
yes.
A lot of that, it comes to mind, and it's just if you know Doug's story, everything just gets confirmed,
yes.
and you have to sometimes just shake your head like, man, this is wild. And I was watching the Ninja Turtles movie, and I'm like, it reminded me of what you talked about with the cryptids, as far as your dad talking about, invading a ship, and
yes.
you go on these things that you learn from you, and it gets wild. And I'm not even mentioning the Lovecraft stuff.
Yes.
You touch here and there, but what I'm trying to tell the listeners is Doug definitely is a compass. You're a compass in the sense of, it seems wild and out of this world, but it's because you lived it, and you're here, and you're sane, to the best of your ability. But
to a degree,
you're still here. Yeah, to a degree. I mean, come on. I mean, you laugh at at murder. I hear you laugh at murder, and you have this sense of humor that can be cringy, but at the same time, it's funny because you've seen the worst of humanity, and you're a product of your environment, like I said. But definitely, this is the world that we live in, and as far as being associated with you, yeah, it's one of the things that you kind of got to take in consideration. I mean, hell, I was stalked by someone was performing witchcraft right outside my door in a storm.
That's right. That's right.
When
the Bruja.
Yeah, they had trinkets, and they were pretty much had this altar right next to my where I lived at. And this is very urban area. This is where I used to live at. So it's just out of the blue. But what I mean is you've been validated as far as my book. You've been validated so many times that it's not even a question. It's just, I think a lot of times this is why I think people sometimes take a sabbatical from you.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them. I really don't. It's intense. It's really intense. I mean, you name it, but everybody has gone through their encounters. I hear Brendan, went through his, and I'm sure he continued to. I mean, and it's really just a validation of how much there's opposition towards you, but like I said, it's part of really being around someone that's validated, and definitely you are.
Yeah. Thank
You're
you.
a made man.
I appreciate that profoundly. And it's bless you, and believe me, I pray for your family often, and things really seemed to have at least stabilized in your department when it came to the occult assault. So that's good.
I'll tell you what. Okay, I'll tell you what. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not that they've been stabilized. I'm aware. Okay. I'm very aware. It's just, how can I say it? When you expect something, you just expect it, okay?
Yeah.
Even the profession that I work with, okay? You encounter stuff that you kind of have to just. It's like seeing that girl in the chapel, okay?
Yeah.
Seeing that little girl in the chapel. It's like they're there.
For those of you who don't know, what Sammy is talking about is that there's a very young girl who is there in a chapel that both Sammy's sister in particular and Sammy himself and others have come to accept as essentially a resident spirit that watches. but doesn't seem to interfere. But do you ever feel that is there ever a sense of guilt that you can't help her to the other side, or does that feel like it's unnecessary? Does she project kind of an aura of that she's at peace and just kind of watching, that she's just kind of happy where she's at? I don't know if there's a way to express it otherwise.
I mean, I don't bother. I don't provoke.
Right, of course
But
not.
what I can say is, I try to neutralize the environment. For example, my sister's office, I put a really nice picture of our parents.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
And that kind of neutralizes the vibe. Okay. And I'm not saying, it's like it's haunted, but it's really your intent. It's like it's like your presence. Okay. You know when someone's presence is a bad one. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
The person can change a room just by entering it. Okay.
Oh God, yeah.
Seeing you for the first
Yeah.
seeing you for the first time, I'm like, okay, yeah, Doug's a little different. You're unique. You wear these platform shoes, and it fits you. Even my wife said that's his style. There's nothing. What are you gonna do? And that's fine. I'm accepting by it. But what I can tell you is this spirit of this little girl. It's there. It's just she's always been there, and it's somewhere where she feels comfortable. So that's the best way I can put it. I don't try to I don't try to complicate things. It's just how things are.
But by the way, there's
really,
continue. Complete your thought. Complete your thought.
oh, and you have to realize too, a lot of the reasons why there's a lot of activity is because people's essence, blood has been drawn there of hundreds of people. So, there's going to be little essence of people regardless.
Quite a lot, actually, but go on. Yeah, quite a lot.
A lot. Well, a lot. So there's a lot of mixture. It's almost like a hospital.
Yeah.
The hospitals are haunted, but
you feel the weight. You feel the weight in these places. When you go there, you feel the weight upon you in hospitals or funeral homes or yes. Continue. Yeah.
Right, but it stabilizes. To me, it stabilizes a lot as far as what you put in there, the type of people you allow in there. My sister does not allow no drinking. She doesn't allow no shouting. You can't be. She really much de-escalates people that are emotional, and a lot of emotions are in seeing your loved one. But at the same time, you have to put things at bay. Is what I'm trying to say. As far as people arousing bad energy is the best way I can put it. I don't know if you kind of get my drift.
I understand. What I wanted to share with you now that Brendan Zogid has returned, Brendan he had to do something, but now that Brendan's back with us, I was hoping Brendan would also share with Sammy what Brendan and I discussed in terms of what happened with Brooke Gibson and all of us. And by the way, for those of you who want to know an update on Brooke, I don't know other than the last time I spoke to her, she seemed okay, but hopefully we'll find out more about her in the near future. It's sad, but other than that, we just hope she's doing well. Everybody keep her in your thoughts and prayers. But with Brendan, one of the things we noticed is that when she first started seeing Michael Aquino, Brooke Gibson, meaning that she literally saw him in our window, and he first appeared to her daughter Lola, and the reason we knew it was Michael Aquino was because Lola began hearing voices describing them, and she began to describe the individual looking at her through the window, and it was always the same window, and she described Michael Aquino physically perfectly, which of course was impossible because there's less and less of Michael Aquino to be found on the internet. It's very hard to find anything about Michael Aquino on the internet, and her daughter Lola had no interest in the individual, but she began to physically see him and describe him, and then Brooke began to see him as well. And okay, Sammy says, have to go, see you later, my apologies. But the point I was going to make to Sammy, and hopefully he's listening, is that we get the feeling that Michael Aquino's interest in Brooke Gibson and Brendan Zogid, and with myself it's a given, is almost benign. It's really, at this point, it's like, in my case, and Brendan can help describe it. It's almost like he's bemused. And kind of beyond whatever sense of betrayal he felt about me. And this incites a rage in the Edomites. It's this insane jealousy, which is what was felt by Peter Moon. Yeah, go on, please.
Yeah, and that weird dream I had, he was like, he mentioned you, but it just seemed like oh yeah, he has issues, but you know, Doug's not a bad guy or something like that. That was like the general vibe I got. Like it wasn't like, oh, I hate him, stop dealing with him. It was just like, you know, like Doug's, you know, he's a basket case or something. Like he considered you, like, it was almost endearing, you know, like when you talk about a family member or something.
Yeah, like crazy uncle or something.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's, you know, he's a problem, but you know, he's not bad. But like, you know, like I said, allegedly, I was, you know, the dream happened right after I was on your show.
Yeah.
Trust me, I don't watch videos like all these other people.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're not looking for this. Yeah, just so people understand, I don't consider that a dream. It was like an astral visit. It's basically Brendan got an astral visit. It was almost like they were tea. It was almost like tea, right? Like tea time, kind of. Tea.
No, literally, we were sitting and drinking something. Yeah, it was like coffee or tea. In one of those buildings that kind of looked like the Presidio or like barrack, like.
Right.
It was strange.
No, that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. By the way, we welcome
with
Holly.
Like fluorescent lights. There was like some weird fluorescent
That's
light
it.
kind of office building.
Of course, it would have to be fluorescent lights. Yes, go on. No, it's true. That's what they had. So, all those buildings. Go on.
Yeah, it must have been like some kind of some barrack or something, some U.S. Gov building.
Yeah.
But it was just strange.
Oh, it's perfect. But by the way,
but it wasn't like you said. It wasn't like an attack. It wasn't any kind of. I didn't feel any kind of weirdness about it.
Or malice.
It was just like this.
Yeah.
What?
Or malice? No weirdness or malice?
No, there was no malice at all. It was just like he wanted to see what I was up to.
That makes perfect sense.
Some weird...
No, that's Holly. She's getting ready to respond. I want Heather Holman to know. Please, Heather, if you're out there, do come back. I didn't acknowledge you or Holly because I felt both of you knew that I was aware of you. I was aware of both of you. Now, many times I'm not, but today is one of those days where I am because I'm just like, you know, here to be here more than to do any analysis tonight. But Heather, please come back if you can. We love you dearly. Love you, Heather. Do come back if you can. Thank you so much for being you, and do come back and share yourself with us. And bring Vin if you can. And dear Holly is with us now, and so Holly, welcome back aboard. And yes, sorry I didn't acknowledge you earlier, but I just want to make sure we got a lot of the intense stuff out with Sammy while we were privileged to have his company with us, because he's always here just for short periods of time before he can, before he has to return to daddy duty. So Holly, you okay? How are you doing?
Yeah, I was out in the show.
Glitchy.
And
glitchy.
Sound like the bull.
Feeling need to.
Yeah, you're really glitching you. They're really glitching you, Holly. So if you can yeah.
Right. I'm trying to get it in the
perfect
place so it's not too close or
there
too
we
far.
Are. Got you. A little better.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay. It was in a new spot.
Okay.
Wonderful show, and Sammy's always great, and had a lot of thoughts. I forget what they are now, pertaining to the dialogue. So it's all good.
Well, one of the things we were talking about was the haunting of these funeral parlors. He is now working with the dead, and basically helping to, I believe, prepare bodies for review by the families. Basically embalming and presentation of the bodies. And
I would have asked, does she do cremations too, or I think they're just burials?
Oh, I think there's just burials on her part. It's a good question.
Yeah,
but I think it's just burials.
That's the gist I feel it is.
Yeah. In fact, I'm certain of it. I would bet on it. I would bet the farm on that.
Yeah.
So can you do me a favor, Holly? Now that you're here, I'll be right back. If, with your permission, can Brendan, are you still with us? Aristides, can someone hold a conversation with Holly?
Aristides,
Yeah. Hey, dear
I'm
Aristides. Yeah.
here.
better.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
here.
Excellent.
All
Glad to see
right,
you,
man.
Aristides. Yeah.
Thank goodness.
And so what I'll do is just take a short break. I'll be right back. I'm not doing anything in particular, but I just need to rinse mostly the
Yeah.
taste of Coca-Cola out of my mouth because it's my habit on that. All right, so all right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go mute.
Right.
All right. Whoosh. Hi, man. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Good. Good. I did have one headline jump out for me.
Yeah.
I checked
Okay.
later in the day. Oh yeah, there was something else I was hoping. I don't know if you're on a keyboard, but apparently some poor schmoes, I believe in Idaho, firemen got called out to a brush fire
Uh-huh.
and took a lot of rifle fire.
Oh.
And it was
If
just
so,
breaking. Yeah, so they didn't know anything when the story was first out. And I don't know what's come out since, but that kind of jumped out.
fireman shot in Idaho.
Yeah, that's gnarly.
Let's
My
see.
God.
Officer still under fire. Wait, how is this like
Still,
going?
whoa.
Ongoing? How long does this last? 2 dead after apparent ambush of first responders.
Oh.
This is just recently posted in the last hour, but I don't know.
Yeah, like I say, it didn't
Still
come out till
going.
later in the day at all. But wow, that's going to shake things up a little bit in the public services, firefighter world. My God. Probably still don't have any detail on if it's MAGA or not, which I'm automatically presuming it is.
I don't know.
Government hater, big government haters.
Yeah, but I don't.
I'd lay my money on that, but
still,
time will
I
tell.
don't think that most of those types would be want to just say, "Oh, I'm going to shoot firefighters." Like,
It's been a bit of a thing. Remember they were threatening the FEMA workers after the flood in North Carolina, pretty seriously.
Because there were some, I think, impressions there about how they were handling and controlling a situation. But it's like, what were they fighting the fire bad? They're like, of all government guys, firefighters are like angels,
I ain't
mean?
saying
they're
it's irrational, but I
it's not
bet
like
it's
they're
a
the
white guy.
cops.
Is there any indication that it's more than one shooter?
I don't know. I'm just clicking around. It's
Okay.
it might take a little bit to get a big read on it.
Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
dead.
I'm wondering if it's some kind of militia action, and it is Idaho, right?
Yeah. But I don't think it'd be your normal like MAGA types. It's something kind of.
I wonder if they were colored firefighters, which is all the rage now.
It's something deeper. It could be, like some type of accelerationist or something, But
yeah, we'll see. I don't think it's jihad. But yeah, time will tell. But that's
there. At least in just given the headlines, there's not a lot of information on.
No.
Other than I'm sure in some of these articles, but I can't like read all the articles, figure it out.
Right. No, don't worry about that. But Douglas should be informed. Is what I'm thinking. Yeah, man. He better hurry up and whoosh. Great hearing from Sammy. Hi, Brendan, wherever you are. Hi, Heather, wherever you are. Support support Douglas Dietrich, all your might, America, or the world. A worldwide appeal. Keep listening and send him some money for it, because it's priceless information.
Yes.
And push that like button, right?
That's right.
Push that like button.
Upvote. Yeah.
Yeah, upvote his
And,
ass.
Ton of money. PayPal's there. So.
Mm-hmm. So what else is going on? How's the weather where you are?
Sure. It's been had a weird really super hot. We had a weird like cold day, so like a front came through and then back to regular hot, but like just super muggy, like,
Do you get lightning?
there can be when it's storm.
Yeah, okay. Did you have in this period, did you get much?
I didn't see much lightning. There was storm
With the hot and cold and all that?
Yeah. Yeah, that will happen, but
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say
Yeah,
anything
just
close
curious.
this time. But
Alrighty.
now it's just a normal hot, but super super muggy. And you're wait,
Yeah.
where are you, California? Yeah, you don't even know anything about that.
Yeah, we get fog here, mercifully, because it doesn't rain a drop from spring to winter. So it gets pretty dry. Storms are different here than the East Coast, for sure. Very different.
Well,
Yeah, is what it is.
It cannot
But
rain,
that's-
but it just you want to say the humidity, but it's the humidity at temperature, which is like measured by the dew point, if you know what that is.
I
Like
do.
nobody complains that it's very humid when it's 62 degrees.
That's right.
Yeah, but
That's
when it's
right.
very humid and it's 88,
Right.
then that's a problem.
Well, that's what that heat dome event's supposed to be all about. And when it happened actually in Portland, of all places, they called it a wet bulb event, which is kind of disgusting. But supposedly, when the temperature gets to 100-ish and the humidity level.
Just got back. So I'm just so I just heard that.
Thank you.
Temperature 100, humidity level. You mean like Brendan Zogut's home right now? He says he's roasting and he needs to get a fan because he says.
Yeah, poor guy.
Hey, what does he say here? It's 88 degrees inside. Gotta go buy fan. Getting roasted.
You can't sleep in 88 degrees at night. You can't do it.
Is that your place right now? Because is that your place as well right now? Because you are also in California.
No.
You're also in California.
Yeah, totally different.
Okay.
The weather can be drastically different within 5 miles of one place to another here.
Definitely.
So no, we're pretty lucky here with that. But I was just saying the heat dome effect. Supposedly, if the temperature gets up near 100 and the humidity also gets up near 100, that's the breaking point, and that's when you boil in your own skin.
No, what you're talking about?
How did we get on this?
You can't sweat it out. Killing time talking about the goddamn weather.
Yeah, this is how's the weather conversation. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Now, what you're talking about is it's a wet bulb advisory, and wet bulb is when they have
that's disgusting.
They have 2 thermometers, and one of them has a wet sock on it. A sock that's just below that is in a water bath, so that so that the little bulb of the thermometer is always wet, and that represents you if you had sweat, right?
Right.
So if it's not humid, can
sweat.
That if it's not humid, that little sock is going to experience cooling because of the evaporation, and it's going to have a lower temperature than the other one.
Yeah.
Now, if it's like basically all the way humid, there will be no difference. Because which equates to your sweat will not work, and that's what we experience out here. That's what we get out here, and you fuckers in California will never, nobody's like to live like that. But you could just sweat and sweat.
Right, except it happened in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, and it relates to the dew point. Really, is the real measure of discomfort. Because when the air is warm and humid, it's not cool and humid, but warm humid air has even more water in it than cool humid air.
That's right.
So, and that's what
That's right.
I know what the wet bulb advisories are, because the government will do that kind of thing. They'll put them out, and then it'll mean like, so what that means is when it reaches a certain value or whatever, is that and the people working outside have a potential for heat stroke and collapse and
old
serious
people
health
with
risk.
no
Right.
ventilation. Yeah.
Jesus.
Right, because not just that it's hot, but it's hot and you're like your sweat's not gonna work.
Right.
It's just too humid.
Oh,
But when it's 88 degrees at night without a fan, forget about it. Now, tell Brendan, they make small fans that you can put ice in.
wow, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a swamp cooler.
Yeah, you listening,
make
Brendan?
small
You listening, Brendan?
By the time you spend for a fan, get yourself a little swamp cooler that you can put ice in.
Cool.
And crank that thing up so you can get through the night.
Yeah, that sounds great, and
Yeah.
I mean, for him, I mean, of course, in me, the case is, I can't even imagine. I would probably thrive in such an environment.
You very well might.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Your place is 88 degrees at all times.
yes. Oh, you know me too well. So in terms of okay, so
so we did have the headline of the afternoon
mm-hmm.
that is just kind of jumping out
Okay, what is it?
about how a bunch of poor schmuck firefighters in Idaho were out on a brush fire, and at least one shooter opened fire on them.
Yeah. Well,
That's quite something, and killed a couple so far.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So
How do you like that?
So what are you getting this from what Brendan Zoget said? The DW, this Deutsche Welle, meaning it's a German. The Germans are reporting on this, so this is obviously world news at this point.
Oh no, I missed him speaking about it.
Oh, he didn't speak about it. No, he just put the link in on the.
Oh yeah, okay.
Right, like right now. So I was thinking, were you looking at that link, or you heard this from media otherwise? You heard this from media
otherwise.
Okay.
Otherwise.
Yeah. So no, this is a.
So I'm wondering if there was more than one shooter.
Well, it's a good question. That's what they're saying here. It's basically.
Was this a militia action?
It may well be. I mean, this is the German news says U.S., meaning that to the German news, this is foreign news. They say at least 2 killed in ambush on firefighters in Idaho. Of course, where the fuck else? Anyhow, the sheriff said police were fired at by at least one sniper after firefighters.
At least.
Yeah, after
Watch,
fighters.
that'll turn into one.
Yeah, depends.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. I hear you though. I appreciate your cynicism.
Every time.
Yeah.
Okay.
After firefighters were deployed to a blaze near, help me pronounce this, Coeur d'Alene.
Heart of the Lion.
Yeah, in the northwestern state of Idaho. Authorities warned that the incident. Okay, so I'll have to open it for getting the rest of this. And okay,
that's hatred to government, I guarantee.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Hatred of government.
Oh, right.
It's the government.
Right.
It's the government.
Oh, yeah. It makes sense.
But
makes sense.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's jihad, but I don't think so.
No. It's white trash shit. White trash shit.
I'm.
They warned.
That's my bet.
Yeah. What did they say? Authorities warned that.
Especially in Coeur d'Alene, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Oh my lord!
For those of you who don't know what she's talking about, if it's Northwest Idaho, that's like is that in the Panhandle? I guess. Anyhow.
Yeah, up there,
yeah.
kind of central, the heart.
Okay, there we are. So
so scary.
So authorities warned that the incident is still active. It's not scary, honey. It's Idaho. It's like if first off, for those of you who do not know, to our listeners,
their munitions though are staggering.
Yeah.
In the garage.
Yeah.
Everybody's garage is like stacked up with rocket launchers and shit.
Yeah.
Just waiting for an excuse. Swear to God.
She's not exaggerating. Yeah. So for those of you who do not know, Basically, our dear Holly is speaking from a humanitarian standpoint, and she is, of course, talking about her concern about how this could escalate. By the way, Tokyo Bloker says,
Not so much though,
yeah.
but the ramifications for, aid workers
Yeah.
are interesting. Remember how they tried to back down the FEMA folks in North Carolina for the floods? Don't
Oh,
come on my
God.
land and help me. That kind of thing.
Well, good. Let them die.
Like trying to give them free shit. Yeah, well, but I'm saying, then when they don't come, they're pissed off too. So you can't win it.
It's well, yeah, you can win it. Just don't come. Just don't. Yeah, give the red states no fucking aid. It's the red states on.
Amen.
Yeah, that's if
Amen.
Yeah, it's
Send some goddamn military in there.
Yeah, send the military in there. They're obviously going to be needed here.
Yeah, we'll handle our problems.
Yeah, but in terms of for those of you who do not know out there who might be listening, and before I get into this, remind me to come back to Idaho. Let me get some things out of the way first.
Please.
Yeah. So the first thing I need to get out of the way is thanks to all of our contributors, and we will get to Aristides. Aristides obviously contributed a loan, which I will pay back to him, and without that I couldn't make rent. We don't want to rely too much on Team Dietrich because we don't want to overuse Team Dietrich's resources. But this was an extraordinarily bad month. But I do want people to know that that enormous contributions were made towards my rent, and honestly, we would have gone a long way towards making rent. But I definitely needed that loan from Aristides to buffer everything so that it would be super stable. And but of course that will explain later why I have this contempt for Nemo Albano, and I'll get to that eventually because it has to do with a money thing. And when it comes to the money that I need, I have to make sacrifices. Obviously, to pay Aristides back this month, I just don't see V this month. Meaning, in the month of July, I don't see V, and then I'll see her again in August. But so I have to make some sacrifices in order to just pay Aristides back, for instance, in this case. And for that reason, we're going to raise money, as much money as we can, so that maybe, I don't know, maybe I can see V this month, in the month of July. It's not necessary that I do so, but it's one of these things that just keeps me in balance monthly, seeing her once a month for my cosmetology services. Now, all such being said, that every month I'm on the precipice of potential homelessness without help from all of you. And of course, because I put out the call for aid, a lot of you responded. So I already thanked the two wonderful gentlemen who contributed towards my rent, and that was in the last episode. I would have to go back through my files to see what their names were. In other words, I'd have to open up the transcripts of the last episode to find out who I thanked last time in terms of the gentlemen. Now, in terms of the people who made contributions this time, I'm going to open up the donations received and see if they asked to be maintained in anonymity or not. So if they don't request anonymity, I am going to identify them to thank them, and I pray they do not mind. Hopefully I do not make a mistake. So there's this wonderful lady in Austria who contributed $50 United States. She did not request anonymity, so I think it will be safe to mention her name. Honestly, she should be fine. Claudia Romberg. So Claudia Romberg says, keep on going. So Goddess bless you, Claudia Romberg in Austria and the Österreich. And with that, we have the extra $100 United States contributed by Brooke Hagberg in Canada. And Brooke Hagberg, of course, contributes $100 through an auto payment monthly, but on top of that, she contributed another $100 United States. I love you dearly, Brooke Hagberg. Honestly, we'll have to get together sometime. And let's just make sure that happens someday where we meet each other. I do owe you quite a bit, and am forever in your debt. Now, aside from that, of course, let's see who else we can find that made a contribution. I'm looking up my PayPal records, and what's this one? Oh, that's so cute. That's from Amy Como. And let's take a look at my other files here. And Aaron Tice contributed 100 United States dollars. He also contributed earlier during his visit. So altogether this month, I believe Aaron Tice contributed far more than I can count during his visit, and 100 United States dollars by PayPal. So, you know, we love you dearly, Aaron Tice. Hugs, our love to your family. And then, of course, there's Aristides, who contributed 650 United States dollars, which I will pay back because we need to balance that back out, because I'm going to beg him to order something for me later anyway, some old maps that I want. So I'll make certain he gets that payback so we can pursue that, because he's got the research capacity to look for some of these old maps that I'm looking for. And in terms so a message from our dear Brendan, and hopefully he comes back on. If you can come back on, Brendan, do so. Okay, good, he's back on. So did you hear what Holly suggested? Did you hear what Holly suggested about the heat?
What did she suggest?
Holly, tell her.
Get a little. They have them now. These little swamp coolers that you can load up with ice.
Huh.
And then blow that on you at night. But by the time you spend on a fan, go the extra mile and get you one of
40
those.
centigrade. I'm cooked no matter what.
You can't sleep in that. It's impossible without some kind of breeze.
It's insane.
No, you can't do it. But these little units, they're pretty good.
Yeah. It's 88 degrees right now. 88 indoors.
No, I can hardly sleep over 60, 65.
I'm so
Jesus.
sorry.
Shit, that's like morgue temperatures. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know why. That's how I am, though. Even in the 70s, it gets a little rough.
Personally,
So,
I would thrive where where Brendan is right now. I would love to be in a room that's 88 degrees, and
everyone says that until you're cooking in 40 centigrade.
Oh man, no! You get yourself a little swamp cooler that you can load up with ice.
So is there?
And it'll blow on you all night.
It's just the cost is astronomical.
How much do you know how much these things cost, honey? Holly?
Well, I'm saying I would like to think less than 100.
Okay.
For sure, probably less than 200.
Yeah.
And it's worth it. For the relief.
But
all I know is Mars needs to hurry up out of Leo because it's too much fire.
Boy, oh boy.
So what are you going to?
Mars and Regulus was a gorgeous sight.
Yep.
It's been overcast here, but Mars and Regulus the King were close enough to make out. A few of those nights. And it was amazing.
Some of these people think they're kings because they have they felt martial.
Yeah. So, Brendan, how are you going to try to deal with this? I take it nothing is open in your vicinity where you could buy something like a fan to relieve yourself of some of this heat burden.
Well, I'm gonna go try. Right now, and if I can't,
then look online.
Sleep outside.
Wait, there's no point in going online. He can't order it and wait for a delivery.
No. But check whatever Target.
Whatever's open. Is there anything you can look up online?
Well, everything's open till 9 o'clock.
I'm gonna.
I guess it's getting close.
Okay, well, better
look online and find a nearby location.
2023.
What are you saying, Brendan? I mean, I heard what Holly said, but what are you saying? You're giving out numbers? 333?
20. It's 23 past 20.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
okay.
yeah, take us with
Military
you.
time?
Take your
Come on,
phone
Doug.
with you, and take us with you, and go out into the night
So
and
it's
find yourself.
8:30. Yeah.
I knew it, Doug. You don't know military time. See,
No, I
Prove.
couldn't hear you. I
Prove.
couldn't. Oh shit! No, I know the military time. I wasn't making the connection. You were going 23, yeah, something like that. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I did botch it, but still.
Yeah, no worries. No, I couldn't hear it. That's all. It was that. Such being said, yeah, believe me, I try to purge
You
everything.
thought you were glitching.
Yeah, I thought you were glitching. Yeah. So
In my
take
defense,
us.
I don't know how to say it. It's 2,300 hours.
Yeah.
2,000 hours there.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, it's essentially like that. Yeah, but nobody cares. I mean, I try to forget all that shit. So, honestly, just dive out into the night, take us with you on your cell phone, and then we can at least comfort you when you decide to sleep out in the grass on some greensward somewhere.
That's what I'm gonna end up doing. Shit.
Oh, get into your car. Come on, go look for that fan.
But the mosquitoes.
Yeah, take us with you. And Jesus, don't bring up the negative, Holly. Oh.
Well, the mosquitoes are dead because they dried up.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh wow.
It's 100.
The great
degrees.
bug death.
Like,
Yeah.
you guys don't get to deal with 100 degrees. I don't think it can even get like that by the coast.
Yeah, no, we can't.
No.
Yeah, but I
It
would
shouldn't.
be fine with it. I would be fine with it. You know, that's
It actually has, but it's
Yeah.
an anomaly
yeah.
and horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this will last all the way till freaking October.
Yeah. And
That's what
God.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
You
people
need
say,
a
oh, it's
decent
not climate
unit.
change, but it's fucking different than when I grew up. We only had like a month of this shit.
Yeah, that's so
Hell
true.
Now
yeah.
it's like
Now, is this
Oh,
warehouse real high ceilinged? Like, can you,
That's
if you get
that's
a, you
part of
know,
the
it's,
problem. Part of the problem.
yeah, but the heat
Oh, my
will
phone.
rise
Oh, shit.
because you want the cool air to fall right down on your little area, even if you have to kind of make some kind of little tent around it.
Well, I'm just gonna sleep outside. Shit. If I have to get a tent.
No, I'm thinking like some kind of bed sheet affair.
Oh.
Well, I appreciate the help, but I gotta go. The phone's dying for some reason. It's so hot, the phone's overheating.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
that can happen.
Okay, well, take us with you into the car. Hopefully it'll cool down and plug it in the car. And for God's sakes, at least there you'll have an air conditioner. And let's see if you can get yourself a fan before it gets too late. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Love you. All right. So that poor individual. Oh my God. But then again, for those of you who don't understand, I love heat, but that's different from sunlight, okay? For people who are
Right.
sending me shit now in the email about, you know, how can you like heat if you don't like the sun? They're not necessarily synonymous.
And what about humidity? Do you like a thick, damp atmosphere?
I didn't say that. No, I prefer
No,
things
I'm
dry.
asking.
I prefer things
You
dry.
prefer dry.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
but I don't mind it when it's all
That makes
hot,
sense.
hot and sweaty. I don't mind a sauna environment, but saunas are actually pretty hot, pretty dry. What people don't understand is
No, more like a steam room.
Yeah,
effect.
it's-
Like I'm okay with humidity.
Yeah, I can be okay with humidity. I don't prefer it simply because if I'm
Right.
trying to present myself, obviously it becomes an
Nah.
impediment to self-presentation. If I don't give a
big
shit,
sweaty guy.
yeah. If I don't give a shit, like if I'm in some place where I don't need to be concerned with self-presentation, yeah, I don't care how wet
Right.
it gets. Why would I fucking care?
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than of course,
Some people
yeah.
freak. Some people like it. You
Yeah.
know, you never know.
I
It's
mean,
a spectrum.
In the old days, it would be an issue because I was working with a lot more paper, and then that becomes an issue with paper, and you know, but
Yeah.
yeah, and the
And a lot of clothes.
yeah, and everything, yeah. So yeah, in
Yeah.
general, I just for the sake of things I work with, then yes, I prefer it to be dry. Everything around me to be dry, but yeah, wet environments. Otherwise, if I'm just like fucking around, like in some place where I'm just partying or something, I
Yeah.
can give it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
One
Okay.
of my
Alright.
nails is beginning to crack. I'll have to like fucking cut it. Yeah, damn. So
I hate
that's
that.
either that or I'll worry at it all night. Well, I guess I can worry at it until the end of the transmission. For those of
Yeah.
you, oh yes, so we were going to get back to Idaho. Yeah. So for those,
Yeah, that's all I got about it.
Uh,
And I guess the story will be out by tomorrow.
well, there's a lot more to Idaho than just that, of course. So just so people understand,
Well, yes.
Idaho is just hell on earth. It's like nobody, it's like nobody in their right mind would ever want anything to do with Idaho. Idaho just is like, it's like, there's no words. It's, first off, just so everybody knows, police from all over the United States tend to love to retire in Idaho. Well, of course, we're talking about a certain spectrum of your stereotypical white cop. So your stereotypical white male cop who's deep inside a flaming racist. They all retire in Idaho, and they all retire in northern Idaho.
It's their Disneyland.
Yes, which is, they call it Blue Heaven. They call it Blue Heaven because that's where so many cops retire there. So you're going to have
A lot of hunting and fishing, so they get to kill things all the time. That's half the reason they move there. Big animals.
It's so true. It's so true. Big animals, they can shoot with high-powered rifles and handguns.
Cut their heads off.
Yeah.
blow 'em up.
Oh yeah. It's but what that's the old Idaho. That's the old Idaho. So then what happened is that the lunatics took over the asylum, and what they did was they just basically said, we're going to go all out with gun rights. And they just said that, guess what? There's going to be any cop in Idaho who enforces any gun laws is going to themselves be fined or terminated, fired from their job. So they absolutely just went all the way out where they say you can open carry, you can, and all kinds of people in Idaho, they just go shopping with fully loaded, full auto weapons. I'm talking about like AR-15s and just cartridges hanging out of their butt pockets. It's
like in the Subway sandwich shops, you know.
Yeah. It's like just
I can't go into Starbucks.
Yeah. But I mean, worse yet. I mean, just imagine going, like, you know how you go shopping in a place like, I can't think of.
Apparently, snipers.
Walmart.
What's that, Brendan? What's that?
But apparently, snipers are cool to own.
Yeah.
There's like people with just sniping people in the streets and shit.
Yeah. Well, look at them. They're sniping at firemen just who are responding to fighting fires. Yeah.
Right. And randos. Apparently, they're just shooting randos too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
but if you notice in their statement, they said, we can't tolerate.
They're glitching you. Either that or your phone's dying in the heat. Poor bastard.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Don't let it catch fire.
Oh, my fucking God. I feel so bad for him. Yeah, barely. Go on. Yes.
I said, if you notice in their press release, they said, we can't tolerate people shooting our law enforcement, but they didn't say anything about the randos that were just getting picked off.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Oh.
Like in other states, they would say, you can't attack our citizens or sovereign citizens.
Yeah.
In Idaho, it's you can't attack our.
Yeah.
That's where we draw the line.
Or
Yeah. That's he's so right. I'm just looking something up at the moment because in my eternal shame and disgrace, I forgot the name of the individual. I'm trying to look up, and hopefully I come up with the individual's identity. Here we are. Okay, so I found it, and so this goes back to Idaho again. So Idaho, they went so fucking crazy with this gun rights shit. And where they basically told the cops, you do anything to bust anyone carrying firearms or to harass anyone carrying firearms, including full
no
auto.
matter what they're doing.
No matter what they're doing. Yes, seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously.
No matter how crazy.
Yeah, no. And literally, literally, if you attempt to interfere with mass shootings, you will be instantly terminated. So the cops see mass shooters, they just go the other way. The logic here is this. In Idaho, the logic is cops only get in the way of citizens' rights. And since every citizen should be armed, if they're not armed, it's up to the citizens to take down a mass shooter. That's considered a citizen's responsibility in Idaho. So in Idaho,
Jesus.
the idea is to
The firefighters instead.
unless they're firefighters, I guess. Then there you go. Thank you, Bren. Didn't really hear what he said.
Well, maybe that's
yeah.
spiraled off into red flag laws, which were always suspect because it puts the whole responsibility on the guy's family. Like they're gonna take his guns away for us.
Okay, yeah. I don't know, but in Idaho, the idea is they're trying to encourage everyone to carry guns. In other words, what the Idaho thought policy is that if you're not carrying a gun and a mass shooting starts, well, it's your fault if you die because you're unarmed and unable to defend yourself, and you're not being responsible as an adult. And but what about if there's children involved, right? And the whole thing then spirals even further, and they said, well, all adults should be armed so they can protect the children, and if you're not armed as a result, as an adult to protect the children, then it's on you. So they actually blame the victims, and they say if you weren't armed and the mass shooting starts, it's your fault for not being armed.
It wouldn't have happened. Yeah.
That's right. So that's the whole idea in Idaho, and they've taken this to an extreme. So everybody in Idaho, you're going shopping, like Holly said. I'm trying to think of a supermarket. Think of a supermarket. You go to a supermarket to get vegetables, like the vegetable aisle, and then it got another aisle with I don't know, various
Costco,
foods.
Walmart.
Yeah. What's that, Brandon?
All that shit.
I don't know. He comes on now just to say, I'm dying or something. And then he goes off. Then he goes offline. What is
Water.
I said Walmart.
Yeah,
they
thank-
go to Walmart.
Yeah.
Some
Go on.
Local yokel shop,
Mega
like
shop.
Pro shop or something.
Yeah.
It goes for miles. Yeah.
Thank you.
In there.
And now take this to the logical ultimate result. There are places like in San Francisco, as a good example, where, and this was like hundreds of years ago as far as I'm concerned, but something like 20, 30, more like 30 years ago, I knew a security officer who was one of my mentors, Stephen. Oh, my mother called him Stu Sewer. My mother would call him Stu Sewer. Stu, what the fuck was his name? Steven Suter. Steven Suter. Steven Suter. His name was Steven Suter. So Steven Suter, who my mother called Stu Sewer, Steven Suter, he was a security guard, if you will, a security enforcement agent in a hospital. Now, this was in San Francisco, and their policy was no firearms, which I see at Kaiser. When I go to Kaiser, in the French campus, where I went to see my head and neck surgeon, the one who worked on my sinuses just the other day, that's also used to be a psychiatric ward. And it's where V was getting her biorhythms done when she felt all these ghosts just like pulling her clothes off, and while she was, or her blanket off, or her clothes off, while she was doing the biorhythms there, and she complained to the person running the test, and he said, yeah, I just had to relieve the other guy who was running the biorhythms because he couldn't take it anymore because the ghosts kept poking him in the ribs. And he explained to her, this used to be a psychiatric ward, and all kinds of people killed themselves here by throwing themselves out the window, or they died when so many sedatives were applied to them to render them nonviolent that they just overdosed them and they died, and they don't know.
Or digging out their frontal cortex with up their nose.
Yeah, there you go. And yeah, he didn't go that deep, but he basically said they don't know they're dead. He says they don't know they're dead, and they go around just poking people, or pulling their clothes off or stuff like that. So, but anyhow, when I went over there, they have the sign. this is a firearms-free zone. We are proud that our security carries no firearms, and we ask you not to either. So imagine yourself in Idaho, where hospitals have these same signs. Their securities have no firearms because they're trying to be a gun-free zone, and they ask people, please don't bring firearms to the hospital, which means they're open shooting ranges, like, what would you call it? Like shooting galleries for mass shooters. You just go there because nobody has any firearms to fire back because you're in a gun-free zone, like a hospital. That sort of thing happens in Idaho. And so Idaho is just pure nightmare fuel, but the ultimate logical conclusion to it is happening now, but it was preceded years ago when I brought this up. Let me go back to where I was, and I could do a screen share here, so I'll just do the screen share, and so I can share this with other people on Team Dietrich. But let's see if I can get the this is basically this individual here, Joe Acker, is a trans woman. He's no longer with us. He died, and he was only 26 years old, but he was the security guard at the Boise Town Square Mall in Boise, Idaho. And what happened was a mass shooter entered and started killing children. And the police said, we are powerless to do anything, and if you're a responsible parent, somebody please respond by firing back. But we're getting out of here. And the police turned around and left, with children being shot in front of them. So this 26-year-old transgender security guard, who was unarmed because it was a gun-free zone, took down the mass shooter and died while doing it. So this is what we're left with in Boise, Idaho. And this individual was persecuted in Idaho because all the white trash pieces of shit were calling him a faggot and everything else, but he died saving their children, whereas their macho police officers turned around and walked away quite peacefully with children being shot in front of them because they said, sorry, we don't want to lose our jobs. And so they weren't going to put themselves between the kids and a mass shooter. So as far as I'm concerned, Idaho is hell on earth. I mean, I can't imagine why anyone would go to Idaho. Yet there is a movement that, again, we can look up called Greater Idaho Movement, which wants to extend Idaho literally, not figuratively, but territorially, by absorbing other states. So the Greater Idaho Movement wants to literally expand Idaho like this. If you look up the Greater Idaho Movement, look up the maps, and you'll find that the Greater Idaho wants to be an empire that absorbs Oregon, Northern California, and
That's the county of Jefferson, remember?
of course, and extend this.
That
Oh, they
weird-
could have Reddit. They
Yeah.
can-
That weird
Right.
billboard. No, you're driving
I'm
between
giving it
weed. Driving between Weed and the Oregon coast at the Oregon boundary, and there's that weird, crusty old billboard, County of Jefferson. And they think they've been
Yeah.
sovereign for decades. You've talked about it. That's some burly freaks up in there. Ho, ho, ho.
Yes. It's like, but who wants to
Yeah,
live?
they could have
I'm
Texas
afraid
City,
half
too.
of
Yeah, Brendan's right. Yeah,
Montana would
Brendan
agree
wants
with
to give
them.
it away. Brendan wants to.
Half of Montana wants to join up in there.
Oh
They're
yeah,
pissed.
yeah. By the way,
They're
this is
pissed.
this is a
Why can't we?
yeah. This is a modest. This is a modest map. I've seen ones far larger.
Oh, yeah.
What are they gonna do with all that empty
Montana
space?
wants
That's
in
the
there.
question.
Yeah. Shoot each other. Shoot each other. What do you think? Free fire zone.
Well, then
No,
we should
being
just give
it's
it
the secede, essentially.
Yes. Secede and turn into a fucking free fire zone. I mean, this is what they
Yeah.
want. I mean, here we are. This is more like the maps I've seen of Greater Idaho. Here we are. Greatest Idaho.
Well, it's essentially putting up a sign: no
Yeah.
taxes, no black people.
Yeah, no taxes, no blacks. Open free fire zone.
Hell no abortion.
Yes.
Those women are doing what we tell them.
Yeah, the women are just breeding machines.
I want kids,
Yeah.
like it or not.
Yeah, and it's like, well, yeah, but they don't want to raise them. They don't want to raise them. They just want to be
No.
sperm donors. Yeah,
Her
that's
job. Hello.
yeah. But
That'll be her job.
yeah, it's to me.
But there won't be no welfare.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. No welfare. Raise the kids. Yeah, there's no words. No fucking words.
No, they're crazy.
Yes, to say the least. Yeah, no, these
And have better weapons than the cops.
Oh yeah. It's so true. That's why the cops wouldn't interfere as well. It's another factor. It's
God damn right.
yeah, this is like what I don't understand is the appeal of this. Why is this so appealing to people? Why are their numbers growing by legions in the MAGA movement?
Because they're terrified of government.
Yeah.
And they're terrified of black people, essentially.
Yeah, it's well, this is I I
And
think
after that, aliens.
Yeah.
Oh, and gay people, trans.
yeah, like the
Story
one who
hour
saved the
and that
children.
shit.
Yeah, the very trans people that they were just vilifying. That's the only one who took action to save the children was a trans woman. This is
You're killing me.
yes, this is how sick these people are. How sick these people are. I have no words.
Terrified of women with careers.
Yeah, it's I can't stand them.
But they need the money.
Yeah, and
And there's a weird crossover between the extreme right and fundamentalist Muslim Sharia law.
yes,
That kid shooter in Southern California, him and his friends, were all about like Muslim
don't have that
preachers
kind of
and
discipline.
stuff.
By the
No,
way,
they don't.
yeah,
They're
Yeah.
just
Bacon
the
and whatnot.
popcorn level. They don't, but they are still aping that
yeah.
in disturbing ways.
But by the way, Brendan, Nemo is in
And
the
alcohol. Imagine taking the alcohol.
yeah,
Oh, what's up?
yeah. I said Nemo's in the chat.
Well, it
and
was enough to start shooting each
Yeah.
other.
yeah, Nemo's in the chat, and he says, Target is currently having a sale on evaporation coolers in the United States. Tell Brendan that. Thank
That's
you.
what they're called.
Th-
Yeah,
okay.
that's what you
I appreciate
want.
that.
An
Yeah.
evaporation
That was Holly's
cooler.
idea, but
Yeah, I'm gonna hide him
No,
now.
thank you,
yeah.
I
Nemo.
appreciate
Yeah,
it. But
I'm hiding.
It's what we called swamp cooler back in the day.
Yeah, he calls himself Blue Eyed in the chat. He'll have to start a new channel to come back in. It's just, he shouldn't have done that because now he reminded me of him and why I despise him so much. So now that he's reminded myself of him, that I blocked him earlier. He came back as Blue Eyes in the chat. But this is why I despise Nemo. It's basically, I had to tolerate Peter Moon for years because I wanted the book to get out. And one of the things I tolerated was his gratuitous sadism. There's no other word for it. Where he himself knows the precipice that I'm inches from the street. I'm just literally feet from the outside block, which I would be sleeping on if I can't pay my rent. And every month he would just gratuitously, sadistically brag about how much he was spending on new furniture, lava lamps from Morocco, just all this
yeah,
shit.
I didn't want to say it, but
Yeah.
you and Nemo and Holly.
Yeah.
You think I can afford a swamp cooler?
Yeah.
Like, I'm buying the cheapest fan I could find. I mean, we're talking this thing's gonna fall
Okay.
apart and blow up within months. I'm
Do what you gotta do.
yeah,
There's ways to do with that too. Like you can put ice in front of it.
like
and shit.
towels on it or something, like a bowl of ice.
Yeah, check
Which
that.
also costs money.
Yes.
Anyways,
Well,
Yeah.
you go to the nearest motel with a bucket
I don't want to be
and load up.
too,
Yeah.
moping.
You know.
about-
Yeah.
Go to the nearest motel with an outdoor ice machine and
Yeah. I mean, it's like
load up.
I'm sure he'll figure out something, but it's like Brendan says. Brendan understands where I'm coming from, but Nemo would just boast about all the money he's spending every month on all kinds of shit. And just like Peter Moon, these people are aware enough of my situation where they would get on air, Nemo, just like Peter Moon did, and say, hey, contribute to Douglas. Hey, contribute to Douglas. And neither one of them would contribute a fucking dime. Not a goddamn penny. Not a goddamn penny. Well, sending me photos of all the money they were spending on all kinds of shit that was completely extraneous and unnecessary to their lives. That is what is so deplorable about these two goons. Anyhow, we're joined by Troy Bellamy. I can
Well,
always
and
get-
let me assure you,
Yeah.
Brendan, I got no disposable income. If my situation was desperate, I'd find a way, but I ain't running around buying fancy appliances, I can tell you that.
Yeah. Anyhow,
Far from it.
yeah, we're joined by Troy. So welcome aboard, Troy.
Oh, hi, Troy.
Yes, and join in the fray. You know, how are you doing? How's the weather down there? I'm sure the politics are awful. Yeah, what's on your mind? Yeah.
Well, I just was sitting thinking, Holly, you are right on tonight. You know, if they're talking about unifying all these states in Idaho with all these survivalists and supremacists, you know,
Oh,
they're
man.
trying to have too many.
But by the way, Bellamy, you're really muffled.
you know,
Are you talking through a pillow or something?
He's breaking up, kind of. Real
I
muddy.
have my earpiece on. Hold on, let me.
That's better.
Yeah, get the earpiece on. That'll help. We want to be able to hear you. Say something again. Troy? Say something.
Is this better?
Infinitely better.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
God. Yes. Now, please continue. Yes, by all means.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Holly was right on it. You know, everything she's been saying, I just was kind of just now started listening, and you guys are all over it, man. I mean, it's sad that this is what it's come to, you know, where you talking about states talking about seceding so they can go out there and create an all, you know, Caucasian universe. Just ridiculous, man. But you know, this is what President Trump has animated.
Yeah.
I don't want to blame it all on him. But he's taking advantage of it. I don't even think like that. I just think that he realizes he can make billions by acting like he's, you know, from the South.
Yeah.
The Confederacy has risen again for some reason.
Oh, boy.
So there's a lot of goofy stuff. But, you know, I was sitting here, just like y'all were talking about earlier, I was actually driving in my car earlier, and I heard the sheriff or whoever just kind of call for anybody that has a weapon. If you come upon the perpetrator, just take him out. I was like, what?
Wow.
Wild West?
How the hell do you tell? Everybody running around in the woods with guns.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You must be him.
They literally, the guy,
It's
the dude
wild.
literally, if you come neutralize the perpetrator, and we'll take it from there after that. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Wild West?
Put
See,
a zip tie
the
on.
cops love this shit because they don't even have to do their jobs anymore.
No,
They don't even have to do
they
the
can
fucking
stay
job.
home.
Their job.
Listen to police band. Get a report.
And it's all that John Wayne attitude.
Thank you, Troy.
Man. That's why Trump jumped on Iran. People like that old John Wayne. That John Wayne stuff don't play, man. Where you just go up and smack an Indian in the face or knock a woman down, you know, and then howdy partner, that kind of goofy, fake tough guy stuff, man. That stuff is it's exhausting, man. I love watching the news and keeping up with things. My wife is absolutely sick of me watching this continuing saga of just racism. And I told y'all before in previous episodes, when you talk about attacking the 14th Amendment, on that amendment hangs pretty much all
Everything.
of the civil rights freedoms that we fought for.
Yeah.
And then, well, I always wondered why all these people were worshiping Scalia, Justice Scalia, and all these so-called constitutional originalists. That's because it didn't include black people,
Yes.
Hispanics, or
Yeah.
Asians.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or women.
There's a judge. Or women. There's a
Yeah.
judge who wrote an opinion, Judge Annie, if I'm not mistaken. Right after Reconstruction,
You're
the
glitching.
Constitution does not hold.
Your technology is. Could you? Is it the place you're in, or maybe the way you're sitting, or you need the microphone closer?
It might be.
Yeah. There, you sound a little better now. So continue.
Can you hear me
Please
better
continue.
now?
Yes. So please
Okay, yeah,
continue
I'm sorry.
talking about the constitutional originalism. Please continue.
Yeah, there was a judge who opinion. I think it's Judge Taney. I can't think of. I think that's his name. But basically, the crux of it was that the United States Constitution does not has any rights black man would even having because you
Jesus,
were
it's
not
bad again. I
implicitly.
mean, it's like we're losing every other word. Okay, so Kenny was, yeah, yeah, but let's see if you can resettle in a different place or position. It's like God. Well, I want to hear what you have to say.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah. And I want our listeners to hear what you have
Yeah.
to say, of course. There, I think that's better. I think that's better. So say something again. Yes.
Is that better?
Yes, infinitely so. Okay, continue.
Judge Roger Taney in the 1700s
Uh,
was
Go on.
famous for saying that the after the Dred Scott, ruling,
Yes.
basically that that the Constitution does not recognize any rights that a black person would have.
Right.
That was the whole of the Dred Scott movement, which is the crux of the 14th Amendment.
Yes.
So, I can see why these people are animated and running to the hills of Idaho and building these bomb shelters and now shooting at firemen who are unarmed. What a coward.
Yes.
That's coward. That's cowardly. That's coward. What? I mean, I hate to say it, but that's what it is.
yeah, so now,
Yeah.
if you're a teacher or a firefighter, you're expected to be out there, whatever you're doing, with a big gun.
Yes. Which is heavy when it's
Because then
especially
it's
when it's
not your
loaded.
fault.
You remember?
Yeah. Oh
You
God.
remember a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
as a teacher in Florida, Governor DeSantis had actually floated the idea of having teachers armed in the classroom.
That's right. That's right. Tell us what happened to that.
Oh,
that
it's
was
been
his-
all over.
That was
Even in California.
that was his legislative response after the Parkland shooting, was to arm teachers. And I was
Yeah.
like,
By the way, what was that, Brendan?
Huh?
Say that again, Brendan.
Troy, I said, when do you get your Desert Eagle? Is it standard issue?
Yeah, really.
They
You
always-
got to get to the range.
They always say, oh, we got to have all these people armed, but they'll never pay for it. They'll never do a standard, give
Issue.
you
No.
money for some shit. No, of course not.
no,
Yeah.
You're
literally,
expected to drop
they were going
$2,000,
literally.
otherwise you're outgunned.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, DeSantis was going to pay for and money to have teachers trained in firearms, and then have a safe, a gun safe in the classroom, where if there was an active shooter, you could go to it, unlock it, and begin to fire back. I'm like, come on, man. And they literally, it came very close to passing. Just for historians, in the Dred Scott case of 1857, Judge Roger Taney declared that enslaved or formerly enslaved African Americans had no rights, which the white man was bound to respect.
Right.
This is this killing attitude even now. Again, they're not running around burning crosses, hollering the N-word, and none of that stuff. They're just doing it through legislation. I'm going to give Trump all power so that you can't file a nationwide injunction. I'm very concerned.
Yeah,
To
that
say
just
the
happened,
least.
like the other day, right?
Yeah, just the other day. Yeah, and Troy is right on top of the news. The 14th Amendment is now in limbo. They're trying to say something like it's up to states to enforce it, which, by the way,
Oh.
is what the Civil War was fought over. This is what the Civil War was fought over because the states were saying,
Exactly, states' rights.
yeah. Yeah. By the way, I do want to welcome Heather Holman. I'm going to grab a nail scissors so I can cut
Heather.
this nail off because otherwise it's glitching my hair every time I run my fingers through my hair. So Heather, say hi to us. Sorry about it earlier.
Hi,
I wasn't
everybody.
ignoring you. Yeah, go on. Say
That's okay.
yeah. You all right?
That's okay. How are you?
Fine. Much the better for speaking with you. Yeah. What's on your mind, honey? Before we go back to the subject.
Oh, I don't know. Just some stuff. It was 116 degrees here today.
Oh wow!
What?
Holy.
Yeah.
That's fucking Baghdad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's like Saudi Arabia shit.
Damn.
God.
Damn. I
Yeah.
envy you. Damn. I envy you. Oh.
Florida.
116
Oh,
degrees is
man.
hot.
You say that now until you're cooking like a roast turkey.
Yeah, until you sit on a quarter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have a swamp cooler?
No, we have regular.
No,
AC.
no.
According
Okay.
to everyone, including Australians, there's a sale in America on swamp coolers.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, of course, Nemo could afford it. Yeah, Nemo, you can buy them. Maybe you could buy one for Brendan and have
He
it
doesn't
sent
need it
to him.
because someone pays for his air conditioning.
Yeah,
That's why.
yeah, no shit.
Yeah, so now they're
We have to pay
quadrupling
for
the
our own
price.
shit, so swamp, it would help. I'm not saying it wouldn't help, Ollie, but it would. cost
So
us
the
money.
price is just quadrupled.
Yeah, here's my challenge to Nemo.
I'll bet there's none on the shelves.
Yeah, but here's my challenge to Nemo. Order it for Brendan and have it mailed to him. Think about that, Nemo. Instead
Oh,
of just...
of course, that would never happen.
Yeah.
Even Miguel and DeHart gave me more money than
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, that son of a bitch.
Yeah, well, let's not go off too much. It's like he wanted a lot of shit for free. Let's just say that.
Oh, I'll go off on him eventually. You know, it'll
You
come.
can if you want.
Yeah, it'll come. It'll come eventually. Just, it's not worth the trouble right now. But obviously, what Troy is bringing up is an extremely serious topic, and it deserves heavy analysis. I don't know if I'm up for the analysis tonight, but I'm glad for Troy's bringing up the subject. So, dear Troy, continue emphasizing a bit about this topic. Yeah, obviously, this is something that is disturbing. On a lighter note, compared to this, the 14th Amendment and what's happening with it is so serious, and the implications are literally Civil War provocative, that we are at a stage now in American history where we're in the middle of history being made, and it's being made in all the wrong ways right now. But there will be, as in the markets, a correction. So as the market has corrections, we're going to see historical corrections, and Trump is provoking them. Trump's idea is, I don't know if you caught what I said earlier. If you didn't, you can always review it later. But as I said earlier, Trump is obviously trying to revert the United States back to the way it was before the Civil War. For our younger listeners who are not familiar with the reference of states' rights and why that is so extremely dangerous, prior to the Civil War between the states for rights, the entire concept was that the states had more power than the federal government. That was a product of the American Revolutionary War for Independence, where they did not have the technology available for centralized control at the federal level. So states' rights led to extreme conditions in chattel slavery, where you had an enormous amount of the population that had no rights, yet the states had rights. In the North, there developed this concept that people had rights. And believe me, that was an alien concept. It was not something the Founding Fathers held. The Founding Fathers were slave owners, and they were very abusive of their slaves. So this was something new. So it was called abolitionism. And abolitionism was looked on in the same way that people would later look at fascism. Like, they would use that as a name calling. Like, you're an abolitionist. That would be like calling you a fascist today, or a communist. Like, people used to, be scared of. Yeah. But gradually, when it was more normalized, people began to support escape routes for slaves, basically to Canada. Now, this is something that people don't realize. Many of these slaves weren't going to the northern states. They were going to fucking Canada, people, to get out of the United States. So this is how bad it was, and we're heading back towards that. When Trump says we're going to change the 14th Amendment and give it back to the states, we're reinstituting slavery in effect. So this is where I'll leave it for
He's
Troy.
doing, and
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
he's doing it with the help of the Supreme Court. The Supreme not only ceded its oversight and co-equal power, it's also ceded Congress, because Congress is not going to do anything, especially have a majority of conservatives. So, I have Ketanji Brown Jackson, who wrote a great on this whole birthright citizenship. Again, it's not about birthright citizenship. The larger aegis is to do away with all level of civil rights and make Trump or whoever's the president the king.
Yes.
Basically, he can do whatever he wants, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. This is a very big. I mean, this is nothing that we ever learned in civics. Nothing that has ever been exercised by presidents.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think about this. I mean, my God, you talk about birthright citizenship. All Trump's kids are from women. What are we talking about? Now, remember this. Remember, call them anchor babies. They don't use the term anymore.
Yeah. They do.
Don't use anchor baby anymore, because
but by the way,
the definition of anchor baby.
Right.
Now,
but
illegals.
But by the way, just out of curiosity, Brendan, what did you say earlier? Why not challenge it and amend the Constitution? Could you repeat that?
I said just amend it to remove the birthright thing. Why not? Why aren't people challenging and saying that instead of letting them just scrap everything? It's obviously deliberate.
Well, that's just the title. That's just the title of the amendment. The amendment does not specifically call itself birthright. What does it call it?
Birthright
citizenship. To where that's impossible.
Right. What Brendan
is saying, takes a sympathetic Congress,
right?
And, Senate, which we do not have.
Right. But by the way, Troy, just so you know,
this is where the discussion of the constitutional originalism comes in, because remember, the 14th Amendment was designed to give and even Trump admits, was designed to give slaves born in America some sort of rights in this country.
Right. That's
you could not own land, you could not vote, you could not do anything unless you're a citizen. And again, if you're an African American slave or the descendant of a slave, like Roger Taney said, you had no rights that the white man was destined to have to respect.
Right.
So that's why the 14th Amendment, after the Dred Scott.
Now,
decision.
I just want you to know your technology is not as bad as before, but it's still very glitchy. Is there something you can think of that might be going on your end that's interfering with what you're saying? Because we're getting, again, like every other word.
I think
we hear most of what you're saying, and
because I had on speaker. Is it
okay. Better? Oh, yes, please, never go on speaker. Please, whatever you do, yes, infinitely. Just so people understand, please do not go on speaker. There's no way we can hear anything you say when you're on speaker. Please, that's not for Oh my God! So please stay off speaker. And now continue what you were saying and repeat a good deal of it, if you would be so kind. And Heather sent us a nice, the real Aztec gods. Ooh, cool. Thank you, Heather. That's delightful. And so continue while Troy, repeat yourself what you said the last few paragraphs, so to speak. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a nail, scissors, and Holly continue, as well as Heather and Brendan and Aristides, if you wish. I'll be right back, okay? So continue what you were saying, Troy. Repeat yourself for our listeners.
Please, Troy. Yes.
All right. What I was saying was, we were talking earlier when I mentioned the constitutional originalism. Again, the 14th Amendment, and even Trump admitted that this week, was designed to give slaves or the descendants of slaves citizenship in this country, because otherwise you had no rights, as Judge Taney said in his decision on the Dred Scott, that African Americans or blacks had no rights that the white man was destined to have to respect. And if that's the case, if you're operating from that standpoint, this is why you go after the 14th Amendment, because the crux of civil rights legislation was based on that. So now, if we destroy civil rights legislation, we weaken it, and then send all the decisions and make the conservative courts the arbiter over all things in the states. Now you right back to where we were pre-Civil War, states' rights. And this is why, this is why the conservatives love them. They talk about we don't want big government. That's a euphemism for saying we don't want the federal government to force us to be nice to black people. We didn't. And again, I think that most conservatives have felt foisted upon by the federal government during the civil rights era for education and desegregation, integrated bathrooms and lunch counters. There's still some people salty about that. And I'm a young man, but I cannot tell you that there's some sort of inherent fear that I have even when I go in a restaurant. And I know I'm there just to have a meal. But you got to look at some people. I wonder if they really hate the fact that I can sit here as a human being, forget what color I am, and have just a decent meal with my wife and just enjoy ourselves. And I, I was talking with my father, and he was explaining to me.
Okay, I'm back now. What's this about your father and your wife and a meal? What happened with your wife and the meal and your dad?
Nothing.
Your dad's still with us.
Just
Is
saying,
your dad's still with us, right? Is he still alive?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Yes, he is. And I was talking with him the other day. I was mentioning about the meal. What I was saying is just inherently there's this fear or awareness that, man, 40 years ago, my dad couldn't do this. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? No. I was talking with him the other day. Great guy. He never has a bitter. He's got so many friends of all streams. And we were talking, and he was explaining to me, he was telling me about how he and my mother had to come home from college on the Greyhound bus and had to stand when there were open seats, or they had to sit in each other's laps. Like, are you serious? Oh, yeah, that's awful. And from where he went to college, and his hometown, we really, by car, it's only a 4-hour drive, but on Greyhound bus it's a 14-hour ride.
Yes, it's awful.
And then when you stop in these little small towns in Florida, and you couldn't go to the bathroom. Yes. You couldn't go get a meal.
That's right.
This is the things that my dad had to endure. I don't even have any concept of that. But when I hear our government going back to these things and saying, oh, well, the president can do this, that, and the other with birthright citizenship or this, or they're weakening this part of it's a straight attack on the federal government's enforcement of civil rights.
Yes.
And just human decency. It's not even, when you talk that constitutional originalist crap, like I said, you go back to that, and that means that you don't have to think about what rights a woman had, or what rights a black person had, or an Asian person. It's just crazy to think that you would look at the Constitution from the perspective or from the aperture of the people who were living in 1787. They had no clue that there was going to be gay rights, or that women would want to vote, or that Asian people were in this country, or Arabic people, or Indian. They had no clue. So how can you say you have to look at the text from the perspective of the founders? What if the founders didn't know we would have computers? So what are we talking about?
Yes, it's outrageous.
Same with guns.
Yeah.
Same with guns.
Yes.
Ain't no well-organized militias are not a good thing. Yeah.
And that's why they use the term invasion, because the word invasion is the only word that keeps the Second Amendment power. Mm-hmm. If there's an invasion, and if they call it an invasion, or the president says it's an emergency, there's an invasion at the border, then you can prevent people from passing additional gun legislation or other things like that. Mm-hmm. And it just just continues to embellish their argument about states' rights over these gun issues and things, and weakening the federal government's ability to regulate guns.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a situation like Idaho tonight.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's so. By the way, I want you to continue along this train of thought. Again, I'm just trying to think of the things to say later tonight for analysis, so to speak. I try to, of course, throw out an analysis of some sort every night, and trying to get myself together to do that tonight. Simply out of a sense of oblige or responsibility, because you people have contributed, and I do want to give them their money's worth. But right now we're getting that from Troy, and obviously you're an individual who's an educator.
I'm done. I just
Well,
Let me get a word in here with
Sure.
Troy.
Please.
Because I just want to say a couple things that they taught us in Newark public school, that it was like slavery was ancient history.
Mm-hmm.
But then I would go home and hear my Southern Tennessee grandfather tell stories about the black slaves that he knew,
Mm-hmm.
free,
Oh, yeah.
so-called. So it wasn't no ancient history. It was yesterday.
Yes.
And let me say one more thing. The great thing I got out of BLM Summer 2020
Mm-hmm.
was that black people didn't want integration, because there was a period, the 5 minutes reconstruction lasted after the Civil War, when 100 black towns sprung up from the ocean to the Mississippi, all up and down, and they were doing fine.
They all got burned down.
They were doing just fine. And they were happy to doctor and lawyer for their neighboring white neighbors. It was land, swamps, and shit that nobody wanted. And that's what happened with Jim Crow. It was scorched earth. And any they couldn't kill, they drove into a diaspora.
Yeah.
So
Listen, I have a friend, one of my most influential people in my life, who was a sharecropper in the 70s.
Yeah.
In Orville, Alabama.
Yeah.
And he came to college, and I'm surprised, he's gone on to heaven now, but when he told the story, he came to college with a paper bag with one pair of underwear and one pair of jeans, because his father and his grandfather before him were sharecroppers, and he just wanted to get away from it. And it just so happened at that point in the 70s he could at least dream about being away from Orville, Alabama.
Yeah.
He came to college here in Florida, and he was able to get his degree. He learned a trade, had a great business of his own. But yeah, we're talking about the 70s. We're talking about the 70s, where you still had people, and the vestiges and the full effect of that type of deprivation over generations does not go away. And this is where, everybody says, well, let's just start over. Okay, you got a 400-year head start. What are we talking about? then all of a sudden, listen, let me tell you, also, like I said, my dad's family is from the Carolinas. And I cannot tell you stories I was told of when we go to the Carolinas. There's this huge area, and now there's a golf course. But my great grandfather owned all that land after Reconstruction.
Wow.
There's nobody there in South Carolina. Just him and
nobody wanted it. Yeah.
Nobody wanted it. It was coquina shells and woods and everything, and they duped him out of the land because they knew that they were going to build a golf course. Again, this is the kind of thing that happens. It wasn't even eminent domain. It was just, okay, we'll give basically pennies on the dollar, knowing that in deliberations at the town hall or the city council that they had these plans, which did not include any deliberation from anyone else, especially those who own the land, because you don't have to worry about their rights. I mean, this is what we're talking about. And again, we can make all of this arguments about reparations and this, that, and the other, and people will be on one side or the other. Again, that's never gonna happen. So we don't even trip on that anymore. But damn, can we at least, have rights? And then you get this guy come into office as the president of the United States. I mean, first of all, last week he uses the most profane language in public. He's calling former presidents idiots and dummies and all this kind of stuff. When did we ever do this? When did this ever happen? I don't get this. And we were warning people, hey man, this guy is not the right guy. Whatever, we don't have to believe the same thing. This is not the right guy. And now everybody wants to be in a panic. And you try to tell, especially here in Florida.
Well, was that hard on who, Junior?
Listen, they went on him. They went.
Oh, okay. Yes.
He was a puppet because he had no clue. He didn't know that Rumsfeld and the neocons were using him to try and make a play to get oil or make their own deals by foisting regime change in the Middle East. He had no idea.
And Cheney, for God's sake.
He was trying to build roads and get schools, and he's trying to do the American thing. And they got a whole nother plan. It's the same thing with Trump.
That's probably true.
Trump allowed Israel to bomb Gaza. Trump bombed Iran because there's natural gas under all of that land there that they want to pump out into the sea and bring it back and all. Think about this, and I'm gonna be quiet. The other day he came on TV and he just tells nothing but lies. But he explicitly said he explicitly said that they brought in $15 trillion from the tariffs over his 6 months in office. If he brings in $15 trillion, then nobody should be homeless or hungry.
Can you imagine?
If he brings in that type of revenue, I will gladly say you are one of the greatest presidents. I don't know how you found this money, but remember in 9/11 they were talking about $2.3 trillion they couldn't account for.
Yes,
that's like $40,000 per every man, woman, boy, and girl in this country. Yes. Think of what $15 trillion is.
Yes.
That means there's no more poverty. That means you can get fixed the roads. What is he talking? So again, all this stuff they're talking about, he's just making deals. If he's making deals, he's keeping the money for himself.
Yes.
Because if you bring in $15 trillion as the president of the United States, you can pay the debt. I think our debt is what, 4.something trillion now? Pay the debt. Give everybody a stipend. Everybody can go to work and love America, and but that's not the case. It's a bunch of hooey, and these people, poor people, again, they're invested in their vote, and they don't want their vote to be wrong. It's like watching your team lose the championship or something.
Yes.
They don't want to see themselves lose, but you're down by 30 points in the fourth quarter. Give it up. It's over. This guy, and now he's trying to rig the game. He's trying to pull the clock, the power out from the clock by having the Supreme Court block and tackle for him. This is the most ridiculous power grab. Again, two houses of the
legislative branch,
the legislative and the judicial branch have ceded all power. And there's nothing that we can do until 2026. And it's going to happen, but what is the damage? What is the damage going to be?
Irreparable.
When he's done, by the time he's done.
It's irreparable.
Snatching people off the streets?
Yes.
I mean, if I was that guy whose sons had the 3 Marines, if I was those sons, I couldn't even tell you what. I'd probably be like those people in Idaho. Somebody's going to get hurt. Because you're not going to beat up my dad, and I'm serving in the Marines, and y'all just going to pick my dad up and beat him up?
Classic trigger, for sure.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Unprecedented.
I tell
and
you,
outrageous.
Troy,
Go on,
Crazy.
honey. Go on, Holly.
for whatever cosmic forces are at play or what, it does seem like those that are elevated to power now enjoy suffering for its own sake heartily.
Well, they enjoy making
And the
others
whole-
suffer for sure.
Enjoy, it's like food to them. And the more people they make suffer for whatever crazed reason, the fatter they get. But for me, that's really at the heart of it, because I think that makes them feel better than even making more money. And Trump will sell you a phone. Saw that. Golden.
That's crazy.
He's got a phone company.
Yeah,
now,
the
right?
golden phones.
But no,
Yes.
I think they
Yes.
get off on it.
Yes.
I think it makes them feel good.
Absolutely.
Like my mom used to say, sorry about your penis.
It is a power
I
grab
think
for the
they
ones who
do.
are in power.
I
but
think
Trump
they get
is
off
making
on it.
money.
Because it doesn't make sense.
Trump is making
And you'll
money.
beat your head against a wall. Yeah. But he's also causing suffering. And he knows it.
But he doesn't care. At this point, he
Well, I think he enjoys it.
what
He figures
I
this
think
country's
that's
never done
part
anything for him.
of the
What
joy.
Holly is saying, Troy, is that while you're pointing out the fact that he's making money is obviously egregious and should be emphasized, it almost seems to be collateral to his enjoyment
Neck and
of
neck.
people suffering. That it's not that he doesn't care that
But
people
that's the point of
suffer;
a
he
dictator.
actually
That's-
enjoys
That's
it.
existential.
He enjoys
I
it.
don't think he
I personally
Yeah, look-
enjoys it. I think he.
You
I don't
know?
think he enjoys the
I
suffering.
mean, I think
so
he's
much
going to die happy.
as much as the power.
Yeah.
I think he enjoys
Well,
the power.
Yeah,
The ability-
and I think
and
the-
what were you
the
saying,
mass
Brendan?
suffering-
Brendan said something else. What was that, Brendan? You said?
Yeah.
What,
Go.
I don't think it has to do with money. It's that his ultimate desire is to be king. That's what his ascendant shows.
That's it.
Yes.
And that's all he cares about. It doesn't. Money is just like Doug said. It's just an extra.
Yes.
So-
Yes. It's merely
You're
collateral.
right.
Like a
Yes.
king has to be wealthy. That's just part of the deal.
Yes.
But the throne is built on how many can suffer
Yes.
under my will.
That's the warped. That's the warped aspect of the modern, the way the nakshatras show manifest.
Ah,
So originally
Okay.
the king
Well, like-
would care about their people. That's the only way they could
Right.
be king. Like
and the
King
crops
Arthur was the savior
bloom
of
and the
land
game.
all of
Yeah.
that. But these
That makes
people are born,
fertility.
They're not true kings.
No. And they thrive on this suffering, Troy. They
Well, I
thrive
get
on
that,
it.
but they.
And
but
so
again,
that's
they
like
consider that
before
collateral
all their
damage.
political, if it's all based on that, and then all the little decisions spring out from that, I think that's what we're living through.
Now, is so.
Again, I agree
yeah.
with you. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
No.
I know. We
yeah.
agree.
So.
I was just giving the chick point of view. and
Which is fine.
feelings.
No,
Whoa.
No. That's
I
no.
hate that.
no,
I hate feelings.
Yeah. Well.
But I think it is existential.
well, they're all
and,
about
like,
feelings, Holly.
Fundamental to the human
Yeah.
soul.
Yeah.
Where'd
they're-
their soul go?
Yeah. Well.
It's gone.
Well.
And you can't negotiate with people like that.
Right. By the way, they're all about feelings, Holly. All they feel is rage and grief.
Their
in the sense of
opinions, yes.
grievance, the sense of white grievance. They feel that somehow
Mm.
they're being
Oh,
slighted
yeah.
and cheated and deprived. and-
Agreed.
yeah. By the way, the term that
But
Troy,
they think it's factual.
yeah, the term that Troy brought up earlier, or rather,
See?
he didn't use the term.
I didn't say that, y'all.
No, I'm talking about when you were talking about the fact that these scars last for generations. When you were talking to your parents and they handled these horrific, shall we say, experiences so well, without necessarily carrying the baggage or burden of pain with them or the feeling of grievance. But it affects, of course, latter generations. That's called intergenerational trauma. You really need to use that term more often
Sure.
because it's much more applicable. So
Yes,
yeah,
I
there's
like
this
that
term.
term.
Yeah, it's intergenerational trauma, and it needs to be brought into the awareness of everyone listening. Aside from the fact that another term that Troy didn't bring up was there was this thing called the Green Book, which blacks had to become intimately
Oh yeah.
familiar with and tell people about the Green Book. That this was like where blacks could go to the bathroom or to go get something to eat. They had to have the Green Book with them when traveling so that they could know where to go. This didn't mean that it was accessible, but it was like maybe 14 bus stops down, where they would have to. Yeah. So
Exactly.
Because the sunset laws.
you
Think
mean the
about this. Not only
anti-vagrancy laws?
the sundown town. No, the
Yeah.
sundown towns. There's certain towns in the South. If you were caught out, after a certain point of time in the day, you're taking your life in your hand. Here's the other thing. Let me just give y'all a little bit more insight into African American life during those times. People who had houses. Green Book also, you had a list of people who wouldn't mind letting you share a room for the night. If you're on the road and you're sleepy, you're tired, you're heading somewhere else, there's a group of certain people who might let you spend the night. You learn how to meet people on the road, and because it was about safety. And it's sad to say that. And again, it's not. Again, nobody's. You don't have an armed militia of black folks meeting out retribution, for all these things that that the parents do. We're aware, and as well you should be. You should be situationally aware of what has happened, what the potential is to happen, because people out of fear act out of fear. Again, we talked about this when I talked about Julius Malema and Ibrahim Traore. Everybody's upset about that, but again, this is these are seeds that were sown in those countries of violence and taking stuff. Now all of a sudden, y'all don't want them to take their land back that was taken from their fathers who didn't have the resources, or maybe they trusted that, oh, okay, you guys will just do the right thing. No, you can't just take somebody. We see that doesn't work, because look what's happening in Gaza. Look what's happening in the West
Yeah,
Bank.
but in that
other
case,
places.
they're
They are-
giving it to Russians who are white.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
That's the only
Jared
problem. That's
Kushner.
the only problem.
And again, I'm not. I don't. I'm gonna give my disclaimer. I'm not prejudiced at all. I'm not saying anything. I'm just looking for peace, man. I think we all are looking for a way to say, man, we can't share this. We live on this big blue bubble. We can't share this thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm asking too much. Maybe I'm too hopeful.
But by the way, just to put this into perspective, when Troy refers to, for instance, the land issue in South Africa, as I pointed out, even though apartheid ended in the early 1990s, the inequalities persist. White South Afrikaners make up about 7% of the country's population, but they own around 70% of the country's private farmland. But such having been said, when the law was put on paper by the South African government for repatriation of such lands, it's really just a formality that no one has really pursued this. To my understanding, no land has been seized and redistributed. The people who can prove somehow that this was their land before the whites came and took it have to have voluminous documentation, and nobody has that. So as a result, it was just simply put on the books so that the claim could be made that the government is looking out for the people. But I don't know if you heard me discuss this in some depth, Troy. The problem with the black South African government is that they are very elitist and they send all their kids to white schools. So they're not like they're in a different world from their constituency, and so they
yeah, for sure. I've seen that. I've noticed that.
Okay.
But that's to be expected. I mean, it's basically a young country. We in America are what, 250 years old? These countries are 32 years old. They're gonna have to go through some things, and you have to reckon with some of the things that, like I said, that happened over in those countries. You got to reckon with it, though, the apartheid and the violence and the killing and the taking of land and all those things have to be dealt with.
Well, the
It's a difficult.
the tragedy here is that America, which forced an end to apartheid through divestment and sanctions and other means, is not acting as a mentor towards South Africa. And the reason it's not acting as a mentor is because we have men like Trump who are taking us backwards rather than acting as some. We took South Africa's stability away because of the sense of political progress, but the political progress has led to economic failure in South Africa. But America's not helping in any way. It's not like they're backing them up economically after changing them politically. Instead, America is now trying to change itself through the help of South Africans like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk to become more like apartheid South Africa. If this isn't backwards, I mean, please, Troy, some perspective on that, perhaps.
Well, because you still have the colonial mindset. The colonial mindset says, you guys have no idea what you guys don't deserve to be on this this continent of Africa, even though 95% of the continent is black. You could tell that is a black continent. That's why they call it dark continent. You got Egypt, you got everything there, but there are people who feel like they don't deserve the oil and the gold and the silver and the diamonds and the other things, and that's why they'll know better what to do with it than you. There's going to be another move of colonialism from Europe again to go back into Africa, and that's why the African countries have sort of banded together. They kept them apart with their different languages and different colonialist cultures and other things like that, the weapons and everything. But that's why Muammar Gaddafi was killed. That's why other people have been basically hamstrung from bringing Africa together. If Africa was being run like the United States, where you had a president, you had one single currency, the dollar would be worth nothing. You can't allow that. They can't allow that to happen. They can't allow that. So now, what does Trump do to help thwart that? I'm gonna say all these countries are enemies of the United States, and we're gonna stop people from migrating from these African countries. Again, he listed out how many? 15 countries, 13 of them are African.
Yeah.
But it's okay to come from Sweden and other places like that, in South Africa.
You mean if
Why
you're
not
white?
have the Africans? I see. Again, you said that, and I did. But it's obvious. It's obvious, and it's okay. I mean, let's be truthful about the thing. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, indeed, indeed. I will say this: Trump is actually doing far more damage to the United States dollar than anyone else. People are now looking for other potential sources as a kind of, shall we say, currency of choice, all due to Donald Trump. I mean, he's really changing the world dynamics because of he's so revolting. He is so repulsive.
And he doesn't care because now he's got billions in crypto. And, when before he was against crypto, now all of a sudden he's got billions in crypto.
Yes. And he's
got money. He's got money in Russia. None of his money. I mean, no bank would lend. This is our president. No bank would lend him money to buy a car. Come on. And the only bank that lent him money was in Russia. Yes. And the only people who were dealing with him were the Russians.
Yes. No.
So
we're under Russian occupation.
Obama knew that. Everybody knew that.
Yeah. I mean,
What's
Brendan, tell Troy about on the defense website they had the fucking Russian flags. It's disgusting. Yeah, it's we're under occupation in effect through Trump. Trump is Putin's nuke, and yeah, he's being deployed domestically. Oh, look at this from Brendan.
Oh, yeah.
Gold and silver coins will be legal tender in Florida in 2026. Tell everyone about this.
Well, yeah, because all the conservative states are switching to crypto base and gold, back to gold and silver, because they know the economy is going to explode. That's their only hope. That's their only hope.
That's why Alex Jones. Alex Jones was there for. Remember, Alex Jones used to sell colloidal silver.
Yeah, oh God!
Oh,
yes.
they all have it.
Yeah, but he's selling the wrong formula. Tell him, Brendan, he's selling the shit stuff that turns you blue. He's from Alex Jones. Yeah.
They're not. Yeah, I mean, even if it was legit, it doesn't. It's irrelevant. It's just some junk.
But these poor bastards are spending their money. They're spending their 401k on this stuff.
Yeah, they're getting ripped
out of
off.
fear.
Yeah. Well, out of fear of conventional medicine, you mean? By the way, Heather Holman, this is such an incredible image that thank you for sending this on the real Aztec gods. And I think it's quite ironic. The Russians are the ones presenting this image, Sakama. So Heather, what brought this to your mind? Just out of curiosity, not to change the subject, but I just have to know.
Well, I was thinking today that's the Aztec gods, and it used to be in this place, I guess, in Mexico. I have a link right here of what it's called. I can't really pronounce the.
No one can. Don't worry about it. Go on.
And so it's an old Mexican culture or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And what I thought was interesting is it's one of those. It's the city's layout has like an Avenue of the Dead, and it has one of those pyramids that are like stacked on top of each other. You know.
Yes. Stepped
and when you
pyramids.
look at it
Go
from
on.
the aerial perspective, it looks like a microchip all zoomed in, a nano microchip.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. I'll give you guys the link.
Yeah, please do. And I brought up before that the Amazon rainforest, while what Heather's saying might sound ridiculous to some people, I can verify that the Amazon rainforest, I've presented the thesis before, that is, well, it's actually a fact, not a thesis. But the Amazon rainforest, when you look at it, and really look at it, the overhead images, the aerial images, you can see how planar the entire effect is of the Amazon rainforest. You really get to notice how sparse it is. First of all, it's not what you would think. It's essentially very much like national parkland. Really, you wouldn't want to be in it, of course, honestly. But when you look at it from an aerial perspective, you realize it's much more sparse than you think it would be. That it's much more organized looking. It looks like a circuit board, and there's a reason for that. It's really the largest man-made edifice in the world. It's essentially a garden, and it was a garden produced by the indigenous population that was extraordinarily civilized, and actually it was much more ordered when that civilization was extant. Their buildings, their stepped pyramids, which are larger than the pyramids in Giza, are covered with jungle growth at this point, but they have been identified by satellite and other means. So they were, in a sense, victims of their own success. But at the time that they were extant civilizations, the gardens were much more tended. So understand that this was actually a created edifice. It's not something that was essentially organic or grown on its own. That's the fact behind it.
And remember when all that data was lost, all that study was lost when Bolsonaro let the museum burn down?
Yes. Oh, Bolsonaro.
The Brazilian museum.
Bolsonaro,
you remember
the
that.
Trump. Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, burned down
That's
the
right.
National Museum, which
Burned down that fucking museum.
Yes, which was, you know what they called that in Brazil? They called that a national lobotomy. That was the national lobotomy. And yes, so
Like
yes.
in Baghdad.
Yes,
Jesus.
yes, and I pointed that out at for some time. Yes. Now, while we have the advantage of Troy being with us, tell us a bit about the local politics in Florida, because obviously you're in the belly of the beast. So tell us about how bad it's getting down
Is it Florida or Texas where it's legal to ram your car into a crowd of protesters?
That's Florida.
Maybe
That's
both.
DeSantis.
But
It says it's Florida. Tell us about this.
yeah,
Yeah, no, seriously.
great guy.
DeSantis, when the protests happened for George Floyd, DeSantis passed a law, had the House legislature pass a law that said if someone's blocking your lane and they're protesting, and if you hit them with your car, you have
In the
immunity.
street. Yeah.
In the street.
Yeah.
So
In the
basically, you it's a free for all. He's passing all manner of legislation almost on the same level as Trump. I mean, obviously, I think he will be
He's
the
a
leading
wannabe.
candidate in 2028 for the Republican nomination if he does make it. I mean, J.D. Vance is a tool. I don't think anybody would want J.D.
See, I
Vance
think
to be
because he
president.
fucked with Disney, that ended his run.
Yeah.
Disney's never going to allow it. They're much more powerful than that pipsqueak, is my view.
Yeah.
Kick the
yeah.
gangster rat in the nuts. You're going to suffer. You better. If you don't kill the rat, you better run.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
Hey, listen, I got to step away, but I'm going to be listening on the U.
what, you're stepping away for the
So
night?
thank you. Fabulous.
Yeah,
I'll try and get back on later.
Okay.
But
Well, we love you too.
wonderful night.
Yeah,
Wonderful
listen,
night.
good
All my
talking to
best
you.
to all.
Yes, thank you.
Always.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
Bye,
participation. Yes. Love you.
Fabulous night.
Yes.
All right.
Stay safe, honey. Okay, and so Troy, did you hear what I said earlier about how I was shamed and disgraced by my son and the Blood Boys for my mistake the other day? It turned out that it was Beyonce, as opposed to Mariah Carey, who wanted to assume the role in a film as Sarah Bartman. And
Oh, my.
so it was Beyonce, and so I wanted to get your take on that. And I'm almost so give me your take on that before I give you the rest of the dirt on Beyonce as of late. What the latest thing that happened with her?
Well, I will have to look at that to see, because the images I would have seen of Sarah Bartman coming out of South Africa, I don't think Beyonce, and I certainly don't think Mariah Carey would fit that bill. I don't know who else they would get. That's a little bit more mocha than those two, but that would be interesting to see. I know Beyonce has the acting chops, but that'd be interesting to see. I'm not even sure why I would want to do a Sarah Bartman story unless it's a mini series or something like that. I don't know, but I would refrain from making an opinion on that, because I just don't know that much about the coming production. I know about Sarah Bartman, Hottentot Venus. I know about that, but that's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
Hey, Douglas, can I ask you a quick question? I want you
Of
to think. I don't want to take you off what you said. I just want you to consider something, and I want to know if you ever saw any documentation during your time on the Tuskegee experiment. I don't know if you ever talked about that.
Oh, I've talked
Are
about
you
it.
aware?
Well, of course. That goes without saying. It's the horror of the Tuskegee experiments is their ubiquitousness, and obviously the Tuskegee experiments were race specific, but the horror is that it happened with many other groups as well. Granted, blacks need to pay attention to what was done to them as an ethnos, and certainly the Tuskegee experiments need to be exposed for that. It's as Brendan says, I was one of the original whistleblowers on it, to tell you the truth.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I was one of the first
I
people.
didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I was one of the first people. So like Brendan is saying, if my memory of his old stuff is correct, no, it's true. I was talking about it years and years ago. That was back when I was on Revolution Radio. I don't think you knew of me back then.
Because you were the one to put in the context what the purpose of testing that shit on them
Thank
was.
you. Yes. Yes.
No one else knew why.
Wow.
They just said, "Oh, it was some evil."
Yeah.
It was just evil, like what is it called, like Mengele level. But they were doing it because they were trying to outpace the Japanese in biocidal weapons,
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
which they failed at.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, of course, this went beyond biocidal and it went into radiation. And when they were conducting the radiation experiments, what blacks need to be made aware of is that, for no other reason than that misery loves company, is that they weren't alone. The Americans were doing this shit to everybody. They were like, they were just radiating everybody they fucking could, and it all fell under the Manhattan Project. People think the Manhattan Project was just building a fucking bomb. The Manhattan Project was about radiation experiments on the American public. And so all the scientists who participated in the Manhattan Project were participating in experimentation of radiating the American public in every way that they could imagine, just by literally just fucking people over by putting radioactive elements in children's cereals, radiating prisoners by having them stand behind x-rays telling them that, oh, we're doing these x-rays to see if you have anything wrong with you, as just a regular checkup of all of our prison inmates. And then of course they were just sterilizing them by having them stand in front of x-rays, turning on the x-ray at full blast at the level of their crotch, and sterilizing them because they said they didn't want them to reproduce. So the only reason that the Tuskegee experiments, Tuskegee experiments stand out is because the black lobby was very good at articulating the issue, so people were rightfully made aware of it, but people need to put it in context. Unfortunately, they can't do that because I'm suppressed. And what I did was I said, look, you're not alone in this. The black community is not alone in this. They were experimenting on whites as well. But the horror is I am, of course, just completely censored, so nobody hears what I have to say. And so when it comes to radiation, the Manhattan Project, and the horror of what happened, they were like literally going into insane asylums or places where developmentally disabled children were kept, and literally spoon feeding them radiation so they would get cancer and die. I mean, so this is just so it's just horrific, but it's part of a more horrific picture that people are completely unaware of. And and Brendan says,
I mean, take us off.
Yeah. Oh, why? Is it hurting your head?
No, I'm glad. This is interesting, man. This is why I love listening to your show.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And so in terms of I'll try and scrap some more things from my brain so that I can remember what else that I used to talk about back in the old days, because of course it's been a long time since I talked about this. But it's definitely something that I can go into at some length. Certainly in terms of collateral fallout. And who's saying triple nickels again? 555. Well, you're not conflating it with the triple nickels. Our man Brendan is saying maybe I'm conflating it with the triple nickels, the 555. No, he's not. You're not conflating that at all. That was another form of anti-black Holocaust, of course. But so such being said, the what I think. Remember, I was bitching so much lately about the that horrible.
You were definitely one of the first people on Coast to Coast to talk about the Tuskegee thing. I know that.
Thank you.
It's on record somewhere. In 2008, that thing's on YouTube somewhere. You brought it up.
Yeah. Well, definitely.
And then all of a sudden, people were bringing it up on the History Channel.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. That's true, and it's and of course I'm never credited. I'm the original whistleblower on so many things, and I'm just never credited for it. Oh yeah, I guess. Well, you do realize that I was the first person to ever talk about Operation Paperclip. Much to my regret, because they just took it and ran with it and turned it into something completely different than anything that I said. But it's the horror of being a public informant is that everyone takes your shit and everybody just doesn't give you credit. It's horrific. Of course, you're catching me at my worst possible time because of all that I was involved with this weekend. I'm just decompressing tonight, but I can go into it again soon. The horrible movie I was talking about, that Captain America film. One of the reasons I have to bring that up is because it leads my mind into recovering certain facts or trivia about this sort of thing. But when it comes to that horrible Captain America movie I was talking about, where Harrison Ford plays the Red Hulk and shit, one of the things they did in that film, because it was what I would call black emphatic, because Marvel Comics is obsessed with blackness because that was a big part of their consumer base, is aside from the black successor to Captain America, who is in that film the Captain America, and in Marvel Comics is the Captain America at this point. The thing with all that I was bitching about in the
latest issue of Black Panther, like the actual printed comic book, they race swapped him to white. So
did they really?
I heard about
so
that.
You can imagine how much, like, these people are just desperate for views. I mean, they're just so lame.
Well, but they're losing everybody. They're like determined to just lose all their
like what a
Well, that's probably because they've given Ryan Coogler so much power over at Marvel. With all these movies, he's been over the Black Panther franchise, and then he got to direct some other stuff. So that's interesting.
Yeah. By the way, for those, I don't know if anybody can hear the ringing that's going on now on Microsoft Teams. Real Tech Geek is calling me. It's Real Tech Geek is calling me. I'm not going to pick it up.
He wants to get on.
Yeah, I'm just not in the mood. I'm just not in the mood. No, I'm not in the mood tonight. I just can't. We love you, Real Tech. Another night, baby. I just can't. It's the last few times he was on, it was okay, but I can only take it on certain nights. You know why he's calling? I bet Nemo asked him to.
Probably.
Yeah, Nemo contacted him.
So we mad at Nemo now? We done with Nemo now?
Yeah, we are. It's like.
Well, tell him the backstory, or should I?
Tell the backstory. Go ahead, get started.
He wanted. Yeah. And this is like, he'll say it's not true, but he asked Doug and I to give him a spell that would kill someone.
Yes.
What? And yeah, in all seriousness, he said, I want to kill this guy. Please help me. And I said, look, I'm not your guy. And, I don't think Doug's going to do it either. And then Nemo went to Doug and said, I'll give you money if you kill him.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
yeah. After that, I kind of just, I don't really want anything to do with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. By the way, that was just
which is not like, how do I emphasize it? Yeah. It wasn't physically killing the guy. It was psychically / through a spell.
Yes,
right.
I know. And then he was on air. He was asking me, "What kind of crystal will amplify spells against people you don't like?" Like, he said that on air. You guys can feel that.
By the way, he's calling again. Real Tech Geek is calling again, and he's obviously being pushed.
He's pulling an Ian West.
Yes, he's pulling an Ian West. It's like, and I don't understand why. I mean, this guy doesn't show up for months, and then suddenly, very similar to Real Tech Geek to Nemo, by the way. They're both like that, where they don't show up for months, and then suddenly they want to come on, and it becomes very suspect. And Real Tech Geek.
These people are like the condors. They're like,
that's
that shit you explained back in the day.
Yes.
Like, what? Don't you guys have something better to do? I'm not saying I do, but or I should. Actually, you know what? I should have something better to do when I think about it. But this is just. But you know what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Like, it's like, come on. Like, there's so many other things to do.
Oh no, I do. It's
then interrupt a good combo we're having with Troy.
Yes, and honestly, it's and what it's a harassment. It's a form of harassment. But what makes Real Tech Geek suspect is that he's still talking to Joe Ty. So he's obviously talking to the enemy, and but with Nemo, he's obviously been talking to the enemy as well. We could go into these details. The asking me to murder someone for him was just the last straw. Honestly, I still thought he was misguided, but then I was told by Brendan all the shit he was doing behind my back. So that brings us into further discussion, and that's down a rabbit hole that I'm happy to go down, but it's like I'm not quite sure I'm in the mood for it this very moment. But the thing about because my mind is on several things. I'm trying to recall what I can about the Tuskegee experiments. And by the way, this is something that I will bring up about why I went on the Captain America tangent was because there were 3 individuals in that film, aside from Captain America, that were black. Some of them more than others. One of them was, of course, playing the original Captain America as retconned or retroactively converted. What does that term stand for? It's an abbreviate for they changed their own history, their backstory. He was supposed to be the first black Captain.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he's the first Captain America, but that they experimented on him because he was black. And then when they figured it worked with him to a degree, then they made, the white guy Captain America. But the original black guy is in that film as this
retroactive continuity.
Retroactive continuity. Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. And
which just means just asshole.
Yeah.
And ruin your whole franchise.
Yes. Oh God, yeah. And so in that film, he's brought in as a nod to the Tuskegee experiments. How do I pronounce that correctly? Say it the way a Southerner would for me, Troy. How is it, Tuskegee?
It's just Tuskegee.
Yeah, Tuskegee. Thank you, Tuskegee. The Tuskegee experiment. So he's definitely a nod to that historical reality because it was not good for him. It did not work out well for that character in the film.
Right.
But they take it further and hide that by making him a victim of MK Ultra as well. So he's basically a black guy who in the film is a double victim. He's a victim of radiation, of essentially Captain America's super soldier serum experiments, and then a victim of MK Ultra because then he tries to assassinate the president because he's brainwashed in the film. So it's like, how much fucking can a guy take before he's just totally non-functional. But at any rate, so there's that character in the film. Then there's another character who's lighter melanin, but they all have the same facial structure. And like I said, obviously I could, I'm the last person on Earth who's going to say all blacks look alike. But they managed to get 3 colored people in this film who did look alike. And it became just like a monotony. But the other guy who plays like a cartel lord is supposed to be brown, and he looks Caribbean to me, like someone would from Trinidad or Tobago. In other words, he looks like he's melanated enough where he's probably, in my dad's generation, they would have said touched by the tar brush. So he's like one of the villains, but he's like small time, and and Captain America dusts him, and it's like, without killing him, of course. And then there's the other character who's supposed to be the major villain, who's all green, and his head looks like broccoli, but because he's colored, he's green, he has the same facial structure. He reminds me very much physiologically of the other black guys. They all have the same facial structure. But again, I think that was some misguided nod to the Tuskegee experiments because that's how a lot of the black guys wound up looking. They wound up with these horrible lesions on their head, which anybody can look up. If you look up black victims, Tuskegee experiments, the outstanding, in the most negative sense, outstanding examples are black men with horrible lesions blossoming out of their skulls as a result of radiation experimentation. So they have the supervillain who's colored green, but because of his facial structure, he looks just like the black guy who's the victim, Captain America, who's retconned as the original, who then tries to kill the Red Hulk president, played by Harrison Ford, who, by the way, isn't acting when he's playing a racist president. He wasn't acting; he's just being himself. but in terms of, Real Tech Geek says, "Hi, how are you? I'm confused why I can't join the call." I'm not going to answer that. I'm just not in the mood. I'll answer it later indirectly. But again, the guy with the broccoli blossoms out of his head, I'm convinced that's a nod to the Tuskegee experiments, and anybody can look up the victims and see what I'm talking about. Okay, so it's like they were conscious and cognizant enough to put these things in the film, and then they ruined the film with all kinds of other stupid bullshit. All I can say is that they don't know what they're doing, and it seems like they're determined to alienate as many people as possible by making Black Panther white, by making Captain America black. It's like, why don't you just stay with what works? You know, it's So there we have that. Now I'm getting all kinds of spam messages from Real Tech Geek, and obviously,
And my critique of it all is just make new characters. Why do we have to do all this backtracking shit? Like for any franchise, I don't understand.
Well,
that.
the origin stories, they just give you, it just gives you more storylines, you know.
Well, I get why.
I'm like you. When I first saw the latest version of Captain America, I immediately thought of Tuskegee Experiment and MK Ultra. I got the alliteration, the allusion to those things, but you know.
It's thank you.
It's like they bring it up, but they do it in like the worst way or something, or the bad.
I mean, yes. Just to put that in some perspective.
I haven't seen the films.
Just to put that. Well, you ain't missing shit. But just to put this into perspective for people, the so-called logic behind this, when you get a successful character developed, then their logic, which of course doesn't make any sense in a real world sense, but their logic is that, okay, we have a successfully established character that has a fan base. Let's put our political agenda onto the fan base by forcing them to accept this remold or remaking of the character. And the insanity is that all they do is alienate people. Say, for instance, Starbuck from Battlestar Galactica, when they rebooted the series, they made him female. Why? Why give him a sex change? Starbuck was this incredibly popular character played by Dirk Benedict. Why not, bring these characters back as older and introduce younger characters that they're mentoring, which they could easily have done as a continuity, but no, they had to reboot the whole thing and, let's make him a bitch. And,
which they did with the old guy, right?
Yeah.
I remember correct.
Yeah, no, it's outrageous.
Like the captain or whatever the hell his name was. That's the logic with these superheroes, is that they keep, let's make the white guys black and the black guys white, and it's like they're trying to shove their perversity down your throat what their idea of something is, and it's like, what is their idea? It's
I think that's a Hollywood thing now, and I think there's a lot of money out there, and it, like there's all that hubbub about the Little Mermaid being black, and then they made the witch in the remake of Snow White, the black girl. She was the sort of the anti-villain. I mean, there's a lot of that. Just trying to find a space to cross-culturalize or cross-pollinate these cultures, which I don't have a real problem with. I mean, the Marvel comics, that gets a little goofy, gets in the weeds, because so many people are vested in these storylines from years before.
Yeah, from childhood.
And now to change things like that is different, but
Mm-hmm. No, it's like, it's certainly not a selling formula. So it's like they're trying to damage their own sales. The political agenda to them is far more important than producing a selling product. That is what's so bizarre to me. And it's the same way with so much in mass media. But that having been said, what's going on with Real Tech Geek is that let's see the latest messages from him, just for the sake of perverse amusement. He says, "Hi, how are you? So I'm confused why I can't join the call. Microsoft Teams is very confusing. I don't mean to interrupt the call either. I really don't even like that sicko Joe Tai. Gotta block him. The leader. What does that mean? The leader. What does that mean?" it's like
he's talking about their leader. It sounds like an alien.
Go on. I gotta share a screen so you see this shit. So you see how it's not just Douglas Dietrich's interpretation. Look at it. It doesn't even make any sense. It's like, see, I really don't even like that sicko Joe Ty. Gotta block him. And then the leader. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was weird.
It's on me. Yeah, and but while we're here, can you see the screen share, Troy? Troy?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so I'm rolling up now, and I'm gonna roll up here. This is the individual that El Nemo. We have evidence. El Nemo. This is from El Nemo with his little swastika up there and his iron cross. David Bat.
Oh, wow.
He wanted me to kill David Bat. He says his full name is David John Bat, and he gave me he offered $2,000 for me to kill this individual, with a spell. With a spell. And it's like,
oh, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, for the record, for anyone that's listening, I'm not in Doug's basement like Fantasia, Mickey Mouse and Fantasia learning spells. So don't come to me and ask me to cast a spell that I learned from Doug, because he doesn't. First of all, he doesn't teach anyone, and he's like, even at the estates, he's barely functional. I'm sure. No one's doing Fantasia in the basement. Like, we're not like making brooms sweep the floors off, what Doug learned from Aquino. No, none of that's happening.
Thank you.
You mean you don't know a Patronus spell? You know, it's Harry Potter shit?
Yeah, like I have my own Patronus, but Doug ain't gonna teach that shit. He knows Patron, the tequila. He doesn't know Patronus.
Yeah,
I just wanted to clear that out before you go off. They think I'm in your basement learning spells, and then they're coming up to me. This isn't the first person. I'm not just talking about Nemo, but it's happened a couple times where they say, "So what do you know? What is Doug teaching you from Aquino?" Like, and that's what. Ultimately, that's what Miguel was trying to butter me up for.
Thank you, and
that's my assumption.
And Jameson Reese.
Oh, it's definitely him too.
Yeah, both of them. At least
he was doing that. Like he wanted me to compare notes. Yeah. Jameson would send me like these like intricate spirals with everyone's initials in it, and he said, "What can I do to improve this technique?" And I'm like, "Dude, just stop doing it. That's what you can do to improve it."
Yes, that's the biggest improvement. Is stop.
Because it's just a portal. It's just a portal for these entities to ride you like a freaking, like a worm.
Yes, thank you. And honestly, it's like and it just goes on. So when it came to the Tuskegee experiments, just to give some context on that, and we will get back to the Nemo Albano thing simply because he's fun to wipe the floor with. And also it's like what Peter Moon said. While we're on that train of thought, before I get into trying to recall some trivia about the atomic experiments, Peter Moon said to me something that really exposed what Brendan is talking about. When Peter Moon was talking about creating a special pink leather-bound edition of his book for the Blood Boys at the Estates, and he never understood that my son's father, excuse me, my son's husband. Every once in a while I'll say that because we call him Sugar Daddy. We call him Sugar Daddy, okay? So everyone's the age difference is there. The age difference is there, okay? So
I'm joking.
Yeah, it comes out sometime. The age difference. At any rate, so my father-in-law, okay, that's also adds to that. But yeah, yes, there is an element.
It's almost making it worse.
But yeah, it does. At any rate, he hates Peter Moon to the point where any of Peter Moon's material found on the estate is grounds for instant termination. And there's all kinds of reasons for that, mainly because Peter Moon tried to dox him several times on air. And but when Peter Moon made this insane offer, I said, "Look, I can't bring anything by you on the estates. It's I just can't." And then he's like, "Why? You're teaching him this shit, aren't you?" And now I could take offense at that in the conventional sense, because he knows I'm tutoring the Blood Boys in history and civics, or I thought he knew that, but the whole book was about the occult, and that's when I realized. He doesn't think I'm teaching history and physics. He thinks I'm running this place like a Hogwarts Academy And these are all sorcerer's apprentices that I'm teaching them all sorcery and spellcraft.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what he thought, and that's why when he was trying to get butter me up, and then he found out that I don't know anything, and then he got pissed at me. He said, I don't want Brendan on when I'm on ever again.
No, he found out that you knew things, but that you weren't willing to share them with him, and also that rather that you didn't know what he wanted to know from you. In other words, it was like he knew you knew a lot about the Vedic knowledge, and yet that's not what he was interested in. He wanted like practical spellcraft that he thought that you were learning from me. Yeah, and
exactly.
But you know why he hated you? Not because you didn't know it. He went to his grave thinking you knew it, but that you wouldn't share it with him. That's why he hated you so much.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
That's why he hated you.
And apparently they all do.
Yes.
They all think that.
Yeah, they all think that. Yes. Troy disappeared. Jesus Christ. Just when I was going to start relating stuff more, he says he's typing. Let's see what he says.
Okay.
What he's going to type. What's his excuse? Don't leave now, Troy. I'll get back to the Tuskegee experiments. You brought the subject up. At least hang with it till I get on it.
And I dredged that shit out of like 2012. He better stay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He says, my bad. My phone died, but I'm listening on YouTube. Headed to bed. Okay. All right. So I'd better say it now. So just so people understand, I could do an entire episode on this, but basically, I want people to know that the unconscionable plutonium experiment, as was another way it was referred to, was performed under the auspices of the United States government's much glamorized Manhattan Project, which recruited a group of criminal scientists to develop and test the American version of the atomic bomb to counter that developed by the Axis. And the purpose of these secret experiments was to establish occupational standards for the simple laborers who would be producing plutonium and other radioactive ingredients for a nuclear energy industry, which would provide these overeducated miscreants with kidney-shaped swimming pools and blonde trophy wives for generations to come. So, in terms of just a sampling of the classified government experiments, one of them was exposing over 100 plus Alaskan villagers to radioactive iodine during the 1960s, the decade in which I was born. There was feeding almost half 100, about 49 developmentally disabled. The term that was used in the documents I myself was ordered to collate and incinerate was the term retarded. And institutionalized teenagers, they fed them radioactive iron and calcium supplementation via the delivery mechanism of their breakfast cereal throughout the years 1946 through to 1954. Then they exposed about 800 pregnant women to radioactive iron to determine the effects on their fetuses throughout the late 1940s. They injected 7 newborn infants, 6 of whom were black African Americans, the term utilized per the documentation that I was ordered to collate and incinerate was negroids, with radioactive iodine. They exposed the testicles of over 100 plus prisoners to carcinogenic or cancer-causing doses of radiation, and that experimentation continued into the early 1970s. They exposed almost 200 cancer patients to high levels of radiation from cesium and cobalt, and no, this wasn't part of chemotherapy. The AEC, the Atomic Energy Commission, refused to halt this experiment until 1974. All of it was deemed rationalized per your national security. Like, how?
Right, and the earlier timeline you gave proves that the war didn't stop till in the 50s.
Thank you.
They were still using if they were still testing all that radioactive shit.
Well, remember, the war with Japan didn't end till 1952, but the war with the Reich continues, and so they're still continuing this on the basis of their war with the Reich. This is all based on World War II. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Brendan, for bringing that point
And
up.
so far, none of the stuff you brought up can get reversed, like daylight savings or
Yeah,
anything, you know.
yeah, that's right.
So there you go. Yeah.
They administered radioactive materials to psychiatric patients throughout the city and county of San Francisco and to prisoners in San Quentin. They administered massive doses of full body radiation to cancer patients hospitalized at the General Hospital in Cincinnati, Baylor College in Houston, Memorial Sloan Kettering in New York City, and the United States Naval Hospital in Bethesda, Maryland. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, this experiment provided data to the American military concerning how a nuclear attack might affect its troops. And no, again, it wasn't part of chemotherapy. Or rather, these people were told it was, but then they administered the same amount of radiation that you would experience if you were standing near ground zero.
Right. And they keep saying shit like this, but they were having the troops walking all over the new site, you know, in Alamogordo. They were having
Totally.
they had Mary Curie died, multiple scientists were like getting murked.
Yeah.
It's like what was the point of all that? They're just saying we need to keep testing it. It's like hitting your head against a brick wall. We gotta keep testing.
Yeah,
it.
how much testing do you fucking need?
Like it kills you if you get too much of it. That's like all you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's like this
You
is.
melt from the inside out. And
But-
shit,
but
man.
you
Like, how much
realize-
more do you need to know?
Thank you. But what you need to know is that this isn't science. This is the occult. This is Satanism.
Yes.
This is human sacrifice.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you. And once you understand that, it begins to make a sinister sense. They exposed 29 patients, some with rheumatoid arthritis, to total body radiation. They called it total body irradiation. 100 to 300 rad dosages to obtain data for the American military. This was conducted at UCSF, the University of California at San Francisco, where I myself learned of it through almost a decade of courses I attended in the subject of medical journalism, in which I hold the credit equivalent of a master's degree. So, you remember how desperately they attacked that? Everybody from Steve Outram?
Oh, all the time. Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, to people saying they would only allow people over the age of retirement to attend the extended adult learning at the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute. And I said, no, they allowed care providers.
And it's still extant in Oregon, and anyone can pay to get in. It's just caregivers were given that thing.
Yes.
Precedent, or what is it called?
Yeah.
Priority.
Thank you. Yeah. And in 1995, the Energy Department admitted to over 430 plus radiation experiments conducted by the Atomic Energy Commission between the years 1944 and 1974. Over 16,000 plus people were radiated, the overwhelming majority of whom never gave consent because they never knew that this was being done to them.
There you go.
Yeah, and all these experiments were designed to help America's privileged cast of atomic scientists research the human hazards of nuclear war and radiation fallout. Now, the reality was that they were already long ago intimately familiar with such, but they continued to mass sacrifice people in the name of science because many expressed the fact in the records that I was dealing with, it's just too much fun to stop. Literally, that's what they said. It's just too much fun to stop. And your tax dollars paid for this. The entire nuclear arms buildup was classified secrets, so these experiments were all stamped secret and allowed to take place under the banner of protecting national security. Look, the greatest threat you've got is your federal government. So the militia has a point. The problem is they're a greater problem than the federal government. It's like you're caught between a cock and a hard case, as they would say in prison. Now, amazingly, all of these clandestine studies, they were all conducted at the most prestigious of American medical institutions and colleges, inclusive of the University of Chicago, the University of Washington, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the Vanderbilt University in Nashville, because that's how they got their government grants. So, I think that's enough for one night in terms of trivia recall, but that's like, yeah, there you go. And now I can go back to shitting and pissing on, poor Realtek and Doofus Nemo because it's so much more
by
fun.
The way, on a side note, I just did a counter. What do I call it so they don't think I'm Fantasiaing in your basement? A counter technique.
Okay,
I used
excellent.
Counter technique. We can use the Japanese term if people are questioning if I'm using black magic or not. But anyways, I use a counter technique, and a lamp that I thought the bulb was out on.
Yeah.
Turned on, and it's brighter than I've ever seen it.
I love it.
So there was some kind of spirit suppressing this lamp in my living room.
Occult force, at least. Yeah, there was an occult force suppressing that. You know what it was? It was draining the electricity, because that's how magic works. Supernature works like electricity, and it plays hell. It plays havoc with electrical components. And so it was draining the light bulb. It was really, the energy that should have been directed into the filament was being sucked off by this force. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. And
so and I would consider it malevolent for sure.
Of course. Absolutely. So, that's why it loves the darkness. It can't stand the light. Yeah.
Yeah, and also this lamp is actually an occult item in and of itself. It's something I've owned for, pretty much my entire life, essentially.
Wow.
So it's one of those things. Yeah.
That makes sense. No, it really makes sense.
So the second that just proves, I hate to be jumping to conclusions, but it just proves that all these people are sus.
Of course. Guaranteed. Yeah, no, there's a reason why they're here. They're assigned, and they're just assigned to, play havoc with everything. It's like, just cause as much trouble as they can. Throw off as many people as they can. What was I going to say? How did Holly describe it? She said, for instance, about Penny Bradley, when Penny Bradley was saying, "You just had me there to increase your numbers, your stats." Are you joking? If anything, like Holly said, she's turning people away.
The light just flickered again, by the way.
Okay, that makes sense. Just at the mere mention of her name. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was so frustrating the time I was bringing up Heather Penny. I hope the hell I didn't say Penny Bradley by accident.
Oh, I'm hoping it was just like I was half asleep and I misheard it, because that would have been
I hope
tragic.
So. Yeah, fucking hope
that would have
so.
been tragic.
Yeah, the thing with Heather Penny.
I was thinking to myself, I was like, that bitch has glasses. There's no way she could fly a plane.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
Yeah, no, fuck no. Yeah, no.
Oh, the light just turned off again. Holy shit.
Yeah.
so they're really trying, trying to make it happen, it seems.
Yeah, well, believe me, you're under constant occult siege. And the problem with Heather Penny, of course, she's got
the lights flashing on and off, even though I'm not moving.
Yeah, there you go. It's consider that the canary in the coal mine. So just keep your guards up, keep your shields up. Something's trying to break in. Something's there around you. That's and
but this is like the most paranormal it's been in a while.
It's you know why? It's first off, the heat also has something to do with it in the sense that it kind of, how would I say, reminds these entities of the climate of hell where they come from. And
they're stomping grounds.
Yeah. The problem with Heather Penny is she's got the conflation of names of Penny Bradley and Heather Holman.
Right.
That's so. At any rate, Heather's still with us, and hopefully she'll speak if she wishes. And at any rate, otherwise I'll just tell people about the horror of Nemo Albano, whose real name, or rather his false name, he claims, is Larry Michael Smith, which, like a true child molester, has 3 first names. I mean, Smith may as well be a first name. It's so fucking generic, and we don't believe that's his real name at all. And the fact that he hides all his contact info, the fact that he's like never told us his real name, All this is suspect as hell. And by the way, I was told by two sources, Aristides and Brendan, that on his multi-$1,000 gaming computer, he's got it loaded to the gills with anime porn of young boys. Prepubescent boy anime porn. That is, it's like...
Yeah, this was his own admission. This isn't some kind of slander.
Thank you.
He told us about it.
Thank you.
With titles, like, with not just.
Oh, he
like,
knew it right
it's-
away. What was it? Boko no Pico no. What the
Yeah.
fuck was it? He knew the title just like that. When I.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I bet.
Oh man. Oh.
You know, and people would say, "Oh, you know, who cares if people are into, you know, the opposite sex?" Well, these were children.
Yes.
They're not. It's not just a normal.
Tell about
hentai.
the Michael Jackson shit. He went all
Oh
out.
God, I don't even know if I have the stomach for that.
Michael Jackson's just like the spirit of a child. The spirit of a child. Let me take these earbuds off for a second. Here the temperature is dropping, so I gotta change into another T-shirt, which is warmer. Has
Oh,
sleeves.
shit. Oh, what are your ghosts coming out of your basement? or
Yeah.
something?
Oh, the dead are rising at this hour. You know that they are coming out of the basement, and the first.
Well,
thing they do
shit.
is-
Send them over here because I need free air conditioning.
Yes.
Shit's bullshit.
Yeah, I hear you. Man, I would if I could. Really would. This is why I have to bury myself in electric blankets. They rob the body heat. They really do. They cling on to you for your body heat, and they just wrap themselves around you. It's disgusting. So it's like being bukkake. They leave their
Oh my God.
they leave their what is that, the ectoplasmic slime.
Ectoplasmic.
Yeah.
bukkake, that's so sick. Only you could come up with some shit like that.
Yes.
Probably an illustration. Don't tell me. Oh, I used to draw that.
Oh.
That's what Q was trying to tell me. You know?
Yeah.
Doug's really good artist. Good artist. You should see his art. Love it.
Oh, shit. Yes, it's but yeah, let me take these earbuds off for just a second. I won't be able to hear you, but burn the bandwidth for just a moment. I'll tell you when I get my shirt on. Hopefully Brendan starts.
I'm here. I can
There we
hear.
are.
I'm just inspecting some stuff over here. Just more anomalous paranormal phenomenons happening around. Trying to
I'm back.
shield and reinforce.
Cool. Now, yeah, I
There's
love.
a lot of
Yeah, you know what I can't stand is Holly means well, but you know when she talks about that, like she said, I'm hoping it's under $100. I like the way she says that. It's like, goddamn, she doesn't seem to realize you and I are just living on edge, and the idea.
yeah. I don't know why it's not translating. It's like maybe they just think we're just joking.
they really are listening to the enemy, and the enemy is saying, "Yeah, Doug's really riding that Maserati."
Oh yeah, I thought of that earlier. I was like, this son of a bitch asking for rides. Where's that Maserati? Like you haven't even driven since the 90s. Who even said that? Who even fucking said that?
That was a black guy said it. Remember what the fuck was that black guy's name? He had the occult name that said, "I am a demon."
Oh,
numerically or something.
oh yeah. What's his name? Osaru Ansi or some shit.
Yeah. Yes.
The guy that was named Double Demon, basically.
Yeah.
Talk about gematria. He was named after two different demons from two different cultures.
Yeah.
And then he's over here saying, "I'm exposing the evil with Miguel Andahar." Like, what the fuck, dude? You're
Yeah, the
named
guy who
after two
digs
demons.
babies' bones. The guy digging for babies'
Yeah.
bones in the Philippines.
Yeah, well, he's so innocent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And his Bruja girlfriend with the crow.
Oh, that was just
They were like-
that was just a
yeah.
prostitute in the Philippines who he paid to make up like that. You know, he paid her to put on the makeup and then
Yeah, well,
parades
they
her
had a
around
fake
his girlfriend.
backstory. Yeah, they had a fake backstory.
Yeah, they have a fake backstory. Yeah, nothing against her. I'm not. She's just doing what she did for money, and I don't blame her. But,
Right.
Yeah. But that's like his beard. That's like his beard, so they look straight and shit. Now, the interesting thing is that both he and Peter Moon bought into that black woman who said, she wrote the Matrix bullshit and that she wrote the Terminator.
Oh, I sent it to you the other day. Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it.
Or watch? Did you watch that bit?
No, tell me.
She had a pretty good point, but it's like she didn't really have any evidence. It was just
what did
she
she
was
say?
just talking about. Oh, she was just saying the whole story, like, oh, it's a story of, becoming the savior. It's the same as the Christ story. So she's saying she stole it from the Bible, basically.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
So that's what's so absurd about it. They're saying she wrote it, and then she's saying it's about the savior figure that, is the, it's like it's a theological, kind of like, what's his name?
Yeah,
like she's pulling the Campbell.
Bruce Campbell. Yeah, the hero of many faces shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's pulling that, and then these people are saying she wrote it. So,
what a joke. Yeah.
They can't even listen to her talk enough to,
Yeah, yes.
So it's some weird psyop shit.
Yeah, it sure as hell is. And whoever buys into this she won the lawsuit bullshit, you're out of your minds. It's basically she sued the evil Polish. Yeah, go on.
If that's her evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
It's a story of, of a hero's journey. He's the savior at the end. Based off of the Bible and Christ. It's like, okay, so you don't have a defense because you stole it from,
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's like, it just, what is creativity anyway? It's how you, it's just everybody's ripoff of something else.
Yes.
That's, what it comes down to. Look, everything that can possibly exist has been done. We're always redoing it. We're always reinventing. That's the whole idea. But But
I honestly, after what those, whatever those things are, those creatures that made the Matrix.
Yeah, the evil one.
Like
the evil Polish brothers. I call them the evil Polish brothers.
Yeah, the evil Polish brothers or whatever the hell they are.
Yes.
Creature, wherever the muck they came out of.
Yes.
As long as they get. They have to pay us back for watching that shit.
Yeah, thank you.
After the first one, it was just a waste of time.
Yeah.
What are we watching?
By the way, we're joined by George Knight. Welcome aboard, dear George. How much time are we gifted with your presence tonight? This morning. How much time are we gifted with your presence this morning, George? Can you hear me?
Connected successfully now. Yes, can you hear me, Douglas?
Oh, barely. Okay, we'll hear you much better now.
Yeah.
So, yes. So, did you hear my question? How much time are we gifted with your presence tonight, this morning, George? How much time? Damn, is he there? Damn, they got him. Oh man.
Everyone's having connection issues. Is there like a solar storm or something?
Well, with Troy, Troy was on the speaker. Okay, that's. You know why Troy was on the speaker? You know why Troy was on the speaker? So he could eat.
Oh. He was probably, yeah. I mean, I do the same thing, but I have the headphones in. Yeah, there's a technique. There's a special technique to eating while dealing with Doug.
Here we are.
And instead of eating out of the bag, you got to pour it into a bowl so you don't make Peter Moon go off.
By the way, George
He's
Knight
crinkling.
is back.
Hello. Yes. Sorry.
How much time are we gifted with your presence this morning, George?
Yes, Douglas. Thank you. Can you hear me all right? How's my audio sounding?
Much better now. Much better.
Is it okay? Yes. Perfect. You're coming through as well. Thank you.
Are you at home or in a vehicle? Are you at home or in a vehicle? Just curious.
I'm out.
You do sound like you're out. You do sound like you're out. Yeah.
I'm outside. Yes, I'm out. I'm outside, Douglas. Yes, it's very early in the morning. Yeah, okay. It's incredibly early. So yeah.
So much
fun. Enjoying the warm weather.
Yeah. Is it what's it like over there in England right now? Cold or warm?
It's very hot. Yes, we're expecting record-reaching temperatures today.
Oh shit!
Yes.
Are you working outside?
Yes, and unfortunately, a good 8 hours in this heat.
God,
it's a heat wave.
Damn.
Yes.
Oh.
So, the sun is beaming right now on me.
I would die.
There's very little shade.
I hate to be like this, but that's like, I mean, come on. 33.
Is it 33 degrees Celsius? You mean though? Is that high? How high is it?
It's high for them. I'm
okay.
In the UK, in the UK, the different. Yeah.
For me, it's 40 degrees, and I'm dying. I'm cooking.
Okay.
Yes.
It's 35 in my house right now. Like, I'm cooking over here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So
Yeah.
sad. Yeah. By the way, Heather, in Arizona, it was 118 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. You'll have to translate that for us.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's like 45,
Got it.
46.
45,
Can you even
46.
imagine that shit? It's like the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
Yeah. And yeah, it's horrible. But George, how much time do we have
Yes,
with you
Douglas.
before you go to
About a good 30, about a good 30 minutes, Douglas. Thank you
Okay.
so much. Yes.
Well, thank you for all your patience with myself. I spend every spare moment that I can writing what I can that I ultimately want to show you. I just don't want to do what I used to do, which was spamming, like Brendan used to say. But you know why I used to do that? I used to spam because Peter Moon was supposed to be getting a book out. I kept trying to get him the revisions so that he could get them, but he was never working on the book. He really was never working on it. So, that's the horrible thing about it.
Yeah, I didn't mean you were spamming us. I just meant that it was like the same revision with like slight tweaks.
Yeah, right. But but remember how Peter Moon kept, he's making me work so hard. I mean, believe
Well,
like,
yeah, because he was senile. He thought it was a new thing every time. He thought
Yeah.
we were sending him like the dictionary.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Piece
And
of
he's
shit.
like, "Why is Doug sending me so much?"
Yeah,
And it's like,
that
dude,
piece
it's the
of
same thing, just with revisions. Kill
Yeah.
it.
Yes, that piece
So,
of
yeah.
shit. God, I
There
hate
you
God, I hate him. Yeah, at any rate, so we were going off on everybody, George. It wasn't a bitch fest tonight, but it was just what it was. And so, in case you didn't know it, George, we'll catch you up. Basically,
Yes.
I basically blocked what's his name, Nemo Albano, which is not his real name, and his real name, quote unquote, Larry Michael Smith, isn't his real name either. But he, as I said, I don't know if I gave you the screenshot. He offered me $2,000 to kill somebody through occult means. He actually asked Brendan first to do it for free, if you could believe that shit. And it's like, really, we're putting our souls at risk for you. And it's like, what a piece of shit. What a piece of subhuman garbage. And so all that, being the cherry on top. So, dear George, tell us what's going on with yourself. And now, you found some good items. Tell people about what you found in terms of these items about the Antarctic.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I did share those with you. That was going back, I think, about a week or two ago now. Yes. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. I was a bit late to the party last Wednesday, so I did try to join, but I think the show was. It stopped airing at the time when I tried to join, Douglas. So I do apologise. I was just running a little bit late.
Just so that you know, I had a visit from Aaron Tice, came to San Francisco to visit me. And what happened was that Sammy Romero had visited about 2 years ago on the longest day of the year. And it was the hottest day of the year. And yet that didn't bother me that much because I really didn't take Sammy Romero that many places. He had his wife and child with him. When it came to Aaron Tice, I gave him a full tour of the Presidio and the building at which my Hitler's sperm was stored. I showed him that building outside of the Presidio. That's in San Francisco. However, I showed him the building in which it was stored. I also took him to the Tenderloin where I grew up. And I was exposed to so much sun. I was deathly ill, so I couldn't do the shows very long. So I had sun sickness for throughout the week.
Yeah.
But such having been explained, so I wasn't. I'm sorry that I missed you, but by all means, we're here now.
No, I apologise. No, brilliant. Yes, no, thank you. So I did have it. That was on my agenda to make sure I do come on the show, even if it's for a short period. It's just to let my presence be known, Douglas, just to stay maintained. So that was the reason, and so yeah, I just wanted to first say sorry I was a bit late to arrive on the show last Wednesday.
No worries.
But yeah, there's so much.
The other item you brought up was about the Gulf Stream. So it was the Gulf Stream and the signals in the Antarctic, and so please share with our listeners your impression of these things and other things as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Douglas. Yeah, and also I shared the interview with George Galloway and Piers Morgan, which was hosted and aired a couple of weeks ago. That was that was an interesting watch as well, just to listen to their exchange of perceptions or perspectives on Israel and Iran. That was very interesting. I don't know if you had time to review that, Douglas, but Brendan, if you get the chance as well. And hello, and just want to say, how are you doing, Brendan, as well? It's been a little while. A couple of weeks, I think.
Yes.
Yes, good to speak to you.
Doug actually saw a little bit of that. That was the same.
Did he? Yes.
No, that was the same guy that was in that interview that Troy sent. Doug.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it the same guy? I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah.
Okay.
George Galloway. Yeah,
okay.
Myself and George Galloway. He's a former member of Parliament. He was part of the Labourite Party, and he went on to go on to establish his own parties, the British Working Party, or the Working Party for Britain, and the Respect Party. Me and him had a exchange on what was formerly known as Twitter, now known as X.
Oh, wow.
Me and him had the exchange with you regarding the Blitzkrieg during World War II, and I mentioned the fact that the Allies instigated the carpet bombings, the air raids over Germany first, and then that was long before the Blitzkrieg was even attempted during the Operation Gomorrah. That was.
I think Gomorrah.
Yeah, Gomorrah, not Gomorrah. Gomorrah. Yeah, Gomorrah, Douglas. Gor, I believe. Yes, Gomorrah, which is basically the incineration of city centres, entire city sections and city centres, engulfed in flames, reaching surface of the temperatures of the surface of the sun, which was recorded and a historical fact. The Allies perpetrated that first, and then the Germans initiated those death camps as a response because of the supply chain being compromised by the Allies during their air raids. And that was the bombs of Hamburg started first before any Blitzkrieg was ever deployed or initiated by the Germans. So that was an exchange going back a few years ago, but he ended up shutting down. He never.
Yeah, and after you started exposing the truth of that, George.
Yeah,
they started writing. I showed you that the newspaper article where they started writing, "Oh, these are heavily exaggerated casualties in Dresden," and because they don't want the ADF to keep using it as a talking point, the Alternative for Deutschland.
Yeah.
So the Germans were saying, "Oh, these are highly exaggerated." You know, it was just propaganda because you were telling the truth.
Isn't it weird that the Alternative for Deutschland has the same initials as the Anti-Defamation League, ADF?
AFD, excuse me.
Yeah,
I misspoke.
Oh, no worries.
AFD.
Okay, so take a look at this. I'm doing a screen share right now.
Yes, Douglas.
So can you see the cursor moving, both yourself and...
I can, Douglas.
Okay, good. And Brendan, it says, Aristides sent this image, El Nemo. I think Doug might have blocked me. Please relay this to Doug. I sent transaction in PayPal that should come with no. If he can't see the message in that, tell him to ask Brendan to send me his PayPal link, and I will send him the money to buy one of those cooler fans. I would ask Brendan, but I think he blocked me too. Urgent. And I give it the eye roll. I mean, really? Brendan did not block Nemo. It was the other way around. You can actually tell them. Right, Brendan?
Either that or it's it's an instigation tactic where they just block people and then it makes it look like we're doing it. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, or care.
All I know is I can't send him a message. That's all I know.
I think it's kind of too late for Nemo to suddenly redeem himself. So here we are. Then Real Tech Guy says, "Oh, the leader!" He finally explained it. The leader is this name for the broccoli head guy from Captain America: Brave New World I was talking about.
Oh,
yes,
there you go.
That was it. See, this is the problem with Real Tech.
That's such a terrible name.
Yeah, yes,
it's such a terrible name.
It's such a stupid
for a
name.
villain.
Yes, it doesn't make any sense, especially since he wasn't leading anybody. But the silly thing is that this is the problem with Real Tech Geek, is that half the time his thoughts are so that they're not contextualized, And he's like that when he's talking. That's a problem. It's not just like this when he's typing. He's like this when he's talking. Oh, anyhow, so there we go with that. So, sorry to interrupt with that, George, but there was a lot going on.
Not at all, Douglas.
Yeah. So in terms of your conversation with this individual and the politics.
Oh yeah, George Galloway.
George Galloway.
Yeah.
And the fact that after that he just shut down when but Brendan's saying that after that they kind of like were, oh yes, that's right, the talking points and all that. So what else comes to your mind, George, in terms of say for instance current events, or what stands out to you, or anything you want to talk about, by all means, because I want you to know I'm decompressing. It was a hell of a weekend.
Yeah.
So I'm just here tonight just to be here.
Wonderful. No. Usually they're the best and intriguing parts of the show, Douglas, when we could just organically just comes whatever springs to mind. It's always the most intriguing part.
You haven't dated. You haven't set a date yet for when you can be on through the entire show, right? You haven't.
You know what? That's already passed. That was Wednesday, just gone, Douglas. I was trying to come on.
Oh, I see.
I had off. Yes. So no, don't apologise. I don't want to make any dates, or I don't really want to
organise publicly because we don't want them to interfere. So I understand.
Anything could happen. Or maybe I can't show up for whatever reason. Or
Well, always understand this. So, I don't mind if you can't show up. Just let us know you're safe.
Yes.
Exactly. That's all.
Yeah.
Right? Last time we were just extremely concerned.
Yes.
Thank
you, Douglas. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because I did that came into my head the other day. I was thinking, but there's no contact number. I can't, it's not like, with a relative or a friend, a mobile to call.
Or
anything like that.
But you can send private messages on Microsoft Teams now, thank God. So
yes, that's what I was going to say. Yes, I'm just grateful for that.
Yeah,
because now it's present. Yeah.
Hopefully you and I will have some time this week to talk privately, because this week should be more open. Obviously 4th of July is a big deal, but it's not that big a deal. And between now and 4th of July, there should be time for us to talk. In terms of so if I remember some other things I wanted to bring up with you, I'll bring them forth, but in the meantime, help me burn bandwidth and tell people what's on your mind.
Yes, no, thank you. Yes, I was a bit more acquainted last week regarding those articles, with the signals that are being intercepted. And the Gulf Stream collapsing. Most people, I was just reading the comments section, most people are completely oblivious to both those aspects, both the aspects when it comes down to the Gulf Stream and those signals being intercepted in Antarctica. Most people perceive that as coming from out there, those signals, but it actually comes beneath the ice sheet of the Antarctic continent. That's where they've basically you pinpointed the trajectory of those signals being projected. That's established. That's inescapable. The other thing that sprung to mind, Brendan, I don't know, because I don't know if you're aware of this, Douglas. It's something that's going on. It's just for morbid. It's nothing more than just morbid entertainment for me. Do you remember the? I'm trying to think of his real name, because he's got an alias. Like a lot of these individuals, they got pseudonyms. These names that are not real. Liver King, the steroid user,
Liver King
abuser. He was arrested last week in I believe in Austin, Texas. He was there with his family to try and encounter Joe Rogan, who he has his own podcast, Joe Rogan, and that's hit the news on socials.
Yeah,
recently.
I think he's an example of why juicing isn't good. And the excesses. He was doing it like to the extreme.
Yes, a lot of what do you want to call it? Just a lot of sharp-eyed people have pointed out that his pupils are dilated. One is bigger than the other, and they said this guy is deranged. Like the things he's saying, he's got this obsession with Joe Rogan, and you just know it's probably like he has an affectuation, an affectionate or affectionate. What's the word, Douglas?
Affectation. Affectation.
Yes, towards Joe Rogan.
Well, you're saying he has a man crush, like a man crush.
He has a man crush on this individual, yeah, because he's been dumped, rejected multiple times. He's now gone on this bandwagon to try and have a fight with him physically. He wants to have a grappling, probably an oiled up.
I bet he wants to grapple him. Yeah, I bet.
because Joe Rogan originally said he originally was the first one to say, yeah, I don't think this guy's natural. As in not juicing.
Because he exposed
it. That's just common sense. That's just common sense.
I know, anyone could have saw that, but then this guy thinks, so he, in his head, Joe Rogan brought him down and all that shit.
Oh, got it.
And he repeatedly denied him for an interview. He said, I'm never having you on my, on my show.
Yeah, he rejected him. Yeah, he requested on so many times, and Joe Rogan's just basically rejected him. Because the Liver King had this. I forgot what his real name is. It has been obviously it's been exposed a long time ago, but it's no point me trying to retain his real name. Just call him
Liver King.
Liver King
is fine.
Yeah.
By the way, just before I forget, Heather Holman just entered into the text box. Douglas, what is Devshirme from the Ottoman Empire? And I suspect she already knows, but Devshirme or Devshirme is the recruiting program that the Ottomans had for Christian boys. They would steal Christian boys from their families, like ICE is doing in the United States today. Take them from their families. It was actually a blood dive. Their pound of flesh, if you will, that every family had to give up their firstborn child, so to speak. And their sons would be taken by the Ottomans, who converted them to Islam and then raised them as soldiers for the empire. They were called Janissaries. And so these were like it's an occupation government. The Ottomans were occupying all of the Balkans. And as the occupation government, they demanded a human tax in Christian boys, who, if they were effeminate enough, they would just fuck them and put them in their harems. And if they were masculine enough, then they would force them to convert to Islam and use them as soldiers on the front line. Now, this is what happened to Dracula in terms of he and his brother Mircea. And Dracula's brother Mircea was the effeminate one, and Dracula himself was the masculine one. And when the royal family, because all families were subject to this, the royal family had to turn their sons over. The Turks put Mircea in the harem, and they put Dracula on the front lines. And that's where Dracula first learned his ability to handle artillery, was from the Turks, which he later turned against them. So Heather's still online with us. Do you want to say hello to George, Heather? Say hi to George.
Hi, George. How are you?
Oh, hello, Heather. Yes, wonderful to speak to you. Hope you're all right and everything's good your end.
It is. The reason for me bringing up that question is, didn't they castrate some of them or all of them and marry them? The boys that they would elect or collect?
I have no doubt that might have happened to some of them. If a boy was too aggressive and had too much testosterone, I can imagine them easily doing that. But in Italy, that's where they were most famous or infamous for La Castrata. La Castrata were the boys who were castrated so that they would retain their singing voice throughout their lives. So it's they would sing in the choir.
Would they marry as women?
That's an interesting question. I mean, it's a valid question. I'll have to look into it. So I don't know. I don't know. Most of the people who were in the harems would, of course, just stay in the harems. They would not be married. They're just basically a concubine or a sex slave. So I'm sorry. What brought that question up again?
I just heard about it today for the first time. I was reading and I learned about it. The Ottoman Empire.
I see. Okay, well, that's a good question. Thank you for asking it. I'll try and go more into it in future episodes and just remind me of it. Brendan brings to our attention that Europe is sweltering right now with temperatures in Spain setting new records. And so tell us about that. Trump auto. What is this auto trade with Japan? Not fair. Oh shit, he's trying to start a war with Japan now. It's like, yeah, because they won. Yeah, says Brendan. Yeah, because they won. But here's where, doofus Trump plays the role of the racist president, Harrison Ford. Yeah, the Red Hulk Trump. Yeah. So, and Real Tech, if you're out there, yeah, go ahead, block Joe Ty. Another night, I'll let you on. I'm just sorry, I'm not in the mood for it tonight. I just can't handle it. I'm decompressing, and so George, back to taking advantage of your presence here tonight, and I apologize profoundly because
not at all. No,
I'm only here physically. Tonight, really.
Which is enough, Douglas. You're very much appreciated.
You have no idea what happened this weekend. It was. Let me tell you something. We had the Blood Boys out to try and give them exposure to the gay pride celebration and the parade. Yes. There's only so much exposure we can give them, and then there's the physical danger, and we got them all home safely, but I want you to know, we got them through a firefight to get them home. It's like, seriously, people just don't understand it. Last Saturday night, things in San Francisco, the city was on fire. It just like, what's this? Trump has indicated, tell us about this, Brendan. He's saying him and Vladimir had a falling out. Holy shit, after Iran fiasco. What happened exactly?
No, he's saying he wants to send Patriot missiles to Ukraine, and I said, apparently him and Vlad had a falling out after that Iran incident, so now he's like trying to restart that war instead of,
Interesting. Oh, I love it. The Viper's Nest.
Remember, he was losing his cool towards the end. He said, they're all fucking stupid and all that shit. When Trump was cool.
Yeah. No, but at that time he was talking about the Israelis and the Iranians, right? Not the Ukrainians and the Russians at that time. He was talking about the Israelis and the Iranians,
talking
right?
about Israel and Iran, but I have a feeling it has something to do with
that.
He wants to do it one way, and then Vlad was calling him on the phone telling him, don't strike Iran,
Got it.
So now they're having like a lover's quarrel.
I love it. Thank you. Now that makes perfect sense. Thank you. Yes. And George, your impression?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. No, and that's what we exposed on Trump's birthday. What was that, 2 weeks ago? Same as John Warrington on Flag Day.
Yes.
Yes. And he rang him to wish him happy birthday, but he said to him, "Do not strike Iran," and that was before those they deployed those bunker busters at those nuclear enrichment sites,
which are really just cardboard and poster board and plywood.
It did nothing integrity. It didn't do anything to compromise the war machine or anything like that, which is what they keep portraying or propagandizing. It had nothing to do with that at all. I mean, their own intelligence admitted, and this is going back to the George Galloway interview conducted with Piers Morgan, because several points that which stands out in my mind. Going back, I only reviewed it twice. I did have to go back to review it a second time just to have context in order to relay back on this show, Douglas. George Galloway presented to Piers Morgan, why is Iran not allowed to have a nuclear weapon when Israel has hundreds of nuclear weapons illegally? He goes, I would argue that every nation state around Israel needs or requires a nuclear weapon because Israel has nuclear weapons.
Yes, absolutely.
And the thing is, the one thing that never gets mentioned is the neutron bombs. They're the only nation state to have a neutron bomb in their arsenal.
Because most of these fuckers don't even know about neutron bombs.
Exactly.
But go on.
Yes. What's his name? Alistair Campbell, I believe his name is. If it comes to mind, I can't believe I can remember that name. I believe he was one of the men who run one of the tabloids in the UK. They basically exposed, I think it was either an Israeli intelligence officer or a Mossad agent, someone, I hate the term leaked, but they leaked information regarding Israel's nuclear arsenal, and he got arrested and put into jail for the rest of his life. And I don't know what the name of the individual's name. He's got an Israeli. He's got a Semitic name to him, but I don't know what. I can't. Yeah, this is what was exposed on that interview with Piers Morgan, and but the thing is, it was sort of like shots fired both sides. It was like, I was like applauding, clapping some of the things that George Galloway said, even though I've exposed him as being like just a dubious, ignorant individual, just keeps regurgitating the information that he gets relayed, which is all far-fetched. But also Piers Morgan at the end of the show, George Galloway said to him, I'll try and relay what was exchanged between them. George Galloway says he stated that I must, it was along the lines of I was mistaken for you, Piers. I thought you were an honest, genuine person, but you've been exposed
that's a good one.
During this exchange as a liar. Piers Morgan responded, and he replied to him saying, well, I never made that mistake, George, because I always knew you were disingenuous. you were always like bigging up all these warmongers like Vladimir Putin, like all these dictators, all these people. That's what he was basically trying to elaborate about George Galloway. And I just thought, well, yeah, that's something I exposed about George Galloway. He was the man that was always on the side of the Palestinians, but yet he was always praising Vladimir Putin, which is what I that was going back years ago, and I suspected that is a bit of there's something disingenuous about this individual. If he can, stand on the side of the Palestinians, but then praise Vladimir Putin at the same time, there's something definitely, suspect about this individual. That was my concerns about him when I first started to realise that. And this was years ago. This is long before I even knew of yourself, Douglas. And I was like, why is this guy praising all these warmongers? What are these people who are just,
mass murderers?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Yeah, exactly. Goes without saying. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And but there was shots fired from both sides, and I was like applauding one, and then just laughing at the other. So it's an interesting segment. If anyone wants to watch the 12 minutes, if they just look up Piers Morgan and George Galloway, their interview about Israel and Iran, they'll see what I mean. But we've already exposed the fact that Donald Trump, he works on the behest. He's one of those youthful idiots of Vladimir Putin, but he was also on the payroll of the Kremlin. Yes. Of the Russian Federation. He has been for years. People can look up when he was declaring himself bankrupt. They were helping support and fund his empire.
Yes, his empire before his campaign. Yeah, but then his campaign after that. Then his campaign after that. Yeah.
And that was why he started firing the head of the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yes.
He started to fire him as soon as he was elected. He was the president-elect because the Electoral College got him as president because it was I think it was he didn't win the popular vote, I believe.
Well, actually, as Sammy Romero explained, he lost both the popular vote and the Electoral College. And they didn't allow several votes to be counted in multiple states. And Sammy Romero explained it in far better articulation than I can because he looked into it more than I did. And so Trump actually stole the election. This is the insanity of the world we live in. He claims that the Democrats steal elections when he's stealing them. First being hacked into the Oval Office by the Russians in his first midterm, and with his second midterm, you know who hacked it? It was, now I remember, it was Musk. Musk had paid for the voting machines, and it was he had several of the voting machines that he had installed at various places that were not counting the Democratic votes. That was also a part of it. So Musk actually committed electoral fraud, and belongs in jail, and so that was I'll have to go back through my notes to find out more of the details on that, but do continue. We all get the point. He stole the fucking, so in other words, he did not win the election at all. It's just stolen.
Exactly, Douglas. Yes, that's the major point. So Vladimir Putin is his he's Donald Trump is Vladimir Putin's choke bitch, which is the term I refer to him as. Like with Winston Churchill, he was the choke bitch of Aleister Crowley. And, so I just refer to him as the same as those individuals. Yeah, because whatever he says, he does. Yeah. And it is so transparent and apparent when you take a look at you know, what we speak of. Like, you could just see the exchanges and see what he does. Yeah, and like with Kim Jong-un, do you remember the whole fiasco about Kim Jong-un? You know, he went there to meet him and shake his hand, but yet he was calling him the Rocket Man. And that was all just a facade. That was all just a public display of, propaganda, just to, but he was also on the same side as Kim Jong-un, as North Korea. And, but at the moment, it's interesting because right now, with what's going on currently, you've got Donald Trump acting also doing Israel's
bidding. Yes.
Their demands. And, you know, and it truly, I think that it goes to show, Douglas, I think it makes it more obvious that Israel does have a foothold on the United States, a lot more so than what people even understand. And it's to go back to those bombs that they have placed. And I think that they have, there is definitely
have you ever shared that fact with anyone, and how do they react to it when you share that?
I haven't really, Douglas. I haven't really, but because what I know about 9/11, they did the same thing then. It brings more credence to everything, because even though I don't have any the physical evidence, but 9/11, there is so much substantiated evidence to show people that they compromised those buildings themselves. There was an Israeli intelligence behind it. It was orchestrated by the corporation, by both domestic and foreign adversaries, as well as governments. Certainly, Israeli intelligence had a involvement. They were complicit, but it was Saudi involvement as well with 9/11. And so, but with those buildings, they came down due to the fact that you had an Israeli-American on the government level, on the highest levels of the government, the echelons at the top, the federal level. They would have, they were certainly involved with the bringing of those towers down. World Trade Center 7 was a CIA building. It was a federal government building that was brought down, obviously by demolitions, but it showed you the involvement back then. And lucky Larry Silverstein never showed up to work that morning. The man, yes, he was a prime suspect in that crime. And so many factors go involved. We've gone into excruciating detail in the past, Douglas. Don't need to now, but it just shows you that yes, they have a foothold on the United States, and the United States have to meet Israeli demands. Certainly Netanyahu's demands. He does everything what he asks him to do, or demands he does, and that's why he says he's the best president that Israel's ever had.
Right. Has that changed in any way? I'm just curious. Are they also having any falling out? What's your impression, Brendan? Because I certainly agree with George. I think that originally, it was quite easy to perceive Trump as basically a dupe of the Israelis. But has that changed now because he's so obsessed with trying to look like peacemaker? Or your own impression of that?
Yes.
If Brendan's still with us, the poor fucker's probably boiling to death.
Yes. I mean, people have pointed out, Douglas, sorry, Brendan. Yeah, sorry to...
No, carry on. I just said I haven't been following it.
Okay.
No, I was just going to say, with Trump, he goes, going back in 2022, just before the Ukrainian invasion, which me and Douglas exposed that they already invaded back in 2014. They annexed Crimea. They were already there invading Ukraine, and they're already deploying weapons on Ukrainian soil. This is long before that February 2022 invasion, the illegal aggression of the Russian Federation. But people have pointed out that, Donald Trump was saying that if he was president and not Joe Biden, that the war wouldn't have started. He would have ended it. He would have stopped. What a joke. But they're pointing out the fact that, hang on a minute, he says he doesn't want to start war, but yet he's deploying these bunker buster bombs in Iran. He's using weapons. He's deploying bombs. And, they're just trying to project that. That was it, Douglas. I just remembered now. Is because they used the B-2s, didn't they? Is that correct?
That's quite correct. That's true. Yes, continue.
They used the stealth bombers. And they were, people, the parades, these people were recording them. Oh, welcome home, boys. Yeah, you solved it. You saved us. And then I pointed out, do you know how many they've got in their... Because they're saying, oh, every time they get deployed, it costs the United States taxpayer around about 8 million, 8 to 15, something extortionate. And I pointed out, do you know how many they've got in their arsenal? Just 21.
Yes, yes.
The most powerful military junta. It's run as a junta, but the largest world industrial military complex on the world stage, the world global stage, only has 21 of these bombers.
Yes.
Stealth bombers.
Yes.
Only 21.
Well, it's that way with all their weapons. People think that this is World War II fucking production level status, and it's like it's nothing like that at all. The Americans have very limited assets, so
mobilization, no, not at all.
Yes,
they only I mean, when you saw them, it was like, oh, they only recorded one coming back. Where's the others? Where's the others?
Yeah.
I saw the footage of them apparently flying over because it took a well-round trip.
Yeah.
They deployed them from the American continent. They're from probably from one of these what are they called, Douglas? The United States airfields. Probably landlocked.
Yeah.
These are all landlocked. Yeah.
Thank you.
Probably somewhere. I don't even know whereabouts, which air
base, which air base it would come from.
Air base they were deployed. Yeah. Yes, thank you. No doubt they were playing golf that day. Sorry, I'm just being facetious, Douglas, but
there's nothing facetious about it. I mean, that motherfucker spends more time in golf than Obama ever did. And he used to shit and piss all over Obama for playing too much golf, but that's all the fucker ever does.
Yeah, exactly. And it cost him tens of thousands just for him to do a golf round, doesn't it? It's just, it just makes your eyes roll this. Yeah, but they were just proper propagandizing. Oh, what a victory. What a success. And and then they pointed out, well, where's all this radiation leak? If these were, if these nuclear plants that was enriching uranium, that was
I was pointing that out. Yes, I pointed that out. Where's the fucking radiation leak? Go on, continue.
The Atomic Weapons Agency, the commission, the organization pointed out their own intelligence said there was nothing. What was the purpose of these attacks or the purpose of these strikes, these operations? Because I don't think they did anything to destabilize or compromise their enrichment program. There was nothing that compromised it whatsoever, and that's their own intelligence. And they even point out they're not trying to develop a nuclear weapon whatsoever.
That's right. And yet they should be. Yet they should be. They should be trying to develop a nuclear weapon to protect themselves. Because if they had one, the Americans wouldn't have attacked. So
exactly, Douglas. There'll be a nuclear armed nation, and so they wouldn't have attacked. It would have been a deterrent. But the problem is, Douglas, as well. Yeah, that Piers Morgan. He said to George Galloway. George Galloway didn't even respond to it. He just said to it. He goes, "Are you saying they should have a nuclear weapon? Is that what you're saying, George?" And all George kept saying was, well, Israel has 100 plus nuclear weapons illegally. They never even declared it. No weapon inspectors are allowed to enter and inspect what they have in their arsenal.
Yeah.
And, if he asked me that question, I would tell him straight up, yes, they should have a nuclear weapon.
Thank you.
They should have a nuclear weapon. Yes. You'll come back to that, Piers.
Yeah. He would either like literally hang up the call with you, or he would just at that point say, "You have damned yourself. Now we know you are a Judeophobe," and something crazy, something stupid,
something ridiculous. Yes, exactly.
And
exactly.
You remember that I don't know if Piers Morgan was doing this, but I think he was. But remember the psyop
Jeremy Corbyn.
Yes, the intimidation.
Jeremy Corbyn.
That's it. The intimidation tactic is, what was it again? Tell us. It was Condemn.
condemn?
Yeah, that was like,
Yes,
like if you didn't do that, like if you didn't
condemn Hamas.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Which you heard
Hamas.
my response to that is, no, I do not condemn Hamas. Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and then there was some other stupid intimidation question. Is like, do you believe Israel has the right to self-defense? And that is like, no, that's not the question. The question is, do they have a right to invade other territories and start these anyhow? No, they don't have a right to self-defense. If they were to continue hammering me with that, where you have to answer this question, I would say, no, they don't.
Yes.
And I would go into explaining why, which I've done in the past. Because
Yes.
they're an illegal state that's in occupation of land that they've stolen. And
Exactly.
they're persecuting the population. It's like, one thing to tell people about the October 7th attack on Israel, aside from the fact that we've pointed out all this Israeli ammunition was used, that the Israelis seem to have killed their own certainly at that rave where all the liberal Israelis were, that Netanyahu thought were race traitors anyway. The whole reality is the interesting thing, again, aside from the fact that, as I pointed out, where were all their personal firearms?
Yes.
Yeah. But,
because they are a armed nation.
Yes.
The civilians are allowed to carry their arms.
Yes.
They're allowed to.
Beyond that, you have to take into account that this all happened in liberal areas of Israel, not in the religious areas where you had a bunch of religious Jews that don't participate in military service. And all the other liberal progressive Jews who are not of these military, how do I say it, these kind of seminary cultures where the men do nothing but study on their ass all day and the women just dress up almost like in Israeli burqas and shit. But the other people have to serve in the military. It's required by law.
Yes.
And so
it's required by law.
Yeah,
yes.
And since all of them have had military service, I can justifiably say that because we know for a fact that no babies were killed, because all that was deconstructed, and they proved that they said, babies' heads were being chopped off. It was all a load of shit. There was no babies that were killed by Hamas that day.
There was no babies
there,
yes. That's been established, yes.
Yeah. So even the senior citizens, if some senior citizens died, they had served in the military, and anybody of adult age who died had served in the military or was of military service age. We can literally say Hamas killed no civilians that day.
Exactly. They were military. Yeah.
All of them had served in the military, which means that they all had spent time at one point or another persecuting the Palestinian people. So everybody that the Palestinians killed that day was in military service because they're still on call. Since they had served in the military, you're still on call the rest of your life in the reserves. So that means these were all reservists who the Palestinians had every right to kill. That's men and women, since women also serve in the military. Women also serve in the military in Israel. So no matter which man or woman that they killed, they were killing people who were military assets, because that's how the Israeli society is militarized. So
exactly, Douglas. Yes, exactly. But exactly, Douglas. And nobody's ever pointed that out, Douglas. I can guarantee that.
Thank you.
And the other thing is, it was on Vladimir Putin's birthday.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Yes, that's right.
No one points that out either.
Yes, and he was asked. He was asked because China came out and said, we're on the side of Iran. And when Vladimir Putin was asked, why aren't you doing anything to help Iran?
Yes.
You heard what I said about that. He said, because, a third of the population of Israel is Russian, and they are practically a Russian nation. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely. Whoever wins, whoever gets the, whoever... In Israel, whoever gets the Russian vote or the swing vote wins the election, I believe.
That's right. That's quite correct. That's quite correct.
A third of the population is Russian.
Yeah.
And
they're it's literally a Russian satellite state, and
yes.
Yeah, and everything's bilingual now. It's on Hebrew and in Russian in Israel.
And in Russian, yes.
And not only that, but because the Russians are all younger, they're the up-and-coming power generation, so it's just going to be more and more of a Russian satellite state as time goes on, because they're the ones who are the ones that are assuming power. It's not the religious Jews who are in those, like, seminary situations. So to go on, continue, whatever else comes to mind. So this is the situation that we're dealing with.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. Very much appreciated. God, it's just, it's made me gobsmacked, and it's nobody points this out, Douglas. So yeah, I'm just trying to now absorb a lot of that, Douglas, myself. It's stuff we already know, but I was going to say, I don't think I have anything else to add to that. Of course, we've mentioned the fact that like Brendan pointed out, with Trump and Putin, they're falling out. They're having these quarrels, these disputes. Pointing at the fact that Trump is also doing it for Israel, and pointing the fact out that yes, Israel has a foothold on the United States, so they have to adhere to their demands and look like they're supporting them as well. And that's why Trump is trying to perceive himself as a peacemaker, trying to perceive himself as one. But we pointed the fact that, well, no, he's like we just
exposed.
Yes, he's doing far from that. He's doing the opposite, the complete polar opposite. But yeah, I think we covered that, Douglas. I've probably got another good 5 minutes. I don't know if there's anything else to wrap up.
I think you've done well, and I really appreciate your joining us. Even if you were able to make it on time on Wednesday, I was so sunsick that night I couldn't have handled it.
Thank you, Doug. I was planning to stay on for a good 2 hours. I was going to say 2 hours. If we roll on even further, then it would have been bonus. But I'm kind of glad I got other things done instead, Douglas. So I was like, there's other times, there's other opportunities. There will be other
it'll be much better later. That wasn't the time for it. So it all works out. And so in terms of what I'll do is when you get down to work, I'll do a short analysis for tonight. Just very short monologue. I'm talking about really just. By the way, Michael James Luyt. That's his real name, Michael James Luyt. Luyt. So that's poor Nemo Albano's real name. Sent $45.60. Poor bastard. And it's kind of like, well, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's like, so I don't know if he said, he doesn't have the PayPal contact for Brendan, so he can't send him the money for the cooler. Brendan, you don't use PayPal anyway. Do you want to give Nemo a kind of place to send you money?
Forget about it. Just send it to Doug. Give Doug a double down.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't. At this point, I'm just gonna roast like a freaking turkey.
I'm so sorry. It's at any rate, do you have any idea what George can close on? Any ideas what George can close on in terms of subject?
Yeah, I have got some things to say, Douglas. Yeah, good. I was just going to say the main thing I was concerned with Nemo, one personal worry of what he was doing a lot on the show, and I'm not scared to say this to him, and hope he's listening. It was just the when he would go off on a tangent and start, projecting Judeophobia on the show, that was the worry, because that could compromise the show. Yes. And then ultimately Douglas's livelihood. So that was my concern and worry. That was something I was never going to publicly state, but I would have said it directly to him if I was in a conversation. I was like, you've got to stop doing this, because I'm worried about Douglas's livelihood, his well-being. Because if the show is compromised, then Douglas's life is compromised, and I can't have that. And so, that was the only concern and worry. And that's the main criticism I have of how he would present himself on the show. He needed to really like those sort of words and thoughts, he needed to keep them to himself, because that's how they operate, and they will attack us.
Yes.
All of us, is by using what we say against us, and that's why I'm so careful. Like I've said, Douglas, this is all going to be documented. This is on record. Anyone in the future can go back and review anything we say on the show. And like I pointed out, you know, one day I would hope my daughter will come on and listen to the show, not to say of, oh, this is my dad, this is what he was saying, but because my voice is on record forever. Yes. And she can go back and go, that's my dad. And so, yeah, I know that anything you say on record, it can be used against you. And that's why when you're arrested, that's what the process is. That's the first line that anyone that's going to detain you, any officer, any law enforcement prosecutor is going to say, what you use will be...
what you say can... anything you say can and will be used against you the moment of arrest.
Yes,
continue.
And that is what... Yes, and that's the disclaimer. So that's the other thing, like, you know... Yeah. I hope that that sounds...
Absolutely.
Coherent, pragmatic, and if that is the reality of it,
that's beautiful. Stay with us for just a few more moments. Brendan, what did you say before I answer that?
Oh, I was just being facetious. I was saying, so that proves you're not a cop, right, Doug? Because you don't know the Miranda rights.
By the way, Miranda was legislated the year that I was born, 1966, for what that's worth, which I would have told Peter Moon if he had, if he had persisted with that. Peter Moon's such a piece of shit. It's so incredible. But again, at that point, he was just in the same rabbit hole that Nemo had fallen into. I'm sorry, what's that?
He was just trolling.
Yeah.
It was like so blatant.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But by the way,
you off because you had the surgery.
That's what he was hoping for. He kept trying to provoke me and trigger me, and he was just he was sinking down to that level. So George, I want you to know that these are not casual worries. What you said about Nemo Albano is actually that's the prominent point in why Nemo was so dangerous. It actually does it anybody who comes on this show really starts catharting and venting like that, they are the enemy. They're actively trying to bring this show down. I just had I can show you both. Let me see if I just open the studio up. Let me go over here and we go to the studio. Here we are. Open up the studio. And then I'll do a screen share here, go to the call, and here we are. Go to the call and do a screen share. So I don't know if you can see the thing moving around, the little cursor, but you'll notice here, new achievement, your channel is 14 years old today. They grow up so fast, don't they? Congrats on making it this far. Along with the community guideline strikes and, subscriptions going up. Views in the last 28 days was 5,200. That check mark is typical range between 5,200 to 6,500. And then watch time is 3 hours and 30 minutes. So things are going good. But understand that I've got how many videos that are up now? If we go over to live stream, here we are. If we go over to this, we've got 773 videos up, and that's after they've taken what? How many episodes have they taken down? At least around 100 or half 100. So it's yes, they're doing their best by sending people like this in, and Nemo's other trip was, he would send me all these messages that would just say the most obscene racist things, knowing that I have a compulsion to read things out loud. So it would just be this is what we're dealing with, and it's a direct threat. It is a direct threat to my life because my livelihood is my life. So exactly. So Nemo's been threatening my life for quite some time now. So George Knight, what you said is quite beautiful and so important, and we need to qualify everything we say. And certainly there's times when I just go off, but it's always in context. I always provide context.
Exactly, Douglas. I would never perceive you as anything other than that, honestly, because nobody can accuse you of being racist. I know you better than most of them. If they think that, they don't know you at all. And I can argue the reasons why you're not pathological in that sense. Because, that's something, I try to educate people on. It's I won't go into it. There's no point right now, but there is no one out there that can accuse you of doing anything in terms of illegality, opposite to law abiding, nothing at all on those along that nature. But with with Nemo, he would come on and you could prosecute him for hate crimes, for hate speech.
Hate speech.
Yes, yes, I would definitely.
Which, by the way, what makes it so alarming about Nemo is that Nemo is in Australia, where there is no constitutional right to freedom of speech. No. Yet he comes on my show, and did what he did. Yeah, so go on, and
no, that's another point just to make. Because even when, we've been on the show, all of us, together, Nemo being presented as well at the same time, he would say things, and I'm just quoting him, along the lines, he would say with the Drittmach, or the District Reich in exile, he would turn around and say about why don't they come back and fight the surface world and obliterate everyone? And it's kind of like along the lines of how, what's his name?
Jameson Reese! He's like Jameson Reese!
I saw parallels in that. Yes.
Yeah, Brendan, tell George you saw the same thing. That Nemo, you said this to me privately. Hey,
that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
They both sat there just, so Brendan, tell him.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know exactly what it was. It was just one of them was more targeted versus JMO, to his credit, wanted to kill everyone equally. But yeah, but it basically boils down to the same kind of like, what is it? It's not like nihilism. It's like beyond that. It's like some crazed, like madness. Like we have to kill everybody, which I get it, the sentiment, but to obsess on that is something else,
Well, at that point, if you're obsessing on that, you're certainly an unhappy individual. What happiness can you? But their happiness is the mass death. That's what they're getting. They're hoping for that.
Now, with them, Douglas, with these individuals such as that, their solution is destruction and I was going to say death, but there's other words for it. Now, when you come on, if anyone comes on the show, listen to what me and Douglas are speaking about. When we talk about Britain regaining its third British Empire, establishing a third British Empire, there are ways of taking down nation states without using armaments or conventional weapons. It's the weapon of truth, exposure, and information is very dangerous. And when you come on the show, the reason why we're such a threat is because we expose the truth.
Yes.
And that's how we can take down nation states. That's how Russia will fall.
Yes.
That's ultimately how the United States is falling.
Yes.
It's on collapse.
Yes.
And Britain has been on the brink of that, but there is a way up. And that is when you come on the show, and that's why they perceive us as such a threat. We don't need to take anyone's life.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
If that makes sense. It's
absolutely.
That's why, when I first discovered you, Douglas, you were the renegade, the
military historian
that was your title, and you were the weapon of mass information. Or
mass instruction. Weapon of mass instruction. Yes. I gotta get back to using that. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, exactly. And that's what brings that to, if you ever want to, and it was just like with Daniel Ellsberg, the man who leaked the Pentagon Papers. It wasn't all those years of, the hippie era, the make love and not war. All those protests, those mass gatherings, those mass rallies of protesting against the Vietnam conflict, the illegal war of aggression, that armed conflict, that took decades, and it wasn't the mobilization of the nation to resist that conflict. It was a single man who was regarded as a political terrorist. He exposed the reasons why the United States were involved in Vietnam, and that's what brought it
and
down.
their war crimes. And their war crimes.
Yes, and all the war crimes that was committed. Yes, thank you, Douglas. And that was brought down by a single individual, who then he got immunity. He was sentenced for a life in prison for what he'd done, and yet he gained immunity. And you've gone into that several times. I don't think I can articulate it right now, Douglas, but you've gone into it in the past in excruciating detail how he was.
He was just one lucky son of a bitch. He had no immunity. But I'll tell you what happened exactly was what happened was how he got the immunity, so to speak, or what would be the equivalent or the functional equivalent of that was that basically, like myself, he was a post-traumatically stress disordered Marine Corps combat veteran. And because he was seeing a psychiatrist at that time, PTSD was not something, they were just beginning to formulate the concept. And to the average American individual, if you were seeing a psychiatrist, you were simply a madman. You were simply someone who was to be completely dismissed. And so the American attitude was that of the Soviet attitude was the Soviets would discredit any political dissidents by psychiatrically diagnosing them as pathological and institutionalize them. The American version would simply to be expose the fact that they're seeing a psychiatrist. So that's what they did with Daniel Ellsberg. And so they said, so we're taking this crazy guy and we're putting him on trial. And it was only just as the judge was going to bring the gavel down, literally, the judge was literally about to bring the gavel down to sentence him to prison the rest of his life.
Because he was old. He was already elderly.
Because he was not that elderly, but old enough. He never would have gotten out of prison alive.
He would have never gotten out, yes.
Yeah, but then somebody who was a aide came up to the judge and informed him, literally whispered in his ear, there's a new development, and presented him with the evidence that that they had broken into his psychiatrist's office to find the records that proved he was a patient and a client of that psychiatrist. And because that evidence was illegally obtained, the judge said, now with this new information being brought to my attention, I must dismiss the case. And so that's why the case. Then he dismissed the case and closed. That's what saved Daniel Ellsberg's ass. So
that's it, Douglas. Thank you.
So that's what happened. So it was not immunity, but it was thereafter it was effectively immunity. After
functional
that,
equivalent.
Because you know what happened? Because you know what happened was then after that everything spiraled for Nixon. Nixon's ass was hanging in. Right, because and a lot of that had to do with the assault on him from all sides, but especially the assault from the Arabs, because Nixon had taken America off the Bretton Woods monetary agreement system, which leads all kinds of ignorant people to claim he took America off the gold standard. Which, if anyone tells you that, you turn around and walk away. The guy who says that is the guy who says, I was a corporocratic assassin, who says I did to economies what other people do with paid hits. That fucker.
It was Franklin that done that.
Franklin Roosevelt took America off the gold standard and put America on the Bretton Woods monetary agreement system, which Nixon took us off in an attempt to regain American sovereignty. And that's when the Arabs attacked him. And ironically enough, at that point, when he was no longer effectively president because he was so hamstrung, that's when fucking Kissinger effectively ran the American empire. That's, even though Congress was running the nation at home, Nixon took over the empire. And Kissinger took over the empire. And Kissinger said, we're putting all of America's resources behind Israel. And that was the only reason Israel won the 7-Day War. And that's otherwise Israel today would not exist.
No.
And that's why Israel gave Kissinger their equivalent.
The equivalent of the Nobel Peace Prize.
No, their equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
They gave him the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor for Israel. And, which is outrageous. Outrageous that an American civil servant would be given a medal from a foreign nation of that caliber, because he was a traitor to his own nation. At that point, it was America and Israel against the rest of the world, because Asia and Europe needed that oil. Asia and Europe needed that oil. The last thing they needed was OPEC to blockade everybody. Don't forget, at that time, the Egyptians shut down the Suez Canal. And literally there were ships trapped in that canal for years with their crews. So much so that they had to hold their own, like, Olympic sports in the fucking bitter lake between those locks, because they weren't allowed to leave. So they were just living on those ships and holding their own sports events. You're left speechless. Nobody knows this. Nobody knows any of this. Instead, all we hear is this crap about World War II. People are still stuck in World War II without knowing this. And yes, this was who was responsible for the creation of Israel? Yeah, in large part, my biological father, Adolf Hitler.
He's regarded as the godfather. As the founding father. As one of the original founding fathers.
Yes.
And they were toying with having a statue erected in Israel.
That is quite true. That is quite true.
They were toying with it. Yes.
And in all fairness, the Zionists helped Himmler and Hitler escape. They were one of the factors in helping Himmler and Hitler escape from Europe. And so it's definitely, people need to keep this in mind. And this is why, when I say I'm a de facto Zionist, people misunderstand me and don't know what the fuck I mean. But de facto Zionist simply means that I'm not seeking the elimination or eradication of the state of Israel or its population.
I regard myself as the same, Douglas. Exactly the same.
Thank you. We're seeking. We're seeking integration of Israel into the British Empire after a division that creates a North and South Israel, and the more religious conservative Israel would fall into the European Union under German influence, of course. And as well it should be. If the Germans are paying all those reparations
to Israel,
then by God, the Germans should be allowed to integrate southern Israel into the European Union and then provide its security, whereas the British would provide their security to Israel, and then Israel could fall under Britain's nuclear umbrella. And then Britain could finally defuse those neutron bombs that which Israel maintains as a danger to humanity. This is like, and as I've said before, Russia is the new Raj. A United Kingdoms in the plural, as in the United States of America, but the United Kingdoms of Great Britain would include Norway, the crowns of Norway, and Israel, because, as I've always said, the heir to the Rothschilds dynasty, because Rothschild is both a baron and a lord, he can easily and legally be coronated the King of Israel by Britain at any time. So that would just make it a United Kingdoms of Britain, Israel, and Norway as a good start. I mean, right there. I mean, and integrate the Saudi crowns. Not the Saudi crown. We got to overthrow the Saudis. Reinstitute the Hashemite dynasty of Jordan over the Arabian Peninsula. Yes, and that would be one of the United Crowns. So, I mean, we've got it all figured out. We can make the world a better place, a safer place. And, but then again, there's really not a choice. When Troy Bellamy was on here earlier, he was saying he foresees a return of colonialism by Europe, and well, yes, there's going to be a collapse of the fucking Gulf Stream, and the Europeans have guns, and yes, North Africa can easily be colonized, and this is where the Egyptians have already made a deal with the British, and that's the whole reason they're building a city in the desert that will have the largest Christian church in Africa. So that's, look, things are already happening that the public is not aware of. Even when I spoke of, help my memory out here. Did I not speak about the fact that signals in Antarctica were physically different than what conventional science could understand, because the Nazis had gone into a hyper-physical scientific stage of development.
Yes.
And it was only later the article came out to verify what I was saying, correct?
Exactly. And that article verified that, Douglas. It was on a different spectrum. It was a different frequency that they couldn't even comprehend because it was on a different level. And that was exactly what that article was exposing. Yes, so I appreciate that, Douglas. Yes, that's quite correct. And so, yes, what people have been, projecting, perceiving it coming from out there was actually sourcing from here.
In here.
From our
intraterrestrials. Yes. Thank you.
Subterranean, intra as opposed to extra, meaning out there. It was intra sourcing from the confinements of the subterranean realm.
Unterland, from Unterland. Yeah. Or we could say the planet within our planet, Thea.
Yes, Douglas, thank you. Yes, and the Germans, the Third Reich, referred to it as the land below, Unterland, in the Deutsche Sprach. They referred to it as the Unterland. And I have got badges that showed that. I have got, the regalia that represented that. But yeah, Douglas, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me on. I do. It's been, profound. And I will, hopefully join you this coming Wednesday, Thursday, my time in the UK. And so hopefully I'll join you on Wednesday. We can continue, or we can reminisce or recite anything that we've spoke of before. And I just want to say to the viewers listening, please support Douglas. Please transfer any physical money that you can, or virtual, via PayPal. Please support him. It's going to a very, very great cause. And thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. And Brendan, please take good care of yourself and try and stay as cool as possible in this excruciating heat wave.
He's probably already died from heat stroke. Yes.
I'm really stay hydrated.
Yes. What did you say, Brendan? What did you say?
I said I'm on my way out. Yeah, good to knock. Thank you, George.
Yes, good night. Yes, good night.
We love you dearly,
George.
Take care of yourself. Stay safe.
Yes, love you dearly too, Douglas. Yeah, I'll speak to you very soon. Okay, take care of yourself. Bye, Douglas.
Bye for now.
Take care. Bye. Bye.
That's our man, George Knight. And so dear Brendan's probably going to fall asleep soon. And I probably will check out soon after a very short monologue that I'll deliver out of love and obligation and gratitude to the people who have contributed so much. And I owe them, all of you who support myself, so much more. And definitely. What have we got here from Heather? Let's see now. This is interesting. So, Heather, the black eunuchs of the Ottoman Empire. Holy shit. And so it's like, damn. It's like sad. Really sad. The Ottomans were vicious.
What's so sad about it?
It's Jesus Christ. I mean, imagine living that life. I can't begin to imagine, like, living without my dick. It's like, maybe it's a better life. I mean, but at any rate, so you're finding out a lot.
I just wonder if that's what they do today, because like in Hollywood and in that, like, there's not just Hollywood, but the world, the elite circles of people, they are separate from the ruling, like the presidents and the politicians. They're separate than that. Mm-hmm. But then they have their own little, they have their own social circle or whatever. Like, it's kind of like the same thing.
I guess. I mean, but
the way that they traffic people and take people from their families or whatever, and then they make them somebody else.
Interesting. I mean, well, you speak from the perspective of MK Ultra in terms of these victims who essentially are, well, in a sense, they're created because they take them so young. If you're speaking, for instance, of the infamous Disney industry, where the Disney Channel, and they have these Disney kids that turn into people like Britney Spears, who I view as a victim. These are people who are essentially never given a chance to develop their own personalities. And I think that's what you mean, right? They're kind
Yeah,
of
like they say they're doing them a favor by giving them a better life, but then they are stripped from their identity, and it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know if obviously I don't approve of what's being done to them, but I don't know
Right.
if stripped of their identity is the correct term. It's like they never had a chance to develop one, so they're basically almost
Yeah.
undeveloped people. That they're that's the thing you notice about Britney Spears is that she's only just now trying to regain control, well, gain control of her life. She's never had control of her life. So she's trying to gain control of it now, and good for her. I mean, look, I think the majority of us support Britney Spears in that effort. But yeah,
Yeah.
she's been through yes, way too much, and it's got to be hard to imagine. And yeah, but
And the way that the
yeah.
fashion industry is right now, it's like the men are women now, and they're all the models are men who are look like women. You know, they are women.
Mhm. Okay, but by that you mean that they might as well be women, or
No, like you'll see in like the fashion industry, like now instead of having female models on the runway,
yeah,
they're all male, but they appear as women.
right. You're
Yeah,
right. That's what I thought you meant. I mean,
yeah.
so what do you make of that? Do you feel that this is an attempt to create a kind of ambivalent, gender
No, I just think
neutral?
that there's like, they're the richest people in the world, the Chanel, Versace, all the moguls of fashion.
Mhm.
But, it's kind of like they go along the lines of what this Deva Sherm or whatever is.
Oh, intriguing. Now that's intriguing.
Yeah,
Uh,
like they get children when they're little and then they
yeah.
groom them,
There you go.
to be their heir.
That's it's very astute. It's very astute,
Thank
Heather.
you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. I haven't really paid much attention to the runway lately, so I'll try and take a look into that.
Yeah,
And
I'll send you some links.
oh, please do, please do. I'd appreciate that profoundly. Thank you so much. And so, so thank you for bringing that subject up. I think that that's a real. How are you maintaining yourself right now? I mean, you take a look at somebody like Brendan, and he's like dying like a pill bug. He's like rolling with his feet and arms in the air right now into the semicircular mode, and yet the temperatures you've been exposed to. You sound like you're fresh as a daisy. How are you? What the fuck? How are you?
It gets pretty hot. I do a lot of sweating.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
but I mean, so like, but you sound like you have air conditioning. I don't hear any air
Oh
conditioning.
yeah, I'm everything's fine. I even have air conditioning in the car.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Are you in the car? No, you're at home.
No.
You're home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, how's Vin, by the way? He doing okay?
He's doing good. Yeah, we're
Good.
doing great.
Good. So your birthday recently. Any memories to share with us about that maybe you didn't share
Oh,
before?
nothing really. I had a great birthday. I don't know. I'm pretty old now, and I got a brand new year ahead of me.
Honey, you're not old. You're not old. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You're okay. And Vin's not old either. I mean, can
Oh,
you share his
I don't
age?
know.
Can you share his age?
56 or something like that.
Honey, he's my age.
Yeah, just about.
Just about. I was
Just
born in
about.
1966. What year was he born in?
Oh, he was born in 1968.
Oh, he ain't 56.
Yeah.
He's 54.
No.
Yeah, I don't even think I'm 56, or at least I pretend I'm not. Jesus Christ. It's not the
I
same
thought he was 56. I guess he's not. I mean, he's 55. He was born in 68.
68. Yeah, he's about 54. 54, 50, yeah. Yeah, he's young. He's young. Yeah. I was surprised too.
Well, he's really good with math, so I don't know how he would be wrong about that.
He wants to appear older. That's it. He wants to appear older.
We have to be 55 to live in where we live.
That's it. I got it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's 55. Yeah, he's 55. Yeah, 56. Yeah. You guys are youngins over there. But aren't you under that age? You're under that age, aren't you?
I'm not 55. I just turned 52.
Okay, you're fine, honey. You're a baby. Yeah, people are gonna live longer lives now. I mean, well, even if they don't, life begins at a later stage. Honestly. So
yeah, I think that we were actually I think there's like a flaw in humans, but we were made like God. So I think that if we were like God, we'd be immortal. But there's just like something that he switched up in our DNA or something, just one little tweak of different, that makes us.
We gotta find a way to fix that. Yeah, this mortality shit really fucking sucks. Yeah, that's yeah.
What they're gonna do is they're gonna upload us to AI, and then we'll just be immortal like that.
That doesn't do it for me. No. We need embodiment. Yeah, the AI shit just doesn't cut it. Peter
that there's a little robot running around in Houston, and nobody knows whose robot it is. It's a little robot with a cowboy hat, and I think that there's one in Michigan or Detroit too, running around, and they're nameless.
I don't think these things are just that. They must be part of some campaign where is it promoting something? I mean, obviously, if a robot was running around, quote unquote, unattended, somebody would steal it. So it's like.
It's I'm trying to find you something that's here's a link that's not TikTok. There's a robot seen walking around Texas and in Detroit. I'll drop the link here for you.
Okay, thank you, honey. Appreciate that. And
sometimes they're running and sometimes they're walking.
Interesting. I mean, if robots are still very problematic, so I'd find it. I'd be really. I mean, I believe you, but I'm saying that this must have help. There must be people around to constantly maintain it because, look, robots are still very primitive, and the idea of one just running around without maintenance is kind of like that's pretty That's notional. Very
kind of scary, huh? Maybe they're just trying to normalize it. Here, I put it in the link.
Well, that makes sense.
I don't know if it has sound or not, so you might want to turn it down if it does.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'll watch it later. I can always go back here to look at robot scene walking. Here we are. Yeah. Oh, I can't resist. So I'm gonna click it. Sound is off. Thank God. Robot scene walking around in Austin alone by K-View. Holy shit. And so here we are. And look at this. Turning now to strange sight on the streets of Austin. Yeah, this must be some promotional campaign. If this were just like walking by itself, people would steal it. They'd take it home. I mean, what's to prevent them? So yeah, very bizarre. And so I noticed this is
naming it. New York Post named it Jake the Rizbot.
Jake the
5 hours ago.
Yeah, it's got sneakers, a cowboy hat. Incredible. Well, thank you, honey, for sharing that. I noticed it's a very short footage. I don't think that was. I don't think that was going on for too long before somebody recovered it. So here's something else from Dear Heather. Let's take a look at this. Slick talking. My homie, that beard is cold and that mustache is hard. You look clean, nephew. You got that clean drip locked down. You got that boss energy, G, and you rocking it with style, the bot complimented. So here we are. Cowboy wearing robot dubbed Jake the Rizbot spits Gen Z and Gen Alpha slang stuns bystanders. It's like it's some kind of campaign to promote something. Gotta be. So it's yeah, New York Post. Okay, so and so
It's China-based Unitree Robotics.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
It's a
China-based.
wireless controller.
Okay, yeah. There we are. So somebody's just pranking people. They're pranking people. It's only 77 fucking pounds. Yeah, somebody would steal that and take that home. Yeah, without somebody constantly. Yeah, sells for around $16,000. Jesus Christ! So some rich dude with nothing but time in their hands is pranking people. Yeah, the man who accompanied it. Yeah, there we are. The man who accompanied it in Austin hasn't been publicly identified, and why its AI has been trained to flatter strangers. Well, obviously he's not going to train his AI to insult people because they'd smash it. So yeah, that's
right.
Obviously, yeah. Come on, use common sense, everybody. But okay, so thank you for sharing that. That's adorable. And
you're welcome.
Okay.
Have a good night, Doug.
Yes. Well, I love you dearly. And yeah, share that love with Vin and his mother, and obviously, blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. And
you too. How have you been doing lately?
I've been doing good. Just a lot. It's stress in its own right. Just yeah, it wasn't easy to get through the weekend in terms of some of the challenges, but yeah, I made it out alive. We're okay. So we're here.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I always wish you well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish you well as well. Yes, in turn. Yeah, and so and okay, blessed be. And I'll go into a bit of a monologue now, just a short one. So
good night.
Yeah, good night, honey. Love you. And so, oh, that's delightful. Thank you. Let me give her some kisses in return. See if I can find. There we are, the kiss emoji, and then another heart in return, and we'll take it from there. There we are. All right, let's get into just a tiny bit of a monologue for tonight, and we've made it 6 hours, so we'll go through, make it 7. Let's make it around 7, and I'll start by answering what Sammy Romero asked. Sammy asked, he posited earlier, is the military really with Trump? In other words, what Sammy Romero was positing was the query. If our military is Trump's army? Yes, as I said to him briefly, but I'll articulate that in some more depth now. Whereas historical totalitarians had an enemy without and an enemy within, Trump only has an enemy within. That is why, immediately after joining Israel's attacks on Iran, he declared victory and a ceasefire. The world is too much for him. The army is just for dominating Americans. So that brings us back to world affairs, which will bring us back to the question of the army. The horrifyingly probable truth about Trump's humiliation on the global stage. Well, the long-term or immediate fallout from Trump's decision to bomb Iran's enriched uranium facilities remains to be seen. Legal experts are still debating whether Trump's conduct was even constitutional. There are plenty of legal opinions on both sides. Here's mine. No, it was not. Because there was no evidence that either the United States or Israel faced any imminent threat. Israel announced that it had set back Iran's ability to build a nuclear weapon by several years, days before Trump jumped into the brawl. 3 or 4 years is not imminent under anyone's definition. And worse, by unilaterally bombing a sovereign nation that had not attacked these United States, despite the laudable goal of disarming a terrorist supporting state, Trump has accelerated the American empire's, I'll just say the United States' dangerous slide into authoritarianism. You see, the founders intended for Congress, not the president, to declare war. Article 1, Section 8 of our Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war. In contrast, Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution names the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The point at which Article 1 cedes to Article 2, or vice versa, it asked the point at which a president needs congressional approval before launching military activity can be gray and is fact contingent. To constitutional originalists who claim to hew to the original language, intent, and meaning of the Constitution as it was written during the founding era, no, the Constitution does not authorize presidents to deploy military forces against foreign seas, soil, or sky without advance congressional authorization. Because I'm going to have a bunch of dim-witted, dick-sucking assholes attacking me because I don't have a law degree, let's consult Kermit Roosevelt, constitutional law expert at the University of Pennsylvania, Carey Law School, who wrote, and here I read therefrom, "The Constitution says that Congress has the power to declare war, and the records of the Constitutional Convention are pretty clear that the drafters did not want to give one person the power to take the United States into war. Presidents can respond unilaterally to attacks by using the military, but that's not relevant to this situation because obviously we were not attacked. So the president was not supposed to be able to start a war without congressional authorization. That's pretty clear." As for the counterposition, well, before the Iran attacks, Republicans in Congress had essentially rolled over for Trump by failing to push back meaningfully on his unprecedented power grabs at the expense of their own. As Senator Lisa Murkowski admitted, many senators are genuinely afraid of Donald Trump, too afraid to follow their own constitutional oaths. Whether that fear is political intimidation based on Trump's promise to primary anyone who opposes him, or existential, given Trump's explicit encouragement of political violence against anyone who opposes him, which has led to the death of people in office, well, which one scares Republicans the most remains unclear. The threat to their careers or the threat to their very lives. Republican Senatress Lindsey Graham, one of Trump's most reverential sycophants, has declared that Trump did not need Congress to send ordnance bombs to Iran. Appearing on NBC News right after the bombs fell, Graham claimed Trump acted within his Article 2 authority. "Congress can declare war or cut off funding. We can't be the commander-in-chief. You can't have 535 commander-in-chiefs. If you don't like what the president does in terms of war, you can cut off the funding. All of these other military operations were lawful. He had all the authority he needs under the Constitution. They are wrong." Well, the right assessment, according to House Speaker Mike Johnson, is whether the situation was so urgent the president calculated whether, in his words, the imminent danger outweighed the time it would take for Congress to act. The world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, which chants "Death to America," simply could not be allowed the opportunity to obtain and use nuclear weapons. Now, both positions would sound plausible, or at least not dangerous, if at any time there was any evidence of an imminent danger. Not only did Israel announce that it alone had bought several years with its own bombs, removing it from immediate harm, Trump's director of national intelligence testified in March that intelligence assessed that there was no development of weapons-grade uranium in Iran at all. When asked about that assessment, Trump bluntly said, "I don't care what she said," and offered no countering facts or theories whatsoever. So what motivated Trump's decision? I mean, sit back, breathe, ask yourself, what then did Trump care about before taking the extraordinary risk of entering the Middle East's forever war? The timing suggests it was not strategy. It was ego. Ego. I'm thinking of the commercial. Lego my ego. Probably you're all too young to remember that, but people used to grab Egos while they came out of toasters. And, that was the sales gimmick. Anyhow, Trump pulled the trigger following I'd call them globally embarrassing events. His $45 million strongman military parade was an international joke outside of Fox News stations. Equally awful for a demagogue, Trump was roundly embarrassed at the G7 meeting while Netanyahu was enjoying extraordinary success in Iran. In a widely underreported story, Trump said he left the G7 early to deal with Israel, which apparently meant posting childish and impulsive warlock braggadocio on Truth Social. He beat his breast hard enough to signal Iran to move its 900-pound stash of enriched uranium, which puts Israel and us in future danger, the outcome of which cannot yet be known. So this is what brings us to the horrifyingly probable truth here. Global press rejected Trump's explanation for leaving the G7 early, reporting instead that he left early because the adults in the room refused to show him artificial deference. During the G7 opening press conference, Trump went on an inappropriate partisan tirade so bizarre that Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney interrupted him and ended the press conference. The Italian Prime Minister was seen rolling his eyes, presumably at Trump, and the world laughed at Trump's petty insults against France's Prime Minister Macron, of whom Trump appears to be jealous. After all that, Trump tried to flex mob boss strength to the press, announcing that the British Prime Minister had earned a trade framework protecting British trade because I like them. That's why. That's their ultimate protection. Those sound like words from a man who knows he's just been insulted by people he doesn't like. So humiliated on the global stage by both events, unwisely hidden from viewers at home by Fox News, Trump desperately needed to recast himself as a strongman for the rest of the world. Some have speculated with credible evidence that Trump resented watching Netanyahu get all the glory, especially after it became clear that Israel's aggression against Iran had been so spectacularly successful. On June 13th, while Israel's bombs were falling, Trump told New York Times reporter Helene Cooper that he still held his America First, isolationist perspective. The next day, however, after a full day of watching Fox News lavish Netanyahu with praise, Trump changed his mind. Even though no new intelligence had come in and Israel was already winning its fight, one official told Cooper that Trump's shift in attitude started early the next morning when he woke up and watched Fox News. When he saw how Netanyahu was being praised as powerful and strategic, like the game, capture the enemy flag and win the game. Stratego. Yeah, like that. Cooper noted that, he wanted in on the action. To quote as Cooper himself, Israel was hitting all of these Iranian sites. It was taking out military commanders, nuclear scientists, and that was being presented on Fox as this huge victory, and Trump decided that he wanted a piece of it. In further support of this theory, Trump also started taking immediate credit for Israel's successes. He claimed on June 17th in a Truth Social post that we, in the royal sense, have taken control of Iran's aerospace. And that a meeting with his national security advisors had cemented the decision to enter the war. In close, this is one analysis in which I hope fervently to be wrong. The fallout from Trump's unilateral and unconstitutional decision to bomb Iran may take us months. It may take us years. Despite Iran agreeing to a ceasefire, only a moron would think, death to America. Iranian mullahs will walk away and convert their 900 pounds of enriched uranium to candle wax. It's virtually certain that they, or their terrorist proxies, will strike back when we least expect it. If Trump visited this level of risk on Americans based on jealousy and his personal ego, we simply will not survive his presidency. Which brings us back to Trump's army. It is a truism that authoritarian regimes stand or fall on the loyalty of the security forces. And United States President Donald Trump has left little to chance since returning to the White House. His defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, immediately purged a half-dozen top generals, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and in early May ordered a 20% reduction in the number of four-star generals and a 10% cut in lower-ranking generals. This is a Stalinesque officers' purge. But it was a speech to troops that I alluded to when speaking to Sammy Romero. In a speech to troops a month later, at a base named after a Confederate general, no less, that revealed most clearly Trump's conception of national security and the role of the armed forces in ensuring it. He made no mention of the world today, addressed no common American interest that might necessitate national defense, and expressed no concern about threats from Red China or the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And whereas American imperial presidents typically speak of individual heroism as evidence of a country worthy of defending, Trump said nothing about cherished constitutional rights such as freedom of expression and assembly, and not a word about democracy. America did not exist in Trump's speech. Instead, Trump abused United States, or I should say American imperial military history, to advance a cult to himself. Great battlefield achievements became deeds performed for the pleasure of a leader, who then invokes them to justify his own permanent power. Military glory becomes a spectacle into which the leader can inject any meaning. That is the totalitarian principle that Trump understands. All politics is struggle, and he who can define the enemy can stay in power. But whereas historical totalitarians had an enemy without and an enemy within, Trump only has an enemy within. That is why, immediately after joining Israel's attacks on Iran, he hastily declared victory and a ceasefire. The world is too much for him. The army is just for dominating Americans. The enemy was identified in Trump's comparison of Americans seizing undocumented migrants in 2025 with the courage of previous generations demonstrated fighting in the American Revolutionary War for independence, the 2 World Wars, Korea or Vietnam. Of course, he didn't mention the American Civil War between the states for rights, because that would have upended his entire narrative. Charging a trench or jumping from a plane is, of course, very different from ganging up on a graduate student or bullying a middle-aged seamstress. But here we see Trump's purpose, preparing American soldiers to view themselves as heroes when they participate in domestic operations against unarmed people, including United States citizens. In his speech, Trump portrayed himself as more than a president. He repeatedly mocked his predecessor. You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? Summoning soldiers to defy the fundamental idea that their service is to the Constitution, not to an individual person. Such unprecedented personalization of the presidency proves that Trump's authority rests on something besides an election, something like individual charisma or even divine right of kings. Soldiers should follow Trump because he is Trump. Most Americans imagine that the United States Army is here to defend us, not to attack us. But Trump abused the occasion to goad soldiers into heckling their fellow Americans, to join him in taunting journalists, a critical check on tyranny, who, like protesters, are protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution. Trump was indoctrinating soldiers that society does not matter, and that the law does not matter. Only he matters. And he loves soldiers so much, in his words, we're giving you an across-the-board raise to cheers. So these are mercenaries now, bought off like prostitutes to kill for Donald Trump their fellow Americans. And that means you. This is the way a dictator speaks to a palace guard or a paramilitary. We are witnessing an attempt at regime change here at home, rife with perversities. It has a historical component. He was speaking at a base named after a Confederate States general, after all. We are to celebrate the Confederate traitors like Robert E. Lee, who rebelled against these United States in defense of chattel slavery. It has a totalitarian component based on his Russian mentor, Vladimir Putin. We are to embrace the present moment as an exception in which all things are permitted to the leader. And of course, it has an institutional component. Soldiers are meant to be the avant-garde of democracy's demise, whose job is to oppress the leader's chosen enemies inside these United States. Describing migration as an invasion, as Trump did in his speech, is meant to blur the distinction between his misadministration's immigration policy and a foreign war. But it is also meant to transform the mission of the United States Army. If soldiers and others are willing to believe that migration is an invasion, they will see those who disagree as enemies. And this is exactly what Trump sought to achieve when he portrayed elected officials in my golden state nation of California as collaborators in, his words, an occupation by criminal invaders. The United States military, like other American institutions, includes people of various backgrounds. It depends heavily on African Americans and non-citizens, trying to transform it into a cult of the Confederacy and a tool to prosecute migrants would cause great friction and gravely damage its reputation, especially if United States soldiers kill United States citizens. There is also the risk that provocateurs, including foreign ones, try to kill a United States soldier. Trump would welcome and exploit such situations. He wants to turn everything around. He wants an army that is a personal paramilitary. He wants the shame of our national history to become our pride. He wants to transform a republic into a Russian regime in which his will is law. But what do United States soldiers want? Trump's speech was a highly curated affair, with audience members selected on the basis of their political views and physical appearance. 4 days later, however, the military parade Trump staged in Washington, honoring the Army's 250th anniversary and his own birthday, was widely described as a flop, in which some 6,600 soldiers in combat fatigues walked, not marched, past a sparse crowd. As spectacles of military glory go, Pyongyang or Red Square, it was not. I wasn't there, of course. Like at least 4 million other people in the United States that day, albeit in this case I had to do this as more of a participatory event for the Blood Boys, and we had to maintain them out of the crowd itself. I was in observance at one of the anti-Trump No Kings rallies held in some 2,100 cities and towns across this country. It was the largest single-day political protest in American imperial history, dwarfing attendance at Trump's parade and proving that a democracy exists only if a people exists. And a people exists only in individuals' awareness of one another and of their need to act together. This awareness is Trump's worst enemy. Okay. And with that, well, we pushed it half an hour. Yet. Let's see if I can dig out any more fire to help me through anything further. But, hey, I feel I earned my pay. If Real Tech Geek is listening, look, we'll bring you on again sometime soon. I just wanted to take a break. It was just to, let's just put it this way. We had to maintain what focus I could tonight. I'm decompressing, and it's we've been through a lot this weekend, so I can try and dig up some more fire out of my belly. Let me see if I can think of some of the points to be made here, and then give it a go from there. Give me a second to think. And, of course, if anybody has any suggestions, they're welcome to put them in the chat. Nothing that'll take me too far down another road. But, all right. Let me see if I can... Ooh, Jesus. Just lost my screen there. And I'm trying to remind myself of something here. And, I think that might be it for tonight. I mean, really. you know, I put myself through, you know, quite a bit lately. And we've done, I think, quite a bit tonight. So, my love unto all who support myself. And we made it 6.5 hours. The incredible contributions by Brooke Hagberg are never to be forgotten. The lovely lady in Österreich, I believe her name is Claudia. And let me look that up again just to make sure. And, okay, PayPal. Look up the records here. And notice of donation received. The lovely Brooke Hagberg, of course, comes up. And Amy Como comes up. She's so cute. And let me see, messages from PayPal comes up. Donation received. Was this it? Yes, Claudia Romberg. I wanted to make sure of that. Claudia Romberg. Danke. Did I say that right? Dankeschön. I Japanized it. All right. Everybody join us on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. And if our man George Knight drops by, it'll be a long night. I mean that in the positive sense. And, okay. We'll go at it. And I'll probably start into monologue early just to get something out before he shows up. And everybody who supports me out there morally as well as fiscally, my love unto you all. Kisses to the ladies and hugs to the men. And I'll retreat into the gentle night. Damn, it's early for me, but then I need my sleep. I've been up for days at this point. I've been up for days. Okay. Ending stream. And bye for now.